Mysteries Behind Circles by Juli Ramis. Introduction. I've always wanted to leave my mark in this world and look up to those who do, in one form or another, putting our grain of sand for posterity, living with the bare necessities, focusing on my work with no television but radio, would rather paint standing, walk than use public transport, now forced to sit down at my laptop, writing my book. I was thinking only this morning, 3rd of February 2017, looking back on my life, I've lost count of the jobs I've had in London, Palma, Madrid, Paris, Tangier, Swindon, Oxford, the paintings I've done and sold, the addresses I've lived in, almost a joke up to this minute. Back in Fulham, as a working single mother and artist, I left my stamp on that tower block council flat, doing a trompe-l'œil, painting a border of flowers to bring some life. In 2007, painting a huge red and yellow butterfly on a council terraced house window in Birmingham. Have 10 years gone by since I started writing? Although I've dedicated most of my life to painting, I've always had this strong urge to write this book, or at least attempt to, about the mysterious circles of my life and those closest to mine. I owe it to my father, Juli Ramis, a famous international contemporary Spanish artist of his time, and my mother, Joan Foster, his right hand and inspiration, an artist in her own right, sacrificing her art for the family. Oddly enough, the mind plays funny tricks at times when delving into the past. However, the main object is to captivate that moment in time by expressing my deepest thoughts, feelings, emotions, and impressions. As an artist, I've experienced such satisfaction transforming what seemed to be, at the time, merely an old, discarded scrap of paper with a rough outline into a painting and bringing it back to life again. When I painted Ray Charles, my best ever painting, so spontaneous and fast, again, I'd had him on my mind for years, just like this book, resuscitating the past. One naturally feels somewhat apprehensive at first, just like being faced with a blank canvas. This book has become both a passion and obsession, having literally so much material at my fingertips, as though brewing in my mind for years. The beauty is it couldn't be more authentic, for that matter. Doing it justice is a real challenge for a first-time writer. Feel it's almost my duty to record the past, as a daughter of a genius, Juli Ramis, to give him full international recognition. Why I, the youngest of the family, should be such a rebel, a complex creature, so detached from crowds, a strange feeling, a constant observer on the outskirts, absorbing everything but not fully integrated, yet adapting myself to any new surrounding and people wherever, north or south, whereas most people would never dream of breaking away from their roots. Being uprooted has almost become a way of life. One moment feeling settled down for life in one place, and the next, before I know, living in a totally new environment, forever exposed to sudden changes and situations, but always surviving somehow, like a plant, a cactus, being uprooted and transplanted, a real nomadic life, with that inshallah attitude, always ready to get up and go. What makes me such an eccentric person, as though not in the real world, a true bohemian, creative artist, a gypsy at heart, my home a beach hut, a caravan, an old barge in Amsterdam, being a total nonconformist, a real romantic, constantly reminiscing over the past, be it Tangier, Marrakesh, the Atlas Mountains, London, Paris, Barcelona, Madrid, Ios, Mykonos, San Francisco, Amsterdam, Ibiza, Mexico, Palma. Some magical places to daydream about. Something that catches my eye. That split second captivating my mind as a journalist or photographer. A trained eye, a gift of God, and a privilege, an amazing source of inspiration for my paintings and now for my book. My life has been a long winding road from south to north and vice versa, a somewhat twisted one. Rather like those olive or fig trees, so fascinating in the Mediterranean, forever going in circles, and strangely enough, whatever I've painted in the south, sells up in the north and vice versa? Do people always crave for what they haven't got? I've always compared people to trees I love to paint. Some are twisted, gnarled, with deep roots like those olive trees in Mallorca, their branches pointing up to the sky, others slender, upright, swaying or dancing in the wind like those tall pine trees. While sketching on my walks in the countryside, off the beaten track, I'd come across a lovely landscape of an old barn and pine trees dancing in the wind, which I did a painting of. Having come to a crossroad, changing course from painting to writing, my book has taken over, but my easel is always there for the urge. I've been toying with the idea for other titles to my book, Ra San Guard and Circles, a play of words on Ramis, Juli Ramis, or Ra San Guard in Egyptian, beauty, peace and eternal life, feeling under a magic spell, stepping into his studio as a child, or life's a tapestry, just like an intricate, mysterious, interwoven Berber tapestry, and only now, 2016, sounds of music or sounds of the Atlantic and the Mediterranean Sea, seeing the bigger picture of my life as a very complex sheet of music with flats and sharps, mysterious sounds of the earth and deep sea, whispering light sounds of water, finally sounds of crushing waves. From pianissimo, piano, adagio to crescendo, think I'll stick to mysteries behind circles. Based on the swallows I was watching on that cliff, Costa de la Calma, while painting, going in circles, like a slow-motion film, disappearing in the cave only to reappear again, like my life. This book has become a form of therapy, like painting, and just as vital. I must have started jotting down my thoughts and ideas about 2004, in between painting and playing the keyboard, rather tricky at times, needing several hands, then gradually writing chapters of my life, all by hand, since 2007, when I felt cut off from civilization, living totally on my own in a little casita in Sineu, Mallorca, literally in the sticks, a rather solitary life, but lent itself to creating and writing, except for those evil peacocks driving me insane. The problem was that at times I almost had too much material. Relying totally on my memory, flashing back constantly in the past, can be very tricky in order to make a complete picture, just like a painting. One time in my life I was totally lost with my painting, a single mother with a lovely daughter. I'd got to such a point where I actually felt I was prostituting myself or my art, selling all my watercolours and doing commissions, which I hated. A German neighbour at the time in Biniaraix, Mallorca, in the early 80s, advised me to go back to my roots. I'd become too commercial. He was quite right, it did help me, and years later that same remark stayed with me and carried on in my book, Going Back to My Roots, which has been very rewarding. I wanted to create an interesting tapestry of our lives, or an interwoven carpet with golden threads, my father, mother, daughter, granddaughter, Emma, the Royal Academy, bot art, an intricate one, just like those Berber carpets I was fascinated by as a child. The hardest being which thread, at times broken, to weave in and when. I wanted to paint a picture of the real Juli Ramis, pay tribute to him, deceased March 1990, feeling very proud of being his youngest daughter and also inheriting his and my mother's love of painting. I feel I do owe him a lot. I also wanted to pay tribute to my mother, deceased March 2015 at the very ripe age of 101. A great artist and a great privilege to us all. My eldest sister, Geronima Ramis, deceased March 2014, was an artist as well. While writing the book, only recently, have I noticed a strange phenomenon in my life. The African and the wine theme have followed me for 30 years in my painting, starting with Tangier, North Africa, my birthplace, 1948, to the Grapepickers, exhibited at the Royal Academy Summer Exhibition. Portobello African musicians and dancers, Bot Art Exhibition 2010-11-12, the most challenging project I've ever been involved in since the Royal Academy. Over the last 10 months, this book has had such powerful impact on me that together with my painting have helped me fight my cancer and recover. I've created my own fantasy world in writing and painting, a good balance, complementing each other, one unblocking the other. Just as I was reading my first chapter on 12th of February 2018, while my artist friend Chris was recording about my mother, Joan Foster, being born in Bruges, Belgium, with a royal baptism, and her father, a High Court judge in Patna, India, when suddenly my eye was drawn to a beautiful, intricate, hand-stitched woven tapestry on the wall. I was so surprised when Chris and his dad told me it was Bruges, with its fine steeples, red brick houses, canals and trees. I just couldn't believe it, such a coincidence and fate to have walked into their home to find a piece of history connected to my mother. Then the fact that my father's mother was a seamstress coming from Solier, famous for its handmade embroidery and weaving. My mother and father having that in common. And then my son-in-law, who's a tailor, and both Michelle, my daughter, and him are keen on stitching. It runs in the family. Chapter 1, Tangier, My Roots, Morocco. Artist, first-time writer, with almost too much material at my fingertips. Mind-boggling, painting a tapestry of my life with words. Often dreaming of flying. Last night I was literally floating on the edge of a disintegrating building at a frightening height, about to take the plunge into a void. Rather like writing this book. And diving into the Atlantic, feeling so exhilarated, fighting my way through crushing waves and currents, even saving someone's life, thrown into the deep end of the London rat race and into the art world. Pisces, a water sign, getting myself in knots and wriggling out, going with and against the flow, diving and rising, rather like those divers and swimmers on my easel. Southport 2017. One morning, as it was drizzling, I was fascinated by raindrops falling onto a pool of water, creating amazing magic circles, overlapping each other, just like Juli Ramis, my father's abstract paintings, and my painting, Circles of My Life, Mallorca 2015. My roots are in Tangier, but also in Mallorca and England. My father was Spanish, my mother British. Morocco has such magnetism. I do feel drawn by it. To be born in Tangier was a great privilege. Tangier is at a crossroad between North Africa and Europe, a converging point of the Atlantic and Mediterranean currents, where north, south, east and west meet. Time and again I've been asked where I come from, with such a strange accent, difficult to place, but coming from Tangier, Tanjawiya, or a citizen of the world. I feel neither English nor Spanish, but of mixed blood, born in North Africa between the Straits of Gibraltar and Caves of Hercules, a magical place. In 1953, coming from North Africa, my cousin Cricky, who lived in Freeth, thought we'd look more like natives. Tangier was just like having one foot in Africa and the other in Europe. We could see the Rock of Gibraltar and Cadiz, but were in another world. Tangier wasn't Arab, but a fusion of cultures like no other. Maybe Beirut in the 50s, 60s. The Arab world was about to change, going back to the teachings of the Koran, at times clashing with the Western world. There's a spectacular view from the Kasbah of both the Atlantic and Mediterranean, depicted in the Sheltering Sky film by Paul Bowles, who lived in Tangier, a friend of my father's. One day I caught a glimpse of Barbara Hutton, the Woolworth millionairess, in her black Rolls-Royce, mysterious-looking, by her Kasbah palace. Tangier was a bubbling cosmopolitan city, attracting many famous artists, writers and musicians, such as Marco Polo, Samuel Pepys, Hogarth, Matisse, my father Juli Ramis, Paul Bowles, Bernardo Bertolucci, Federico Garcia Lorca, John Sutcliffe, Pierre Loti, Jack Kerouac, Gertrude Stein, Ian Fleming, William Burroughs, Tennessee Williams, Alan Sillitoe, Orson Welles and others, Jackie Onassis, Randy Weston, Mick Jagger, Brian Jones, Jimi Hendrix. Tangier, where Moroccans lived side by side with Europeans, where the currency changed from pesetas to French francs and finally dirhams, with English shops such as Kent's, a Conan Speed, Singer, a British post office, English missionary, American, Spanish, French, Italian schools, the French Lycée Regnault, consulates, hospitals, churches and synagogues. Tangier, being a free port, attracted many adventurers, smugglers and spies living incognito, mingling in the Kasbah. All the in-crowd intellectuals met at Café de Paris, Minza Hotel, Riff Hotel, Kasbah cafes and beach bars, drinking mint tea, Coca-Cola, coffee, wine, whiskey or gin. Among them beatniks and homosexuals, a very open society with no barriers, people of all races and religions landing in the port on cruise ships, cargo boats, yachts with flags of all nations, sailing in from Malaga, Algeciras and Gibraltar. Tangier had that aura about it, a magic land of blue skies and seas, sun, golden sands, eucalyptus and palm trees, blue irises, barbaric figs, souks, snake charmers, gnawa musicians, belly dancers, magic lanterns, Berber carpets. The famous American jazz player Randy Weston lived in our street, Rue Marco Polo. Musicians worldwide would flock in, playing in the famous nightclubs, Whiskey a Go-Go, Scott's and the Riff Bar Hotel. The Rolling Stones stayed at the Minza Hotel in the mid-60s, immersing themselves in gnawa and Moroccan music. Tangier, the untouched, almost biblical world, side by side with the Western civilized world, two worlds in one city. The Kasbah with its Medina, old Moroccan palaces, minarets and mosques, calling the faithful to pray, and narrow, winding, noisy cobble streets swarming with beggars as young as 5 or 6, saying in pidgin English, "You want kif, hashish, hotel room? Come," with a grin. In the souks, Soco Grande, Soco Chico, markets with every fruit and vegetable imaginable, sun-drenched honeydew melons, watermelons, Seville oranges, tangerines, figs, dates, crowded with Moroccan men smoking hashish in their long wooden pipes, huddled together in their thick woolen jalabas, turbans or fez, leather babooshes. My father depicted so well veiled women in colourful haikis, revealing kohl-rimmed eyes, country women with huge straw hats, babies in a sling, smiling and yet so poor, selling their produce. Tangier, with its exotic smells of incense, orange blossom, mint tea, spices, couscous, tagine, charcoal grilled skewered meat, fish, with Berber music in bars, cafes, restaurants. Tangier and its friendly bazaars selling everything under the sun, handmade leather goods, silverware, jewellery, kohl, poufs, bags, babooshes, ceramics, carpets, blankets, lanterns, jalabas, haikis, so hospitable, offering mint tea while haggling in English, French and Spanish. Down the little alleyways and back streets of the Kasbah, very young and old craftsmen worked on silverware, pottery and leather goods. I always felt at home in the Kasbah. An amazing fish market in the Soco Grande like no other. Massive swordfish, tuna, crabs, mussels, octopi, prawns from the Atlantic. Such a variety of fish, and so cheap. We'd often go to the beach to watch the fishermen draw their nets in a long row, pulling and tugging away the ropes with their night's catch of sprawling fish, squid, sardines, mullets, wriggling and jumping out alive or trapped in nets, and we'd often buy some. We lived in the centre of the European town, 4 Rue Marco Polo, Tangier, the house with the bright purple-red bougainvillea leading down to the beach. Looking back now, just as London was for me a school of survival, a rat race, Paris was a school of life, working with people from all nations in UNESCO. Tangier, on the other hand, was a school of awareness, philosophy, wisdom and gratitude. At home, a balance of culture and art, an anchor of life, poor but privileged. I was made aware at an early age of poverty, literally at our doorstep. What shocked me in the 50s and 60s, behind the beauty, charm and hospitality of Morocco, the real drama was poverty, the very rich and the very poor, palaces and hovels, with ill health, lack of education for some, literally living in the gutter, grovelling and shuffling along with, at times, no limbs, or in corrugated iron shacks. Dr. Anderson, a missionary doctor who spoke Arabic, was greatly respected. I used to be horrified seeing mothers and babies covered in flies in the scorching sun, crawling and begging in the streets, a flock of children fighting over a crust of bread like pigeons, so grateful for a morsel, with a smile on their face, yet starving, barefoot, a cruel society where only the fittest survived. One particular incident engraved in my mind was, as a child, hearing a knock on the door and seeing a Moroccan woman with 2 dark cavities for eyes, crawling with a baby in arms, with only 2 upper legs, so grateful for some bread. How she got to our house, God knows, but what a brave woman to have travelled literally miles. It was a real eye-opener. Country women with their babies selling delicious homemade round brown bread, fresh goat's cheese on a palm leaf, fruit, vegetables, door to door, trudging from Malabata or the Rif Mountains, and so friendly. Fishermen with baskets full of fresh fish. I had great respect for the Moroccan people, the most hospitable, humble, grateful to mankind, giving one that inner strength and faith. Our society could learn so much about life and survival, how to be content with a little and not overindulge. That stayed with me throughout life, to be happy with whatever comes my way. That key has enabled me as a person to open many doors in my life. I owe it to my roots in Morocco. Child exploitation and cheap labour in the 50s, 60s, 70s and 80s was quite shocking. In Morocco and the Islamic world, to be born a girl was, and still is, almost a curse. Morocco was full of such injustice towards women and young girls. It was a real human rights issue. It was so shocking to witness women with young children, babies in their sling, being belittled, crushed, exploited by men, trudging along stony lanes and barefoot through rugged countryside, the Rif and Atlas mountains in scorching sun or snow, carrying huge back-breaking bundles of wood to light fires for heating and cooking. So often I would see young girls of 6, 7, 8 weighed down with buckets of water or balancing urns or homemade loaves of bread on their heads, so nimble on their feet, making their way across the countryside. It was amazing how girls would accept their fate at such a vulnerable age, whereas boys and men were the privileged gender. It was so shocking to see men riding donkeys with sticks, while wives and girls were at their feet. In 1992, my daughter and I ventured into the Medina of Fez and walked into a bazaar. While the owner was doing business downstairs, we witnessed child exploitation in a carpet factory upstairs, horrified to see little girls of 5, 6, 7 or 8 hidden away in this dark attic room, all slaving away from morning to night at the loom, their delicate, nimble little fingers weaving, threading, knotting different types of coloured wool, creating such beautiful carpets, so happy to meet us and have a chat. One of the biggest trades in the Medina is the wool and dye. The coloured yarns of wool, bright yellows, reds, blues and greens, hanging in archways of the Medina, are quite spectacular. Their dream was to go to school. They'd been deprived of their basic rights to education and bullied into work for a bowl of harira soup. It was a total injustice. Michel gained so much by travelling and integrating rather than turning a blind eye staying in a 4-5-star hotel. Children do need to be protected by UNICEF and other organisations of a similar nature. Years ago, young boys were being exploited in the chocolate industry in Africa. Several companies were targeted and banned from employing children. To think so many companies have made such profit in the name of children. Having worked in UNESCO, I do know for a fact that lots of financial aid to build new schools in Africa never reached due to corruption. For too long, children have been victims of our consumer society and capitalism. It's high time that women spoke up and fought for their rights. Male domination is the key problem and can only be eradicated through education. These are early memories, sometimes rather blurred after 60 years or so. My mother, Joan Foster, was recalling recently in 2015 how she'd met my father at a party in Solier, Mallorca in 1935, given by Brenda Dean Paul, an exiled actress. My father, Juli Ramis, was born in Solier on the 20th of July 1909. He painted his first landscape oil at 14, had his first exhibition at 17 in Solier. His ink drawings and caricatures were published in the Voz de Solier, and he studied life drawing in Barcelona in 1928. As a youngster, Pedro Serra, a Mallorquin media executive, was one of his first admirers. In 1930, he won a scholarship to study at Real Academia San Fernando in Madrid. In 1931, he visited Picasso, who introduced him to artists belonging to l'École de Paris, André Derain, Marie Laurencin, Matisse, Modigliani, Bonnard, Dufy. And in 1933, he was offered a scholarship by Bellas Artes in Madrid to study El Greco. He became so passionate about El Greco's oil and wax techniques that, while painting in the museum, he'd been approached by an American artist agent who'd offered him a contract to paint copies of El Greco. My father refused bluntly. He was far too dignified and ambitious. He believed far too many artists got into abstract art blindly, without any academic studies. In the early 80s, I'd seen a private collection with my father of his early works at Dr. Colom's house in Biniaraix, Mallorca. He felt so embittered his own father, being ill, had given away his work in lieu of payment. In the early 30s, he had several exhibitions of figurative work in Barcelona, Palma de Mallorca and Madrid. Pedro Serra's private collection of my father's works is currently being exhibited at Can Prunera, Calle de la Luna, Solier, and Esbaluar, Palma de Mallorca. In 1936, my father joined the army to do his military service, but was spared from being an active soldier, giving private art lessons to the colonel's family, and commissioned to do Franco's portrait, which he did reluctantly. At the end of the war, he applied for a passport. He didn't go back to Mallorca until the late 70s. After Franco's death, my mother had a shock returning to Mallorca in the 90s to find hotel blocks, flats and motorways, expecting to see peach and apple groves, she remembered. She was born in Bruges, Belgium, in 1913 with a red carpet baptism. As an art student in Paris, she was one of André Lotte's best pupils in the Beaux-Arts. She'd been studying Anglo-Saxon at London University and was one of the first travellers to set foot on Mallorca, visiting her sister Cicely Gittes, a pianist, and friend of Robert Graves. Archie Gittes, Cicely's husband, was a Russian-born American artist. Painting billboards in New York, he was offered an art scholarship by Roosevelt to study art in Paris, Palma de Mallorca, and Marrakech. They all lived in Genova, where he painted my mother, Maria Magdalena, a very voluptuous woman with the crucifix. My mother had to give up painting and kept it a secret for years. My father saying she'd be poisoning the babies when my sisters, Geronima and Herminia, were born in 1938 and 39. My father used to drive her crazy, chopping and changing houses, wanting to find the northern light to paint in. So that's where I get it from. She'd walk to Cala Mayor Beach and back with the babies. She soon learned to make coca mallorquina, the poor man's dish, taking it to the local Forn bakery with other housewives. Hers was the best. The baker would say, "La coca de Joan es la mejor." In those days the sea reached the old walls of Palma Cathedral, and a tram went chugging along Paseo Marítimo to Plaza de la Reina. One day towards the end of the war, my mother met Mr. Short in Plaza de la Reina, a shipping agent, who advised her not to head for England, but Morocco. Fleeing the war and Franco, they headed for Morocco, but with Madeira in mind, but settled in Tangier, while Archie and Cicely Gitties stayed in a palace in Marrakech. My mother was totally unprepared for such a hard life in Morocco, with no help whatsoever and a husband who was a struggling artist. There she was in foreign land, far away from Western civilization. It was a real culture shock, as a lover of literature and the theatre. What kept her sanity was her love for Shakespeare until her last days, reciting poetry at Son Espaces Hospital Palma at 101 in 2015, pining for England. In Tangier, over the years, she'd buy all her favourite classics from foils. Feeling somewhat deprived of culture in the backwaters of Tangier, my brother Bernard was born in 1941 in Tangier. They were then living in Bubana, where the land was wild and barren, and they were very poor. In 1939, as a youngster, their landlord, an American evangelist missionary, had ventured into Morocco, torn by riots and fights. Preaching evangelism and brandishing his sword at a river, he brought peace to the land. They had a goat, some chickens, and grew their own fruit and vegetables, which my mother would sell from door to door in a wheelbarrow, reciting her poetry. She was very funny, telling us how she'd kill the chickens, running after them, flying about with their heads chopped off. My father refused to kill them. He said it was a woman's job. In 2009-10, I lived on a farm in Sineu, Mallorca. Maria, the landlady, would slaughter the animals with a huge grin on her face as her husband watched. It was quite morbid and macabre. In 1944, my father was offered a job as an art teacher in the Instituto Español in Tangier. In 1945, he was commissioned to paint murals of Hans Andersen's tales for the Grupo Escolar de España in Tangier. I remember feeling so proud. How does one explain such a mystery that two great minds alike, yet clashing at times, Juli Ramis and Joan Foster, should be brought together, great figures to look up to, so difficult to do them justice, both extremely sensitive, emotional, vulnerable, almost from birth. My mother constantly feeling abandoned from childhood in Roman Catholic boarding schools, from the age of 3. Both parents living in India, a victim of colonial times, had a royal baptism by King Leopold's brother in Bruges Cathedral, Belgium. She tells me so casually in 2015. Of course, Julia, didn't I ever tell you? When my father was born, his mother died at childbirth, and his aunt, Tia Antonia, never got married to look after him. Both my father and mother were rather like orphans. Neither had much home life, and yet they had 5 children. As a child, my father suffered from bullying, growing up in such a closely knit religious town, Solier, making him all the more determined, dedicating himself to painting at an early age and becoming a genius. He did have that gift of God, so greatly admired. It is incredible that same little boy who'd suffered so much as a child had, in the late 80s, an avenue named after him, Avingut Juli Ramis, in Solier, leading to the local Instituto. The engraved street stone slab is at the crossroad of Biniaraix and Fornalutx. Michelle, my sister Geronima, and I felt so proud of my father at the official unveiling. My mother, Joan Foster, was his right hand, muse, and inspiration. To think she was crushing and mixing pigments in order to make him white paint in the wilds of Bubana, Tangier. What amazing parents! It's a privilege to think that neither of them was prepared for such an adventurous life in no man's land, in foreign soil, both feeling totally uprooted. They did have merit. The funniest thing was they adopted French as their language. What wonderful, free-spirited parents. We all went to the French lycée. The English missionary and Spanish schools were far too religious. At home we'd speak English with my mother, French with my father, and Spanish with Zora and friends. The majority of people spoke French, others Spanish, English, and Arabic. My father didn't speak English, but grasped a little. My mother's worst pupil. He'd ask, "Qu'est-ce qu'elle dit, ta mère?" We'd translate, switching from one language to the other. She was an excellent English teacher for years and the breadwinner. They both loved mythology, primitive art, Leonardo da Vinci, Galileo, Nostradamus, El Greco, Sorolla, Cézanne, Matisse, and Picasso. I couldn't quite figure out as a child why my mother was such a staunch Roman Catholic and my father the opposite. His only god was Picasso. My father would joke about having got married not once but twice over in Palma and Tangier. She was fascinated but disturbed by Dan Brown's Inferno for years, questioning all her beliefs of the Bible, so sacred to her. So much damage has been done in the name of religion. She was saying how, at an early age, my father was dragged every day to Solier Church by Tia Antonia. No wonder he took a total dislike to the church. Funnily enough, in 1953, he was commissioned to paint a mural of La Virgen de Montserrat at the Iglesia Sagrada Corazón, the Spanish Roman Catholic church in Tangier, depicting Sant Jordi and Sant Benedict. Such a contemporary, uplifting work of art. My father called my mother Benedetta, and she was buried at San Jordi Cemetery, Palma. In 2015, I actually found the original drawing and a photo of my father by the chapel he painted. My father was buried in Solier Cemetery, sharing the tomb with a priest. It couldn't be avoided, as his father had sold the family's tomb. Chapter 2, Life with Juli Ramis, a genius in the 40s, 50s and 60s. My father won several art scholarships in the 30s, 40s and 50s in Barcelona, Madrid and Paris, with several one-man and group shows, exhibiting not only in Tangier, Rabat, Casablanca, but also in Paris, Madrid, Stuttgart, Zurich, Musée des Beaux-Arts in Paris. In 1947, participating in the Biennale Hispano-Americana, in 1951 with Tapies, reaching international recognition as a pioneer of contemporary art. In 1952 he was awarded a scholarship by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Paris, and the French government bought La Guitare for the Musée des Beaux-Arts in Lyon. In 1953 he exhibited in Stuttgart, then in a group show, Artists of Fame and Promise at Leicester Gallery, London, with Picasso, Braque, Henry Moore, Sutherland, Matisse, Ben Nicholson, Dufy, Marc Chagall, Kandinsky, and he appeared in the Times magazine in 1954 among the 100 best artists of our time. In 1954 he exhibited in Galeria Massol, Paris, sharing a studio at 33 Villa d'Alésia, Paris, with Wilfredo Lam, a surrealist Cuban artist. In 1957-58 he was painting incredible drippings, using sand, paint and tar, giving exhibitions at Galerie Rembrandt, Casino Municipal, Tangier in 1960, and at his peak, representing Spain at the Biennale of Venice in 1960, the Biennale of Alexandria and the Biennale of Sao Paulo in 1961. He also exhibited at the first Tangier Gallery, 1963, and the New Vision Gallery, London, in 1965. Among his friends and clients were Spanish and French consuls, art collectors and critics, Emilio Sanz de Soto, André Lubac, Monsieur and Madame Sanchez Yamoussi, the writer Paul Bowles, and the Moroccan artist Ahmed Yacoubi. A funny anecdote: one day the renowned Spanish artist Antoni Tapies was visiting Pedro Serra's Solier house. He was totally convinced the painting on the wall by my father was his own. It's true that he could turn his hand to a Cézanne, Matisse, Klee, Tapies. So naturally gifted, a man with the ability to adapt to so many styles, refusing to be pinned down, but totally free in order to experiment. He was often away, making a name for himself in Paris, mixing with other artists at the Bateau Lavoir and La Grande Chaumière, meeting Picasso, Marie Laurencin, Jean Fautrier, André Breton, Polyakov and Nicolas de Staël, among others. Paris was the hub of art. Café Saint-Germain, Les Deux Magots, Montparnasse, Montmartre, the boom years of Jean-Paul Sartre, Juliette Gréco, Edith Piaf, Jeanne Moreau, Brigitte Bardot, Georges Brassens, Charles Aznavour, Tati, Buñuel, Hitchcock. I did a quick sketch of Edith Piaf's house near Père Lachaise from the hotel bedroom in 2005. My mother's family lived in Florence. My grandmother was Mary Lucy Digby, who lived in Florence, Italy, more or less in exile. She was more Italian than British. My grandfather, Kenham Foster, originally from Cork, Ireland, was a law student at Cambridge and met the Digbys in Italy. My mother loved referring to the family's connection with the gunpowder plot in her loud stage voice. My uncle, Francis Foster, a Don and lecturer of Italian at Cambridge, an authority on Dante and head of the Roman Catholic Priory in Cambridge, would often tell Joan to lower her voice in public. 9 Rue Marco Polo was their second address after Bubana, very close to the town beach on the Mediterranean Sea. My sister Françoise was born in 1946. My mother was recalling a funny anecdote about my brother Bernard. As a tot, he had many gifts. His head was bigger than his body. He was very intelligent, but a little lazy. He'd stuff his ears with pieces of curtain. One day, come Christmas time, he knew my mother had hidden the rent money on top of the sideboard. He'd made up a story about some kind man taking him to a big shop in Gibraltar and buying him lots of toys he was dreaming of. She was so upset he'd spent all her rent money. When I arrived in 1948, the youngest, life had improved. The old house was rather derelict, but a paradise, with a big wild garden with table tennis, which my father loved playing with us. The bedroom overlooked wild open fields, where some Moroccans would hide, drinking alcohol. I discovered only in 2011, so casually over a telephone call with my mother, who had such a vivid mind at 97, one of the spookiest tales showing our lives in a strange new light, full of mystery. She told me of a crime committed in that house, in quite a matter-of-fact manner. Yes, a famous English lady was murdered, adding humorously, actually it all happened in our bedroom. Next to ours. No wonder I was sleepwalking as a child in that haunted house. To think we were totally unaware as children, and this had happened only a couple of years before we arrived. How much more did she have tucked up her sleeve? Why 62 years later, but just in time for my book? She's always had this art of revealing, years later, such amazing facts, as though of no relevance and only when her memory was jogged. Almost a lifetime later, in 2011, my son-in-law, Rob Bailiff, picked up a watercolour art book from a charity shop in Southport, with a watercolour by a Hogarth, R.A. in the 30s. of our house, 9 Rue Marco Polo, seen from Villa Eugenia, which was our playground. Did Hogarth know this English lady, I wonder? Amazing circles. I do believe in magic circles. How strange to find a bit of our lives in Southport, and Rob Bailiff should come across it. Everything and everyone is linked up. Recently, in April 2016, I met a couple of people in Southport connected to Tangier on the same day, circles within circles. In Tangier there was a Jewish settlement, very poor refugees in the fields, living in their tents, almost in hiding near our house. At times, not realizing how hard up we were, I must have been 3 or 4, I acted as a spoilt brat. Every time we'd go by the ice cream shop, Rue Marco Polo, coming back from the beach, so naughty and stubborn, I wouldn't budge from the ground, bawling my head off until I got that ice cream, and I did every time. I must say I do owe my life to my mother, having saved me that night. I had a lucky star. I was about 4 after an operation on my tonsils by Dr. Roca at Cruz Roja Hospital. I had a heavy hemorrhage, almost bleeding to death at home, then rushed back to be operated on again that same night. Remember that moment so vividly, lights glaring down my throat, medical instruments digging into my throat, half conscious, going through hell. In those days they'd use chloroform to knock one out. It was quite primitive. No wonder after that my mother did admit I was rather spoilt as a child and grew up strong. I'd mix and play in Rue Marco Polo with Arabs, Jews, Spaniards, French kids, very happy until the burglary. That particular day my mother left my sister, Françoise, and I, who were about 4 or 5, for a few hours to give English lessons in town. While we were playing quite happily outdoors, throwing the ball, windows wide open, suddenly we just froze to death, seeing an intruder, a Moroccan, watching us from our bedroom window. We made a dash for the kitchen and hid in the cupboard with plates and dishes, holding our breath, terrified but pricking our ears for any sounds. We could hear him turning the house upside down, searching for money we didn't have. Suddenly I knocked on the door, pretending, calling out, "Hello, Mummy." That did scare him. Françoise faced him very bravely as he was running away sheepishly through the garden with a bundle of my father's shirts and trousers. When my mother did get back, an eternity to us, she felt so bad. Never again did she leave us alone at home. We were ill from the fright. Poor Françoise had to go to the police, pointing out the rascal. After the burglary experience, my mother decided to build her own school at the back of the garden, converting the old shed into a school with her bare hands, while my father was away, as he'd get very jealous. In no time she got the English school up and running, with pupils streaming in. She did have guts and brains. Morocco was changing fast from being that primitive, almost biblical, unspoiled world under the French colonial rule to being modernized in cities like Casablanca, Rabat and Marrakech. But a lot of Morocco is still totally unspoiled. Tangier changed from Spanish to French rule, then back to Moroccan. As a child I remember the changeover from pesetas to French francs, and finally to dirhams, the local currency in the early 60s. In the 40s and 50s, Tangier was an international free port, known also for its smuggling trade with Gibraltar, trading with all currencies, dollars, pounds, sterling. Many bazaars in the Boulevard Pasteur were run by Indian families. I always remember as a child the excitement in the streets in Boulevard Pasteur in the 50s. King Mohammed V riding a fantastic white Arab horse with a white parasol waving to the crowd. Women in colourful kaftans shrieking, quite hysterically, with shrill voices, waving their red and green flag. Children like little princesses in long shiny dresses, long plaits, men in their jalabas, turbans and fezzes. In the 60s and 70s, King Hassan II wasn't as popular as his father, King Mohammed V, but Moroccans had great respect for him. I noticed King Hassan II's photograph all over Morocco, in all public places, cafes, barber shops, just as in the Moroccan ambassador's office in London, where I worked in 1979 to 1981, standing 1 metre away taking down notes. King Hassan II was a modern king for a modern world, giving a new image to Morocco, encouraging education, culture, sports, working towards eradicating beggars on the streets who were hassling tourists everywhere. Many Moroccans, the luckier ones, went to work in France, Belgium and Germany. Others never made it across the straits. Moroccan women were getting more emancipated in European clothes, some veiled and driving Mercedes cars, working, whereas in the 50s and 60s they'd been hidden away as the men sat in cafes. A few years later we went up in the world, moving uphill from the old derelict house to a big flat full of character at 4 Rue Marco Polo. In the 50s and 60s, the one with a big bushy bougainvillea, our landmark, with an amazing view of the Mediterranean Sea and Gibraltar. My mother started a brand new English school, transforming the living room into a classroom, building a reputation for being the best English teacher in town, working round the clock, literally. Zora, who was our wonderful maid, even picking up some English, thought the world was flat. My mother was saying recently, when she had a private English lesson with a man, my father would get so jealous that he would spy on her, peeping through the keyhole. That would often cause some horrible rows. He'd be painting in his studio, also travelling to Madrid, Paris, struggling to become famous. The minute I'd walked into his studio at an early age, stepping into his world, I felt hypnotized, under a magic spell, surrounded by his works of art, beauty, peace, and eternal life. One day my father exclaimed to a buyer that his paintings were his children. He could never put a price on them. It was against all his principles. Deep down, the main reason he'd turned down Picasso's agent Canvaler's offer of a lifetime contract was he wanted to climb a lot higher, forever searching for beauty through pure art, separating it totally from the material world, which was very noble. One day in 1970 I felt very privileged when my father showed me our family emblem in El Tunel near Plaza de la Reina, Palma, Mallorca. Ramis aire de flor, a bunch of wheat among the aristocratic families. One of my dreams is to buy the house in Biniaraix and turn it into Juli Ramis's museum, inshallah. My brother Bernard, who lives in Mexico, has turned his home into a wonderful art gallery with my father's works. I've always loved writing. It's one of my passions, along with music and painting. I used to write 10-15-page letters from London, Tangier, Madrid, Paris, rather like diaries, and then jot down my thoughts for a book while painting. The problem now is deciphering my writing. My mission for several years has been to write this book with my father and mother in mind, and to honour my father, Juli Ramis, who deserved full recognition. At times, could he have been rather misunderstood? I think so. For a start, my mother was rather critical in 2014, saying my father hadn't painted as much as Picasso. She never realized when she was in Cuba and Paris in the 60s, 70s and 80s, he was working in Tangier and Mallorca, reaching his peak, becoming a pioneer of avant-garde contemporary art, painting relentlessly until the bitter end in 1990, even drawing imaginary lines with his finger in that blue sky and sea he loved. His friend Pedro Serra called him El Petit Gran Pintor Mallorquí. He might have been small, but he was a giant in art, as he was passing away on the 13th of March 1990 in Cala Mayor flat and studio. I've always put my father on a pedestal, just like he'd put Picasso, his god, up on his wall in his studio 4 Rue Marco Polo, Tangier, where a huge chunk of his contemporary avant-garde work was figurative, non-figurative, cubist, surrealist, tachist, textured abstract from the 40s to the 70s. He was incredibly versatile. My father's gods were El Greco, Picasso and Paul Klee. He had great respect for all the great masters, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo. My mother's were Shakespeare and Cézanne. There was a fusion between literature, culture and art on both sides. My mother was more traditional and expressionist. My father academic, yet nonconformist, progressive, experimental, avant-garde. Home life in Tangier. Looking back, we were so privileged to grow up in an international town like Tangier. It was totally European, a curious situation, being in the south, yet facing the north. Europe, the Straits, Gibraltar, being in two totally opposed lands and cultures. Our home life was most unusual as we were totally trilingual. Not only did we have a living English school, but also a living art studio of international fame at home. Tangier being by the sea, we did have a lot of outdoor life, swimming, playing tennis, with my sister Frances, horse riding, taking piano lessons for 8 years. It was a great privilege. One of my earliest memories was crouching by our master's voice radio and fiddling about with the knobs, fascinated, picking up the BBC, Arabic, French and Spanish wavelengths, at times crackling, and later playing our old 45, 78s and LPs of the Platters, the Shadows, Georges Brassens, Jacques Brel, Edith Piaf, Charles Aznavour, François Hardy, Johnny Halliday, the Beach Boys. We only had a tiny record shop in Rue de Fez. I couldn't believe one day in the early 60s seeing records by the Beatles. We had the best of both worlds, a balance between the past and present, the old and new, east and west, north and south. It was quite incredible. Tangier was magic. Yes, I'm a bit of a nomad, a Bedouin, a rolling stone, never settling down in one place. I'm rather free-spirited. I've always had great faith. For some reason I like drawing churches from the outside and find peace of mind inside them. According to my mother, my painting is very futuristic. It's amazing how she could sense colour and shape, even with poor eyesight at 101. I've always had a very vivid imagination. Visiting the caves of Hercules could just depict the giant's left leg in Spain and right leg in Africa, his massive hands dividing Africa and Spain, just where the Atlantic and Mediterranean meet. Tangier is quite unique for its lovely sea breeze and iodine. As children, we were hardly ever ill, oblivious to bugs, except for rail bugs, mosquitoes and flies in the Medina, building up strong defences from an early age. The Kasbah was rather run down and poor, not all too hygienic, with a hole in the ground for toilets. The one we had in London was real luxury, all wooden, fit for a king, so grand and civilized after Morocco. In 1977 I was so amused. My mother's toilet in Belleville, Paris, was also a hole in the ground. Some Parisians had their grand toilet or hole sur le palier, halfway down the staircase, rather dodgy at night. The concierge would always be gossiping on the palier. My mother was terribly inventive and ingenious, creating our own theatre, climbing up behind a door with a window for Rail Punch and Judy show. We'd make our own puppets with papier-mâché, rag dolls and clothes for our dolls. She'd made us some lovely frocks with smocks, our communion dresses, all on an old manual singer machine. She was very inventive, cooking Chinese, Indian and continental dishes with the bare minimum. I used to love swimming out to the raft, dreaming of crossing the straits, but never made it. I was a daredevil, ignoring all red flags, thrilled by the challenging waves. I was in my element, a true Pisces, spending hours in the sea. We'd often watch young Moroccan acrobats perform on the beach, doing somersaults, forming huge body towers or pyramids, the older ones at the bottom bearing the weight of the next ones on their shoulders, the youngest at the top. Moroccans on the whole were very fit and healthy looking, outdoor and sport lovers. Obesity was unheard of. especially among the young. One could walk along the stretch of golden sand beach to the lighthouse Cap Malabata, so breathtaking early in the morning or sunset, bathed in a glow, that light my father was so fond of, the amazing skies, sea, boats, horses, only Juli Ramis could capture. One of the happiest times was going for an early swim before going to school with my mother. One of Bernard's passions was underwater fishing near Cap Malabata, often coming home with some lovely fish. My mother, Frances, and I would often go to the Fez market or to Soco Grande I loved, so colourful, exciting and friendly. My mother had an eye for fish, knowing when it was fresh. She made me laugh in 2014, throwing away some fresh fish I'd got from Santa Catalina market in Palma. Not fresh enough. She'd prod a melon, always knew when it was right, saying it was the easiest fruit to grow. As for lettuce, tomatoes, radishes, we always had to disinfect them with permanganate, as the water wasn't always too clean. I had a French friend, neighbour, who died from a mosquito bite. Both my mother and Geronima were very ill with typhoid, but fortunately recovered. We'd often go to the Bacals in Boulevard Pasteur to do our shopping. They were so kind to us, knowing we were poor. We must have left unpaid bills. It's quite funny, but one day, I can't have been more than 6, I'd gone alone to Port tea rooms to buy some fresh milk. On my way home, dreaming as usual, a little Moroccan boy grabbed hold of my bottle and drank it all with a cheeky grin. I couldn't believe it. Went home sheepishly. That opened my eyes. Christmas time was great fun. We'd all get together in my father's studio and paint Christmas cards. We'd also go fishing with my father down to the port on the quayside, with the fishermen mending their nets and big ferries arriving from Algeciras, Malaga, Gibraltar, or we'd go to the Caves of Hercules in the Hillman on the Atlantic by Cap Spartel Lighthouse. We had our own little beach among the rocks, like paradise. We'd set off really early with our lunch, go fishing for shrimps, crabs, squid and mussels, clams off the rocks. I always remember this young Moroccan boy who got hold of an octopus for us, turning its head inside out to blind it, releasing its grip. Once cooked, it was a little tough, but very tasty. When I was older, I used to love swimming near the Caves of Hercules in the Atlantic, so treacherous and unpredictable. Currents would sweep one diagonally across. My dream was always to ride that dolphin I could see in the open sea, not far from the tuna fishermen on the horizon. One could walk for miles on that beach, amazing sand dunes, and even Roman remains. I just loved our sitting room with my father's huge drippings, rather like gigantic insects, with tar done in one bold brushstroke in relief, with Moroccan lamps, Berber covers, carpets, and the old black telephone crackling at times. There was a tiny balcony with a glorious vivid purple-red bougainvillea, where we had some delicious pinchitos, skewered meat, on charcoal in the summer. When we were older, we went to lots of parties. The twist was the big rage. Even my father joined in. There was lots of social life among the French, Spanish, British and Italian community. As youngsters, we'd go with my mother to tea parties at Mrs. Gosling's house in the Scharf, where the British and Germans used to meet. There was an amazing story about Aisha Kandisha, half goat, half woman, who wandered the streets at night, and you could hear her hoof steps. We'd often have tea at the Buckinghams in the old Ferrer Hotel, mixing with British and Americans. My sister Françoise met her ex-husband, who was studying Arab history at the American school. There was quite a bit of smuggling between Tangier, Gibraltar, Algeciras and Melilla, for tobacco, drinks, currency, food and clothes. I remember these big fat Arab ladies were so funny, stuffing stockings and bras under their thick jalabas, giggling away. They'd become experts on the ferry before landing in the port. Others were being searched by the police in Tangier. Those who were caught red-handed with smuggled goods, silverware, alcohol, and currency would end up in the worst jail in Algeciras. Melilla too was a tax-free paradise. Bubana flea market for second-hand cheap clothes. I'd get all the discarded shoes, being the youngest. As I was writing my book, I'd often pick my mother's brains. When I asked her about the mystery surrounding Tangier, she came out with such fascinating facts on Tangier, a free port. What is so incredible about Tangier is that at that time, in the 50s, Tangier was a statute, meaning after the British had been driven out, they'd taken Gibraltar instead. The statute included 7 governments, something quite unheard of under the British, Americans, Belgians, French, Spanish, Italians and Moroccans, represented by the consulates, schools and churches, the 7 communities making an international free port. That port was full of atmosphere, so colourful and busy, with boats from all over the world, huge liners, cruise ships like P&O, Transmediterranea, cargo ships. Tangier, being a free port, attracted so many diplomats, teachers, missionary doctors, artists, writers and musicians of all nationalities, as well as smugglers of arms, currencies, black market shops and money laundering operations. It had a unique strategic position, neither European nor Arab, but 2 cities, 2 religions living side by side with great tolerance and respect. As a child in the 50s and 60s, we'd always be invited to the Queen's birthday parties by the British consulate. In 2009 and 10, while convalescing from food poisoning in the Hospital General of Palma, my mother had spotted from her bed, she had such a sharp eye and mind, some orange trees in the patio, saying how Samuel Pepys was sent to Tangier under British rule by Her Majesty the Queen as British Trade Minister, where he discovered and named tangerines and Seville oranges, exporting them for the first time to Great Britain. We'd decorate our Christmas tree with tangerines. We'd often make bitter orange marmalade with Seville oranges. In Tangier, Samuel Pepys had a street named after him, as well as Marco Polo, Rembrandt, Pasteur, Goya, Murillo. Samuel Pepys' diary was partly written in Tangier. She was convinced she'd caught malaria like her mother in India. She was hilarious, so stubborn. She couldn't wait to get home to her wine, whiskey, food, tea, a civilized world. Tangier was such a cosmopolitan, highly sophisticated city with avant-garde progressive nations living side by side to quite a primitive, underprivileged world. Under King Mohammed V, a totally resigned nation. At times, it was a culture shock to the European. In the 60s, the majority of Moroccans received a European education, mostly French, speaking Arabic at home, and a minority turned to the Quran. As well as Arabs, there was a large Jewish community with their own synagogue and schools where my mother taught English in the 60s, as well as at the American school. When I grew up in Tangier, there was no racism or fundamentalism whatsoever. Jews and Arabs were like brothers. Only once, mid-60s, eager to learn Arabic, my lycée teacher said, "Mais Julia, c'est une sale langue," like Arabic was disdained upon. I was furious. The exodus of foreigners had started, yet Arabic was a great asset in UNESCO in the 70s. My one regret was not learning the language. My sister Herminia and brother Bernard would often have rock and roll parties and dance to Elvis Presley, Little Richard, Chubby Checker. The family was so hard up that both Geronima and Herminia worked as au pairs in London in the early 60s for various high society families, only to have a very hard time, especially Herminia, bullied, not only cleaning the house, but running up and downstairs with trays of cups of tea for the lady. Herminia had bitter memories, saying recently they'd worked to pay for our piano lessons. We were very lucky. My father, who worked from his studio cum laboratory in Tangier in the 50s and 60s, was such a great artist and poet with the scientific mind of an alchemist. He was a great inventor, explorer, researcher, and experimental artist, finding his resources from nature. My mother was a literary person with a curious mind, fascinated by the galaxy, astronomy, and alchemy. Although my mother and father clashed at times, they did have a lot in common. In 1939, coming from Mallorca, my father had to adapt to Moroccan deserted, barren landscapes and beaches. He got very inspired by the Atlantic beaches. Those sand dunes and bird footprints were so poetic. Some are owned by King Juan Carlos of Spain. In the early 60s, we'd gone for a drive with my father in his old all-leather Hillman. Suddenly he'd stop on the Grapepickers road at sunset to do a quick sketch, catching that last ray of sunshine, reflecting on the Atlantic and the salt marshes. These were exhibited at Galeria Palais in Palma in the early 70s. I saw some quite recently, 2015, in an art gallery in Pollença and in Palma, promoting him as a pioneer. They conveyed such peace and harmony on very fine paper, pastels and pigments in different shades of blues, greys, pinks, specks of yellow, blended in, using swabs of cotton wool, creating a dreamlike effect. He did some incredible skies and such light clouds. He was a real master. His textured avant-garde paintings were definitely inspired by those hours standing, almost hypnotized on the Atlantic beach, mesmerized by the effects of tides, currents, sand, water, sunlight and shadows. He'd share the same interest in peinture matérique as Jean Fautrier, Masson and Breton in Paris. While I'd be swimming out at sea near the dolphins, he'd be perched up in the caves of Hercules as though meditating for hours, catching that bird's-eye view of the Atlantic with a photographic memory, a gift of God, watching like an eagle with that sharp eye of his, taking in every tone, light, shade and shadow, mirrored over a huge radius, from the rocks to sand, criss-cross of currents, rippling effects on the water and sky. He'd be a spectator and creator with a photographic mind, zooming from the past to the present and into the future, striking out into the unknown. He'd call me, "Reviens, Julia." I was in heaven. My father painted Moroccan women with an artist friend, Antonio Fuentes, in his studio in the Kasbah, rather like Matisse's Arab women in Tangier. They both loved astrology so much it became an obsession, almost overtaking his work. My mother felt bad about giving him Nostradamus' book. I was amused to come across it emptying her flat in 2015. My father would go as far as cancelling an exhibition if the stars weren't right. One day we went together to the travel agency to cancel his flight. My father was rather introvert, more French than Spanish, aloof and on his guard. My mother was more of an extrovert, clashing at times, and two figures to look up to, both with artistic temperaments. The beauty was growing up surrounded by creativity, art and culture. Both were very romantic and bohemian, with 5 children in a foreign land. One of his greatest passions was astrology, working out all sorts of strange mathematical calculations. Yet my brother Bernard is the real mathematician. His other passion was photography, collecting a mini Japanese black and white camera, all makes of Nikon and Kodak cameras in leather cases. He'd kept a minute record of all the different effects, zooming in, the speed of the lens, catching the sunlight or shadow. He was a real photographer, creating special effects himself, like a digital camera, always well ahead of his time. Sorting out our family belongings in 2014-15, I came across some beautiful close-ups, brown sienna photos of himself in Grapepickers' studio. His studio was rather a sacred room in the full sense, tucked away in the flat and very exclusive. It was the authentic bohemian atelier of a great master, the perfect setting for a film, full of character and atmosphere, with a view of the Mediterranean Sea, Malabata Lighthouse and Gibraltar. It was a rather dark room with spotlights on his work, using a blue fluorescent neon light. Often smoking his Amsterdam pipe, he had some beautiful Indian and Persian wall hangings, tapestries, just like those I'd seen in Sorolla's studio in Madrid. My father was someone who venerated the past. He loved to be surrounded by beautiful ceramics, antiques, rare ancient Persian art books, ancient Japanese illustrations, a huge black Buddha, and above all, on the wall, a dedicated autographed colour photo of Picasso in his black and white striped T-shirt, all of great inspiration to him. He had an amazing collection of wooden pipes, whale bones, driftwood, rare stones and rocks from the Atlantic beach, as well as a collection of rare butterflies, some just like le Bleu Ramis he was famous for. I remember gazing at them. On their wings were tiny fine specks of yellow, like sparkles of gold sand, just like his deep blue abstract paintings with specks of sand. I see those butterflies as his shrine, together with the bones, rocks, shells, the Buddha, Picasso. It was like an altar for the worship of art. He might have been an atheist, but he had, in fact, created his own church. The minute you'd walk into his studio, you just knew amazing things were happening. It was rather like stepping into an alchemist's laboratory. Juli Ramis was an artist, alchemist, scientist, explorer, a dreamer, a poet, all together. He had a true passion for art, always looking for beauty and peace. He belonged to the golden era, the best years from the 30s to the 80s, going forward and at the same time preserving the past. He would have cringed to see what is labelled as art nowadays, when anything and everything goes, some of it so negative, aggressive, affected, and even decadent. He had a collection of jars filled with different coloured pigments, all shades of blues, reds, ochres, greys, tubes of oil paints, watercolours, charcoal, pastels, sanguine, crushed shells, sand, cement and tar. He'd use every tool or instrument imaginable to get the right effect, at times 3D, even sticks, combs, nails, bits of cork, ground stones, cotton wool, corrugated cardboard, paper, even sugar paper for watercolours, and lovely Chinese or Japanese brushes from an art shop I'd bought opposite the British Museum. I've still got one I don't dare use. My mother would make him brushes out of our thick hair. The floor would be strewn with newspapers, copper, silver metal sheets, painted, sprayed, scratched, or engraved on, buckets of paints, mixed media, tar, sprays, cement, sands, ammonia, turps, white spirit, alcohol, gum arabic, glue, resin, wax, lacquer, shoe polish, weird concoctions. Some he'd cook on a gas stove, like thick mixtures with whatever only the creator knew, to get the right texture, at times quite toxic, hardly ever wearing a mask. There he'd be, always in his blue overall, bent over huge tubs with toxic fumes, stirring away and then experimenting. He was very interested in the medium textures. He'd keep a record of all the ingredients, just like a cook. Such an inventive and secretive mind, that of an alchemist. Most of the time you'd see him working round the clock, from morning to night, many times locking himself in the studio while he was at work creating. At times we were allowed in his studio at work, which was like having a glimpse into the unknown. We had to be quiet, watching him, never interrupting his thoughts, taking many risks. A crucial and sacred moment we had to respect. That was the school of art we grew up in, which is one of the reasons for writing this book. I was so lucky to be part of it. It was rather like the alchemist inventor's cauldron, brewing and bubbling away, inhaling such poison but full of energy. He'd then paint with such passion with whatever tool or brush, using bold strokes, most of the time very physical. The canvases he'd made were far bigger than him, but he'd stretch out and nothing would stop him. He was so determined. In the far corner of his studio was a beautiful old leather armchair by the French window and balcony, with a bougainvillea where he'd sit at times, meditating, studying, always with that critical eye, his paintings of different style, or then propping himself up on the stool. He stretched his own canvases from a roll and did his own framing, often boxing in the painting. He used all sorts of sprays for special effects, as well as scattering, sprinkling, trickling, dripping sand, tar, to create textured media, or peinture matérique. I'm sure inspired by the Torrente de París, La Calobra caves in Mallorca, and the caves of Hercules in Morocco. On canvas, board, metal, you name it, he worked with total freedom, breaking all rules, conventions and barriers, a pioneer of his time, always swimming against currents. He also painted some beautiful blue birds on tiles, an old tradition in Mallorca. In Fornalutx, I'd seen a house with the most primitive and pagan roof tiles painted in black ink with sun, moon, gods and devils. Miro must have been inspired by them. My father was a total nonconformist artist, so bold, so avant-garde, discovering techniques and styles. There was no limit to what he could create, never sticking to one style or one technique, but so versatile, moving on way ahead of his time, which is one of the reasons why he never worked for one agent, as Miro and Dali did, never falling in the trap of being a commercial artist. He'd work on several very different paintings at the same time. In his experimental workshop come living art museum, one of its kind in the 50s, 60s, combining modern contemporary art with primitive art. He was a very balanced person, one could see in his paintings, often just the essential, never getting lost in detail, which he despised, séléché ou chromo, overworked. He was such a cautious driver, he used to amuse me when he'd go back and check his Hillman was locked, not once but twice. He did have a near-fatal accident in England, driving the other side of the road in an American Dodge car in the fog with my mother in the early 50s on a visit to our cousins in Freeth, Buckinghamshire. Although she'd been offered a job at Selfridge's, she turned it down, as the whole family wanted to go back to Tangier. The fact that my father didn't speak English didn't help. She had to resign herself to go back to teaching in Tangier. She'd be pining for England all her life till the bitter end. While my mother was teaching, my father would be busy painting in his studio, working to deadlines, shutting himself in. Little did the pupils know that a great artist was at work in one of his peak life periods. He'd paint quite quietly, then suddenly you'd hear some swearing and cursing in French. When driving through Palma, I'd often curse in French. Merde alors, la peinture c'est de la merde. When really tormented, he did have his ups and downs. When working to an exhibition deadline, he'd be working round the clock, days and nights on end, and many times skipping meals. That's when he was working on his Tachi's paintings for the Biennale de Venise in 1960, representing Spain. At mealtimes he enjoyed his Chaud-Soleil wine I'd get very sheepishly from the Bacal. It might have been the start to his diabetes. I remember an amazing exhibition of my father's at the Casino Municipal of Tangier in 1960. So vivid in my mind, it was quite incredible. His paintings were on metal sheets, copper and silver. He'd drawn, scratched or painted on, of fantastic blue horses on the beach and moonlight, picadors, bullfights, bulls and beautiful nudes. He also did some amazing large semi-figurative paintings on canvas, mainly during his blue period, le bleu Ramis, which he was famous for, with a delicate but bold yellow or red line of women, landscapes, horses, creating a phosphorescent effect. In the same year, 1960, Rosenberg became his agent, launching him in New York. On the whole, he was a very solitary, introverted but passionate person, wrapped up in his own world, fully dedicated, mind, body and soul, a true, authentic artist, at times tormented inside, but conveying peace and harmony through his painting. We'd get so worried when he'd lock himself up in his studio, but so excited, thrilled and proud when we'd enter and see all his new works of art. It was an incredible moment. In 1963, Mr. Watson Todd, a great admirer, exhibited his works at the first Tangier Gallery, and 2 years later opened a new gallery, the New Vision Gallery in London. When my father wasn't painting, he enjoyed reading his Roman Policier Série Noire, Agatha Christie, watched cowboy films, Charlie Chaplin, Laurel and Hardy, Buñuel, Hitchcock, and bullfighting, one of his passions. Chapter 3. Picasso, Canvaler, Juli Ramis, 1953. My father would watch his uncle, Cristobal Pizarro, paint with Junior and Rossignol, famous Mallorquin artists. In the 70s, we actually walked in the street named after his uncle, Cristobal Pizarro, in Solier. At school, the children would tease him, saying his drawings were done by his uncle. He exhibited his works in Solier in 1926 and 1927. His own father never encouraged him to paint, not realizing how gifted his son was. What was amazing was my father and a friend spent a whole week living and painting in the caves of La Calobra and Torrente de París in Mallorca. They'd gone there by boat with art material, some food and water, with a fisherman who brought them back. At night time they'd wear head torches to paint. That early experience was of great inspiration to him. He won a scholarship to study art and life drawing in Barcelona in 1928, and another one to study in Paris in 1931, when he met Picasso with a letter of recommendation from Junior. Picasso was very impressed with his work, encouraging him, calling him the Benjamin, being the youngest of the group. Their paths were to meet again in the 50s, 60s, 70s in Paris, Madrid, Venice, London. In 1933-34, he was sharing a studio, 6 Calle Lista, in Madrid with Wilfredo Lam, a Cuban surrealist artist. In 1935-36, he painted the Flautistas, influenced by Matisse, exhibited at the Baluard Museum, Palma. In May 1936, he had an exhibition in Madrid with Federico García Lorca. In 1953, exhibiting in Paris, he decided to go and visit Picasso. Seeing my father empty-handed, Picasso exclaimed, "Mais Julio, où sont tes tableaux?" My father shrugged his shoulders. "Non, je n'ai rien, Pablo," with a straight face. In the end, Picasso said, "Allez, Julio, tu te moques de moi? On va à ton studio." "Je n'ai vraiment rien," he went on. Picasso was so taken aback by my father's cubist abstract work that he called his own marchand Canvaler immediately to meet my father next morning. Canvaler offered my father a lifetime contract right away, putting one condition: to paint only 1 or 2 styles, which was totally against his principles and objectives. He wasn't interested in the material world, signing a lifetime contract, but being fully dedicated, a true avant-garde contemporary artist. In his mind, he hadn't reached his peak. He refused bluntly, for love of art, to further his research, investigating, experimenting, exploring the unknown into infinity, using every medium he could think of to achieve his goals. He was very noble. His artist friends thought he was mad, but no one would stop him in his stride. He was far too independent, with a totally free mind. No doubt if he'd accepted Canvaler's lifetime contract, Juli Ramis would have had full international recognition in modern art museums the world over, along with Picasso, Miro, Dali, Tapies. That was the risk he was taking. But then he would never have been so experimental, creating textured avant-garde paintings. As my mother said recently, 2015, "Such a pity your father never signed that contract with Canvaler. That was, in her eyes, the biggest mistake he ever made. She regretted it so much." I really believe towards the end of his life he felt he'd achieved only some of the goals he had set himself for. He was so modest. One day, 1990, while working in his studio in Palma de Mallorca, on extra-large figurative work, I was so moved when he declared to me, "Julia, je ne suis jamais satisfait avec mon travail," never satisfied, when he'd reached his peak, to explain that Juli Ramis was not only a great artist, but a man with high principles and never ever falling into temptation. A lifetime contract with a marchand in 1953 would have been the end of Juli Ramis. In his mind, the road he'd taken was an eternal, infinite, never-ending one. At times he was greatly misunderstood and underestimated by some, but only a few days ago, in April 2016, I came across an article by an art critic on Juli Ramis' visita at the Baluard Museum, Palma, who compared my father's artistic career from 1927 to 1990 to a magic circle. What an amazing coincidence with circles of my life I'd painted in 2015. Juli Ramis' magic circle from his birthplace, Solier, to Barcelona, Tangier, Madrid, Paris, London, Tangier, and back to his roots in Solier, Palma de Mallorca, going from post-impressionism to figurative, expressionism, fauvism, cubism, surrealism, abstract, textured, avant-garde work, and back to figurative, a full circle. My father was sturdy, with a very striking head, a large forehead, light blue-grey eyes, aquiline nose, jet black hair, very pale, smooth skin, like a Rodin statue. My mother, too, had very bright blue-grey eyes. He was handsome-looking, always very smartly dressed, amazingly tidy, and his clothes, like his hillman, speckless, very often wearing sunglasses, leather satchel bag, and leather sandals. My mother, a true bohemian, wanted him to look more of an artist, but he refused to. He disliked any form of exhibitionism like Dali. His favourite café in Tangier was Café de Paris, meeting friends or alone, rather aloof. He'd stand out in a crowd. He had that intense look in his eyes of searching beyond. It was so rewarding to grow up surrounded by pure art, developing in all of us that critical eye like awestruck pupils of a great master, the best schooling. The one regret I have is that my father was never filmed live, working in his studio in Tangier. The flat itself had so much character, old style, with red, green, black and white Moroccan geometrical tiled walls and floors throughout. I've had to rely totally on my most vivid memories of the 50s, 60s, soul-searching, like exploring into the depths of the sea, to retrieve and treasure that golden era, witnessing, watching Juli Ramis at work, drawing, painting with whatever medium, from a stick drawing in the sand of the Atlantic beach, or in his studio, always in deep meditation, an inner world of his own. Fascinating living those moments, surrounded by mystery. My father was never an open book, quite the opposite, so complex, keeping his thoughts to himself, but conveying them in his art. This is only a glimpse of the creator of works of art, such an enigmatic person. One could feel his strong presence and personality, but a man of few words, enjoying peace and silence, though he did enjoy us playing the piano next doors, François Bach and Chopin, and I Grieg and Beethoven. My father was a quiet person, an observer rather than a mixer. He could be quite cynical about life due to his childhood. His deep feelings and thoughts were conveyed in his paintings, and always looking for that pure line, pen, ink or pencil, a bold, unbroken line, done in one stroke, whatever, a nude portrait, head, horse, bull, cat, bird, just flowing, a real gift of God. In Paris he'd learnt the art of drawing a cat leaping into the air in one stroke with a Japanese artist. At times a constant battle, painting passionately and relentlessly. I'll never forget the day he slashed his painting on canvas with a knife on the balcony by the Bougainvilliers. It was a huge painting, yellow and red, totally abstract, one for the Biennale of Venice in 1960. I felt terrible, and to this day recalling the moment. My mother was giving lessons at the time. I was near him in the sitting room. He wanted my opinion. I was only 12. Qu'est-ce que tu en penses, Julia? Non, papa, je n'aime pas beaucoup ce tableau. Next thing I knew, he destroyed it, saying I was quite right. It's always been on my conscience. Fortunately, the Biennale de Venise exhibition was a great success. Remember in Biniaraix, Mallorca, much later in the 80s, he'd been watching me paint, struggling with the greens of foliage. He'd say, "Simplifie, Julia, ne te perds pas dans les détails. La vie d'artiste est si dure, surtout pour une femme." So true. Michelle, my daughter, was so helpful, always having that critical eye too. One of the drawbacks of having such a famous father, first-ranking international artist, highly speculated on worldwide, has been, as an artist myself, living up to his name, following his steps. I've always put him on a pedestal, felt at times I couldn't let him down. But there are magical times, quite rare, maybe once or twice a year, when it really flows and feel his presence as though he's painting, saying to myself after, "Julia, you can't have painted it yourself." Knowing the man, the real Juli Ramis, for years I've had this vivid picture in my mind, reflecting in my book of a wonderful tapestry of a life, rather like a beautiful Berber carpet. The question is when to thread it, what bit, and how to weave it all together to make a complete picture, painting or puzzle, stitching millions of threads, gold and silver, running through my brain, covering one generation after the other, and throwing that anchor in the depths of the sea, so to speak, where the Atlantic and Mediterranean meet, where the north, south, east, west meet, for posterity, as a tribute to Juli Ramis and my birth, feeling drawn back to my roots. Writing about such mysterious and secretive characters as my father and mother is not an easy task in order to do them justice, but one gets a glimpse, both so complex and deep, always discovering something new, like two deep rivers, never reaching the bottom. That's what makes them so interesting. In art, that's exactly what Juli Ramis was achieving over a period of 60 years or so, forever discovering, exploring the unknown of the earth, seas, skies, like a scientist, experimenting all styles, all mediums under the sun, opening doors to the mind and into the future, totally disconnected from the material world, as if in a dream. That's where at times he clashed with friends, art collectors, them never knowing the real Juli Ramis, so independent. I can say he almost had a sacred mission to accomplish alone, both as a thinker and creator. This was misinterpreted as reserved or cold. One of the reasons for my book is knowing the man, my father, Juli Ramis. In Tangier, he did at times talk about that Isla de la Palma, Mallorca. To us it seemed like a far-away island in the Med, like a dream. It was only in 1969 that I actually heard my father speak Mallorquin to friends in Mallorca, preferring to speak French. He always said he felt closer to the French. It really amused me when we first had a black and white television in Tangier, early 70s. The Spanish broadcaster was rattling on, and I couldn't follow. He either, mais moi non plus, Julia, tu oublies, l'espagnol n'est pas ma langue maternelle. He never felt Spanish. He didn't go back to Mallorca until after Franco's death in 1977. That affinity he had with the French came from the trade of oranges between Solier and Marseille. To this day, Solier textile designs for curtains, ceramics, are marketed in Solier, Puerto de Solier and Palma. There used to be a famous textile factory, Solier Cooperativa, in the 80s. Many Solieriques worked in France, selling fruit, vegetables. Some Solierique women do look French, with fair skin and light blue eyes. The valley of Solier is famous for its orange, lemon, almond, olive groves. Some French Solieriques have settled in Solier and to this day still keep to French hours, meal times. It always amused me to smell food cooking in Calle la Luna before 12 midday, just like the French. The Solierique housewives are so domesticated, which my father liked. My mother was quite the opposite, very amusing. She'd crack an egg and throw the eggshells on the floor, same as with tea bags. My father would cringe. Fortunately, I've taken after him. She'd open windows, he'd shut them. It's quite funny seeing these ladies in their flowery pinafores, first thing in the morning, sweeping the pavements of their street in Luna, where my father was born, cleaning their shutters with beautiful plants in their doorways, very house-proud, sparkling windows with handmade crocheted curtains. In the evening, these ladies would do lovely handmade embroidery, sewing or ganchillo, crocheting. My father's mother, who died at childbirth, Cabot family, was a professional seamstress. Obviously, my father inherited her artistic talents. Not much is known about the origins of his mother, though she came from Bunyola. My grandfather, Prédit, was by profession a notary at the town hall in Solier, and according to my mother, un gran señorito, who enjoyed sitting in the square cafes and loved women's company. She did confide in me only recently, 2015, one of the worst tragedies I've heard. My father had suffered too much from birth and all his childhood. At home, his father, Prédit, would have affairs openly with different women in front of the child at such a crucial age. He told my mother how shocking it was and had traumatized him for life. Not only did he have no mother, but his father was totally selfish and irresponsible. He should never have exposed the child that way. His father must have done him so much harm. Not surprising that he was marked for life, then being dragged as a tot every evening to church by Tia Antonia. At times he seemed so reserved, but he was suffering in silence. I realized he had a terrible childhood at Christmas time, with little Michel saying, "I never had my mother's love and presence," but never imagined such a tragic childhood. Solier is one of the most religious towns in Mallorca, with its convents, churches, even alcoves, lit up by their doorways of the Virgin Mary or a saint against the evil eye, guarding their houses and protecting their souls. As well as ganchillo, women would sit in their porch praying to the rosary. Solier being such a closely knit community, my father was considered an orphan, bullied as a child by other children. Painting was his salvation, his anchor. My mother was strong as a rock. She seemed at times rather overpowering. Even jokingly, he'd call her un bulldozer. I called her a walking encyclopedia. The Solierics and Spaniards in general are quite superstitious, doing the sign of the cross, stepping out of their homes before crossing the roads, before going into the sea, Mexicans too, before landing. In my brother Bernard and Lucy's house in Mexico, they had an alcove with a Virgin Mary and beautiful flowers by the entrance, in memory of their daughter Lucita, they lost so tragically. Her son, Jean-Paul, is a real gift of God. The older generation of Moroccans are quite superstitious, with a certain fear or taboo of the sea. Quite funny to see Arab men in their jalabas, women in hikes, rolling up their trousers, exposing only their legs to the sea at sunset, or Moroccan men facing the east, Mecca on the beach, kneeling on their mats and praying to Allah. On our walks up in the mountains of Agla on the Atlantic Sea, down country lanes hidden away by mountain streams, waterfall and rocks, we'd come across some beautiful old Moroccan shrines to the dead, with old relics, necklaces, bits of cloth, wild flowers, a very pagan burial, full of superstitions. Whenever there was a drought, women would sing and pray with their shrill voices. Sure enough, it would bring rain. They are great believers in God and nature, never expecting much, but grateful for the drop of rain or the morsel of bread, which the Western world could learn from. In the early 60s, when he'd come up in the world, having had successful exhibitions in Paris, Zurich, Venice, Tangier, my father decided to rent out a huge flat in Rue Grapepickers, away from home. He needed his own space to create. He transformed the flat into a marvellous studio to work on big canvases, such as the famous drippings with huge brush strokes of thick tar or sand, cement and pigments. Some looked like gigantic insects or spiders, extremely powerful, 3D, in those days totally avant-garde and conceptual. They are now permanently exhibited at the Contemporary Art Museum of Valdemosa in Palma de Mallorca. The official opening of the museum, Juli Ramis, Miro, Picasso, European art in the 20th century, was held in August 1992 by King Juan Carlos and Doña Sofia, who own a few. My daughter Michelle, my sister Geronima and I felt so honoured to attend. I introduced myself and my daughter to the king. Michelle, only 6, had won the first prize, 1 million pesetas, of Suchard art competition in Madrid. He was delighted to meet Juli Ramis' daughter and granddaughter, who'd followed his steps. Rue Grapepickers studio became his hiding place, where he had visitors, either clients or art critics, and friends like Paul Bowles, Emilio Sanz de Soto, André Lubac, Monsieur Madame Sanchez Yamusi, Fuentes. As well as having exhibitions in Tangier, he had a contract for many years with Galeria Le Savoureux, Casablanca, great admirers and collectors of his work. There are private collections of his work in Morocco, Spain, France, UK. My father and I were so shocked but amused in Biniaraix when in the late 80s local people would actually beg him to sign a painting, even a copy of a copy. They had some cheek. He'd send them hopping literally down the hill. They knew my father had reached his peak. A painting is worthless without a signature, so they were hoping to make a mint. As soon as an artist gains fame, people are like vultures. There's so much speculation around the person and name during and after his life. We were shocked to discover that over the years he'd sold his work far too cheaply. He'd say to me laughingly, "The Solierics can be worse than the Jews, so mercenary." Many Mallorquins have originated from Sardinia, Sicily, with Arab influence. Some do look quite Italian or Arab. The famous stone walls, merjades, irrigation system, and towers along the coast side were built by the Arabs. Mallorquins are quite reserved, many living behind closed shutters, rather like the Arabs. My father was passionate about astrology, astronomy, mythology and superstitions. He would spend quite a bit of his time, when not painting, studying astrology, the zodiac, astronomy and numerology passionately. He kept many notebooks with drawings and studies of the zodiac signs. Palmistry, numerology, yet maths wasn't his forte. Astrology had become my father's religion. He'd firmly believe in both lunar signs and dreamers, Cancer and Pisces. We had that affinity. He'd spend days and nights doing calculations, forecasting the future. Very superstitious too. Some notes he jotted down looked like algebra. He'd always carry his notebook secretly, which made him so mysterious. I did admire all his knowledge. He was interested in the chemistry of art, an avant-garde artist creating the unexpected and unpredictable. He wasn't content painting the immediate world, but travelling in time with a futuristic mind in all its expressions and dimensions, into the depths of the sea soul, striking out into the skies. He painted some amazing seas, skies and clouds, so poetic and uplifting, a gift of God. When I looked out of my attic window flat in Palma on the 20th of July 2015, my father's birthday, I could see my father's mind, Papa's blue mountains of the Tramontana, like a dream at 7:30, feel his presence so often. One of the privileges of having such a bird's-eye view from this attic flat facing northwest Puigpunyent, where Georges Sand and Chopin started their winter adventure. And here in Southport there's amazing grey, blue, pink clouds, flat, cold marsh beaches, stretches of wide grey sand, sea and sand dunes, like my father's paintings. As a true Spaniard, and as in Greek mythology, he venerated the bull and bullfights. Juli Ramis, Pied-à-Terre, Maison Dieu, Rue d'Alésia, Montparnasse. Paris in the 50s, 60s was a very secretive address. He'd talk about it, but another life, mixing with lots of artists, disappearing for months at a time, coming and going. He seemed like he had a double life. And my mother was the breadwinner with 5 children. I do remember so well my father leaving home, either to Madrid but mostly Paris. Tangier was too cut off. How excited he was renting his studio in Paris, mixing with famous artists in order to gain fame. On his return from Paris, coming back with beautiful clothes, he'd always dress immaculately, commenting on his exciting life in Paris. My mother just had to accept the situation, but got very bitter. He shared his Paris studio with Wilfredo Lam, the famous surrealist Cuban artist. They had a close relationship, both influenced by each other, shifting from figurative to surrealism, African-Cuban primitive art. My mother would feel the strain while he was away months at a time. My father did struggle in a different way, at times not having the rent, giving away paintings. Chapter 4. Turning Point, London 1965. Two artists and clashing personalities. My mother was a devoted mother, breadwinner, but constant arguments and terrible rows would flare up between them. I'd even side up with my mother against my father, hated their quarrels. Remember feeling so worried at school about my home life. The teacher would often ask me to take charge of the class, acting older than I was. Both my mother and father were very emotional and fiery. She'd be provocative, having the upper hand, giving him complexes, the Irish and Spanish blood clashing. She'd often say to me, never marry a Spaniard, as though inferior or a second-class citizen, or he's no good as a father, putting him down. At an early age I was aware of problems in relationships. Although I felt privileged growing up in such an idyllic place as Tangier, there were times when this homely, peaceful life was broken. As a young, vulnerable child, 4 or 5, when I'd cling on to my mother's skirts, never letting go of her, only when she'd be giving English lessons. But that meant that I was caught up and drawn into their fights. My mother would grab me, running up and down the corridor, frightened to death, locking ourselves in the bathroom. My father so angry, knocking on the door, feeling very provoked, putting me against my father, engraved in my mind for life. One of the reasons I wanted to write this book and, so to speak, free myself of a certain past I'd rather not look back on, learning to bury the bad memories. Those nights my mother would drag me to the beach. She would have these sudden urges to tear away and abandon the family home, to literally run away over and over again. Let's leave your father forever tonight, on a boat across to Gibraltar or Algeciras, or go to England, then asking me for my support and approval. Julia, am I right in leaving your father? What a terrible question to answer. I'd mumbled, well, if it makes you happy, but I'd rather be in my bed. So every time we'd sheepishly go back home for another hard day. Much later on in life, when I was in my 20s, my father said she had no right to put me against him that way, using me as her tool. But he did forgive me. I wondered why I couldn't settle down to this day. That was the cause, such insecurity, always ready to get up and go, to be on the alert, never relax. Feeling almost guilty settling down, circles, a dramatic childhood which would affect my life. The first years and teens can traumatize that child all his adult life and trigger other problems, having a chain effect. Elizabeth Jellin from Tangier, I bumped into London Underground, said, Julia, break that chain, don't repeat your parents' mistakes, telling her about my divorce in 1983. Knowing I had suffered after the divorce, selling the house, being a single mother, my father wanted me to have Biniaraix house I'd inherited in 1990. Wish I had it now. I didn't want to write such unhappy memories, but now, 2015, a great relief. Looking back, they were both romantic, creative. It was obviously unbalanced, as she had sacrificed her painting for us. At 101, she did bring up the subject of Biniaraix. I felt very sore about. Why did I inherit it and sold it? She was quite oblivious at the time, giving all her life to socialism, Trotskyism in London, Cuba, Paris. Totally disconnected. Having separated in 1966, I'd taken her advice to sell. She was the one I listened to, saying I should sell and send Michel to boarding school in England. I did just that and then got criticized. From roots to the unknown, the great exodus from Morocco of French, Spanish, British, Americans, Italians happened early to mid-60s. Families were emigrating to Caracas, Buenos Aires, Mexico, or Europe, France, Spain, Germany, Belgium, for a better life, but totally uprooted. Many young Moroccans went to live and work in Belgium, Germany, France, driven out by poverty and unemployment, returning with savings for their family. Those living and working in France were labelled pieds noirs, disdained upon, creating resentment and racism among the French, escalating to terrorism. Back in the mid-60s, there was already ill feeling towards Morocco, with La Guerre d'Algérie nearby, when young Frenchmen were sent to do their military service in Algiers. After boarding school at the Lycée Lyoté Casablanca, my brother Bernard did higher maths at Lycée Regnault Tangier with outstanding results. In the late 50s-60s, he studied engineering at Loughborough College. He then went to live and work in Mexico, became Mexican, got married to Lucy, set up their own business, Free Tech, had a wonderful daughter, Lucita, who became his right hand. My sister Herminia was a brilliant pupil at the Lycée Regnault. She and Geronima were total opposites. She went to live in Nice, France, got married, became French, worked as a top secretary to president of IBM, Texas Instruments, has a son, Nicolas, and daughter, Isabelle, then became a professional artist. My sister Geronima had a Moroccan boyfriend in Tangier in the 50s-60s, which was then looked down upon, worked as a secretary at Chrysler for 10 years in Geneva, Switzerland, but suffered from anorexia and bulimia, going back to Tangier in the early 70s. My sister Françoise was also very bright at Lycée Regnault, met her ex-husband in Tangier, went to live in California, became American, got married, and is still working as a teaching assistant. She has a son, Christopher, and a daughter, Corinne. I remember being so excited on my way to the lycée, seeing an LP of the Beatles in the only music shop window, Rue de Fez, in 1964-65. Little did I know then that in 1969 I'd get that Beatles assignment in London. The Moroccan world was changing. There seemed to be a contradiction between a progressive, modern world and a fanatical world based on the Koran, leading to eventually fundamentalism. Our family Ramis were among the last ones to leave Tangier in 1965. Leaving our home, belongings and friends behind was heartbreaking. Somehow I never believed we'd ever leave. After all my mother's attempts to flee as a child. My mother was thrilled to bits, but my father was reluctant. I really didn't know what to expect, but knew it would be a huge leap of faith. London seemed a dream. At times quite frightening, coming from a rather primitive world into the rat race, after crawling in the slow lane for 15 years, suddenly flying in the fast lane. We'd been so cut off from the real world, on another planet. Mrs. Black, a real adventurer, took over my mother's pupils. The day we left Tangier in 1965 for London would mark the turning point of our lives, though my father did return alone before going back to Mallorca. Spaniards entering the UK were a minority in those days. 1965 was the beginning of the avalanche of immigrants into the UK. There we were, my sister Françoise and I, on the plane, about to land at Heathrow Airport Immigration Office with our Spanish passports. Had a big problem entering the UK legally as immigrants, wanting to take up residence and work, with no work permit. Of course we were held up by the immigration authorities. I, being a minor, only 16, my sister 17, were questioned with all the immigrants, Chinese, Indians, Africans. We kept insisting our mother was British. She was actually waiting for us at the border on the other side of the gate. There was no entry to us. In the end, my mother had to approach the immigration authorities to claim her daughters. A real ordeal between the Immigration and Home Office. We were provisionally allowed entry on condition we applied for residence and work permit to the Home Office. Eventually, after several visits to the Home Office, we were granted by Her Majesty the Queen to take up residence and obtained work permits, initially for 1 month, then extended to 3, 6 months, and so forth. I was thrilled to bits when I first got my work permit, the key to my future, and all doors seemed to be opening up for me. At last I got into the system, worth fighting for. Felt so grateful. One moment at Heathrow Airport, thought we'd be deported back to Morocco. Little did the immigration authorities know back then, in 1965, nor for that matter myself, that I'd be working in 1995, 96, 97 for the Metropolitan Police in Kidlington, Oxford, CID offices in Holland Park, Notting Hill Gate and New Scotland Yard, London. My records had to be spot on. Yes, that young Spanish girl from Morocco, almost deported in 1965. I can say I've worked on both sides of the fence, from a tea girl to a private secretary, PA, UNESCO, Moroccan Embassy, Scotland Yard. Life does have so many twists. We were so excited, renting a beautiful flat in Fitzroy Avenue, Swiss Cottage, our first home in London, 1965. At the time, my mother was trying hard to sell my father's works in Bond Street art galleries. His downfall was the language, but he did have 2 major exhibitions and success at the Tangier Gallery, Mayfair, and the New Vision Gallery in Marble Arch. She was teaching English to au pair girls at Golders Green School of Languages, rather exploited. At the time, my brother Bernard, coming from Loughborough College, joined us in London before going to Mexico. Françoise was about to leave for California. My father finally decided to go back to Tangier, Morocco. My mother knew that was the end. Once Bernard and Françoise were gone, she decided there and then to run away with me. My dreams of a family life was shattered. I just couldn't believe it, saying, "We can't leave like that." My mother determined, "We've got to go now." She'd been hankering for years to leave my father. Hard to recall a night I've wanted to bury in the past. There we were, mother and daughter, with just one bag, escaping in the night with no trace. She scared to death of my father, heading for Golders Green. Felt so guilty, trembling all over, hated breaking away from my father, going incognito, being told, "Julia, never contact your father nor give away our whereabouts." That was one of the hardest promises to keep, as I did want to see him again. She had no right to impose this upon me, one of the biggest blows, considering I'd always given her my support. A London bobby came up to us at the street corner by a wimpy already closed in Golders Green. That wintry night alone, terrified, totally confused, homeless in the bitter cold, saying, "Madam, are you okay?" Yes, fine. We were homeless, like 2 lost souls waiting for daylight. That was engraved in my mind all my life. Next day we did find a short-let room in Golders Green. My mother wanted her independence. I felt completely unprepared and mixed up. I had no choice but to take the plunge, find work and become independent. It was a big culture shock after a rather sheltered life in Tangier, diving into the deep end of London, almost blindfolded, a school of life and survival. Felt so vulnerable in an anonymous city, but soon had to wake up to a new competitive world. Chapter 5. Struggling in London, a culture shock. My mother suddenly appeared so hard, feeling totally rejected and exposed to the world. From one day to the other, she joined the socialist and Trotskyist, living with a man telling me to live with squatters. Unless I joined a political group or trade union, I'd be nobody, just an office girl. She used to drag me to the Unity and pubs in Kilburn, drinking and talking politics, or then Trotskyist demonstrations in Trafalgar Square, selling the worker in London Underground. I've always turned the negative into positive, having great faith in myself. I might have had blows, but I'm a stronger person. What I solved in a couple of months in 2015, needing several heads, made me believe in myself, from fighting back at an early age, never letting myself down. It was hard to find both a bed and a job in the winter 1965. Had a lucky star by chance, knocked on the door of a residential home in Highgate and was welcomed in just like a fairy tale. She was shocked to know my mother lived nearby in Finchley, yet I was homeless. She was so kind to give me an attic room in return for washing up. I could still work all day in offices in the West End. It was tough, but I got by, a school of survival. After signing on and taking tests at employment agencies, mainly in the West End, I was promised plenty of work in the West End and the city. Being single, the right age, ambitious, and eager to get up that ladder, I'd accept temporary work, never closing any doors, hard-working, full of enthusiasm. I was immediately offered my first job as a temp filing clerk, joining the workforce at Reed Paper Group in Green Park, in the heart of London. Another temp job as a filing clerk, back-breaking for some, thinking I want to be a top secretary, at Regent Street Language Centre. Esperanto was then very popular. The next temp job was as a tea girl, telephonist, operator at Imhoff's. I'd hit the big town, bang in New Oxford Street by Centre Point, felt like an ant. Imhoff's was at the time the biggest music company, radios, television, electric guitars, hi-fi LPs shop. I was working with the directors, felt so clumsy with teacups and trolleys. I just wasn't that cheeky cockney dolly bird with a kiss and wink. As a telephonist operator, I had to use the old plug and switchboard. Thrown at the deep end, not knowing London, but I did enjoy going to the basement, mixing with all the in-crowd, rubbing shoulders with famous musicians, buying guitars, LPs. My wages were low. The agency took half for twiddling their thumbs. I remember being forced to live in those grotty YWCAs like in Gloucester Road, a fair walk from Tottenham Court Road, Oxford Street, through Hyde Park, at times like dungeons, terrible conditions, saw so much misery among young girls and women, runaways, rough lives. That opened my eyes to take care of myself in the jungle. I could hardly sleep from the train vibrations of Earl's Court, Gloucester Road Underground on the wall. As for food in the basement, rather like Oliver Twist queuing up for a bowl of cornflakes or baked beans on toast, if lucky an egg, quite dark and depressing. We had to be in by 10 p.m, otherwise no bed, just parks. Anyhow, locked. Had to jump the wall in Battersea Park once. Hard times. I did enjoy the walks through Hyde Park, Kensington Gardens, the Serpentine, Regent's Park, one of the great perks of working in the West End. I'd often take a picnic and a book under a tree summertime. I soon grew to love London, even with little money. At times all I had was a Kit Kat from the underground vending machine, lunch and vouchers for the odd sandwich, and saved some for a nice meal with my mother. Other times I'd go to Lion's Corner House for a Welsh rarebit, a cup of tea. Lots of lonely hearts, all ages, keeping warm and cheerful, though quite a few old tramps, harmless, or just mad about tea like my mother, the night before passing away in March 2015 at Son Espaces Hospital, Palma de Mallorca. "Té, por favor," but she was refused. I'd also go to St. Martin's in the Field. In my lunch hour, realised I wasn't alone. Or then to the British Museum, soaking up all the culture. The National Gallery, fascinated by Leonardo da Vinci, Rembrandt, William Blake, Turner, Cézanne, Manet, at the National Portrait, Andy Warhol and others. Had so much culture we'd been deprived of to catch up on. So excited looking up Juli Ramis in the who's who of art at the National Gallery archive, seeing him among all the great contemporary artists, Picasso, Miro, Paul Klee, Tapies. Loved the Bloomsbury Group Museum with Vanessa Bell, Duncan Grant, the V&A amazing vintage clothes exhibitions, Asian, Persian, Middle Eastern tapestries, antique Bibles, sculptures, and incredible ceramics, and the Science Museum. Mind-boggling. The Tate Gallery, all the very best, and international artists such as David Hockney, Andy Warhol, Francis Bacon, a wonderful exhibition of Cézanne, mostly large portraits, on loan from abroad. Just adored Turner's watercolour exhibition of all his travels. Under Centre Point there was a famous theatre with big shows, like West Side Story with John Travolta. Felt on top of the world, just one in a crowd, anonymous, with big dreams of a future. Just loved the cosmopolitan atmosphere of London, people of all nationalities and walks of life mingling together. At first, an observer, watching the very rich and expensive shops, restaurants and the down and outs in the tube and streets. Such a huge gap, gradually mixing and integrating with Londoners, getting to know London, going places to the post office tower with breathtaking views of London, Zorba the Greek, Tiddly-Dolls, then the big fairy tale-like department stores, Selfridges, Miss Selfridges, Harrods, gazing at that world, especially Christmas time. Two worlds apart, the very rich with their chauffeur-driven Rolls-Royces, nannies, those riding in Rotten Row arrogantly, and us or them. The funny thing is, in the 70s, I was PA, private secretary, to the president of the Fox Hunting Society of Great Britain, South Kensington. There was a real class distinction in those days, just as on the Underground, first class, the rich, and second class, squashed like sardines in the rush hour. Temping all over London, from offices, factories to the BBC, Hilton, Embassy, I was in and out of both worlds, some very posh accents, others plain Cockney. There was an amazing cross-culture of Greeks, Italians, Cockneys, Caribbeans, Indians, Africans, all thriving on dreams. No Big Brother then. Speaker's Corner was great fun on Sundays. Someone was verbally attacking the Queen, rather jokingly. The London Bobby would just turn a blind eye and wink. Such tolerance and freedom of speech. For a time in 1966-67, before qualifying as a secretary, I worked as a clerk typist at Westfield College, London University, Hampstead, in the administration office and catering office. A busy and friendly office, typing with 2 fingers. I'd also go to the Students' College and London University parties. In the office, I met Jane, who suffered from epilepsy, and so kind, I then decided to follow a pitman's course. Out of the blue, my mother decided that I needed sea air. Butlin's holiday camp would be a nice summer job. Minehead, of all places, not exactly Benidorm. A real nightmare. No way was it a holiday. Temping in London suited me. I was offered a job as a glorified waitress in a black miniskirt, white apron, stiletto shoes. Not my idea of fun, but hell. To millions, Butlin's holiday camp was paradise. No worries, cheap and cheerful, lots of entertainment, catering for the masses. Wakey-wakers in the morning. I was dreading Butlin's all the way from London to Minehead. The minute I got through those gates, I cringed at the thought of joining Butlin's all-smiles workforce, slogging away, underpaid, never allowed out of the camp, free only once in a blue moon, sleeping in bunks, sharing hardly a room with 3 or 4 others, serving 2 settings from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m, breakfast, lunch and tea. It did feel like jail until we were released, and then we'd go wild to be free for a few hours. Minehead was a dead end after London, a real anticlimax. So we'd venture further afield. We had to clock in and out the same day. Fortunately, I made friends very quickly with some French and Spanish girls. I don't know how we lost it all season, hating every minute, summer behind iron bars and a false smile on duty. Butlin's was just like joining the army. The redcoats were real bullies. Kicking the door at crack of dawn, we'd get dressed so fast, still to this day, then rush in and set long, endless rows of tables to rise and shine music with blue and yellow plastic plates and cups. Bleary-eyed, a nightmare, shocked at some parents' language and behaviour, yelling at their kids, some spoiled brats, parents, no models. I used to cringe, at times almost like feeding animals in the zoo. In our outfit we had to look like dumb dolly birds, heavily made up, fake eyelashes, a fake smile to go with it. Feeling so self-conscious. Kitchens like furnaces, sweltering, sweaty, fierce, aggressive, underpaid, mostly Glaswegians, shouting out, "Catch and grab the grub!" Often scorching red-hot iron racks, 10 ago, a tower of eggs, bacon, sausages, chips, the lot piled up, caught in mid-air, quite an art. Hands almost numb from the heat, rushing up and down on stiletto shoes, all flustered with mixed orders. Children acting spoilt. Want baked beans, not sausages, no please. On one particular day off, my friend and I had set off for Bristol, hitchhiking, with a nice lorry driver on our way down, but so scary on our way back, and so lucky. As a black car stopped, giving us a lift, we jumped in, and at once felt we were in dangerous company, just knew it. As the car swerved into a country lane, nudging each other, we got ready to escape, opening the door, rolling out, and running for our lives. So lucky to get back to the motorway, heading to Butlins, with a kind lorry driver. Never again. Leaving Butlins end of season, we felt on top of the moon. We'd taken a train from Minehead to Victoria Station, arriving late at night. There we were at a telephone booth in Victoria Station about midnight, expecting my mother to put us up, my friends and I, for the night. But such a blow to be refused, forever engraved in my mind. My own mother couldn't offer us a bed, and didn't I have a friend who could put us up the night? I was totally speechless, feeling so rejected and hurt. But from that day on, I turned to friends. My friend Jane, who was epileptic and sharing a flat, welcomed us. Totally confused, I'd go to churches, St. Martin's in the Fields, Westminster Abbey, to regain faith. Doors opening up. Pitman's College, North Finchley, 1968. Pitman's was going to be that golden key I needed so badly, opening doors. I begged my mother at the time to pay for my Pitman's course to qualify as a secretary shorthand typist. Just before leaving for Cuba, she agreed to pay my Pitman's intensive 6 months secretarial course. Remember saying to her my dream would be to work in UNESCO Paris one day. She snubbed me, saying, "You'll never get in without a university degree." That made me all the more determined. Got myself a bed and a job near Pitman's College, looking after a little girl, 2 or 3, whose mother had become a young widow, rich but so depressed. I'd take her to parks, play with her, and had to get up all hours at night crying for her mum and dad. Her mother would lock herself up in her room. I felt so responsible. She'd push the child into my arms the minute I got back from Pitman's school. In the end I left. Little did I know I'd be a single mum in the 80s. I'd met Marion at Pitman's, and we shared a flat in East Finchley. We were the best pupils at Pitman's, and yet we were both working every night at the Tally-Ho pub restaurant in Barnet in order to pay our rent. She a waitress and I a bar girl. We'd work from 6 p.m. until late, weekends, all hours, with live bands. We'd get all the BBC and company directors for that drink on their way home. Although offered drinks, we'd pretend drinking water and kept the tips. Towards night time, I would work my way down to the cellar collecting glasses. There'd often be live bands. At times we were invited to parties. In our house we got to know our neighbours, the Marmalade, before they got famous, playing Obladi Oblada. We'd often have a cup of coffee together. Once qualified as secretaries, the world was our oyster. Not long before we both landed with West End crème de la crème jobs, with our super diplomas, the highest marks of shorthand typing secretarial. In 1965, 66, 67, 68, there seemed to be so many misfits of society, asserting their own identity, tramps in the streets of London, like Down and Out in Paris and London, by Alan Sillitoe, who lived in Tangier. Huddled in cardboard boxes, whatever the weather, with wrinkled, weather-beaten faces, not all alcoholics, at times an educated voice, making you wonder why destitute and shunned by society, homeless youngsters or dropouts, covered in blankets by doorways of shops in the West End, either drug addicts or just given up the fight, not just in London, but Madrid and Barcelona. Over the years they seem to turn more and more to street entertainment. People can feel quite anonymous in cities like London. I remember being shocked to see a man shot and bleeding to death in broad daylight at Bond Street Station, and crowds turning a blind eye. rushing by in the underground. Working in London, one couldn't avoid the underground rush hours being crammed like sardines, but London buskers used to bring life and soul to the underground. They only wanted to assert their identity in that rat race. Such a pity they were banned altogether, no room for misfits of society. I was shocked years later to see an artist being driven away by the police from a popular square in Barcelona. Gone are the good old days when people were free. I could relate to them, also being an artist and nomad at heart. At the time, parks and London Underground were the only shelter or refuge for those romantic at heart. The world seemed so cruel for some. In London, as in many big cities, one can rub shoulders with the famous and destitute. Never forget walking down Gloucester Road with my ex, seeing a man in trouble on the pavement. I wanted to stop, but he said, "He's an Irishman and drunk." Such racism, like in Birmingham with Somalians or Pakistanis. Chapter 6. The London Scene. Golden Era, 60s, 70s. Amazing to be able to record my London experience, the swinging 60s. I actually was at Ike and Tina Turner's first appearance with the Rolling Stones at the Albert Hall. I'll never forget Tina Turner's River Deep and Mick Jagger's Satisfaction with Keith Richards and Brian Jones. A great privilege and a concert of a lifetime. Enjoyed Tina Turner's autobiography, Such Guts and Merit. At the Festival Hall, I saw Manfred Mann, Dave Clark 5, Sinead O'Connor. In Leicester Square Music Club Dive, The Kinks and others. So lucky to have lived that golden era of the 60s, 70s, the psychedelic flower power times, an innocent age of peace and love, from London to California, the real boom years of London, when and where everything was happening in pubs, streets, parks, graffiti street art, an explosion of different cultures mixing together, a real revolution, live, free open-air concerts in Hyde Park, Finsbury Park, Notting Hill Gate, Camden, all up-and-coming musicians, the Beatles, Ravi Shankar, the Rolling Stones, Jimi Hendrix, James Brown, The Who, Queen, the Kinks, the Marmalade, David Bowie, Bob Marley, all appearing down the road at the Marquee, where I dropped in after work. Amazing atmosphere. They'd be walking, mingling with the crowd in the West End, Carnaby Street, King's Road, all wearing incredible portobello clothes, Afghan sheep's wool jackets, coats, waistcoats and fob watches, coloured ties, bell-bottoms, flowery psychedelic shirts, patchwork jeans, big felt hats, long hair or afros, high-heel boots, purple, green and flowery Doc Martens. Hippies with long flowery dresses, bangles, flowers in their hair, at times with tattoos of butterflies, birds and flowers, a fusion of Afro-Jamaican, Indian, psychedelic reggae music, punks with amazing exotic bird-like multicoloured hairdos. I saw Stephen Burkoff in Beatlemania, Kafka's Metamorphoses in 1969 at the Roundhouse, all the best shows in Shaftesbury Theatre, Hair, Jesus Christ Superstar, Cats, Tommy, classics at the Old Vic in the Gods or Standing, concerts at the Royal Philharmonic, open-air concerts and theatre in Regent's Park. There was a real buzz in the air, everywhere. Famous artists, actors like Andy Warhol, Jackson Pollock, Michael Caine, Peter Sellers, Jane Birkin, Mary Quant, Twiggy. Great happenings and street performances in Covent Garden, Leicester Square, down the river, Kew Bridge. Everyone went to Carnaby Street, Bebas, Bus Stop, Kensington High Street, Shepherd's Bush, King's Road, Richmond, Kew Bridge, Portobello, Covent Garden, Camden Market and Petticoat Lane for a bargain. Vintage clothes, LPs, jewellery. Loved my Portobello long purple dress, my black waistcoat with a real fob watch from Hampstead Market, my psychedelic tie. Made myself a patchwork waistcoat, skirt, bag and bed cover with Laura Ashley's remnants. Patchwork was all the rage. We'd get the Watson, Melody Maker, The Worker, There was no end to free entertainment, and I was there, enjoying every minute. Such a privilege. One day, on my way home to Highgate YWCA, I'd stopped at the Witch's Cauldron with live music in Belsize Village. A musician made up a song, Julia from Morocco, to a very Moorish beat. Morocco was all the rage with hashish, LSD and Moroccan music. That was the time the Rolling Stones, Jimi Hendrix and Cat Stevens visited Morocco. There was then hardly any colour television, which meant people socialised a lot more. No drink and drive laws. Radio Luxembourg and Caroline were very popular. LPs were the big rage. Everyone used to spend hours browsing in second-hand music shops for rare LPs all over the West End. There were many music agents down Charing Cross Road who would launch new bands, as well as recording studios like Abbey Road, where the world would get a glimpse or an autograph. When I worked as a temp secretary to the engineering director, BBC Television, Shepherd's Bush, Top of the Pops was every girl's dream, not mine. Never liked the man, Jimmy Savile. Seemed so fake, like a puppet. Watched Top of the Pops once from the sound engineer's office. I'd gone one day to Vidal Sassoon School in Bond Street for a free wild afro. David Bowie and the Punks were in. Clockwork Orange, If, Blow Up, Star Wars, great films at Hampstead Everyman's with black and white films of Buñuel. Climbing up that ladder as a qualified pitman secretary, shorthand typist, employment agencies would grab me and I could pick and choose whatever jobs I fancied, working all week and overtime weekends at short notice, wherever, whenever I'd be there. Got to know London and the Tube so well. As a temp secretary, I worked at BBC TV Centre, White City, enjoyed the work and social club life. Golf Oil, BT, Mars Bar, Nescafe and Kellogg's in Ealing. Singer, BBC Flower Show. I was offered a permanent job as secretary PA to Martin & Co., estate agents in Leicester Square. He had big dreams of moving to posh offices in Bond Street, but we never made it somehow. I loved my job, running the office, totally independent. He'd travel all over the UK buying and selling premises for Dorothy Perkins' Topshop. He'd call in the office once a week. Egan Ronnie and his team, Michelin Good Food Guide, were on the next floor up. They were all very friendly and cheerful, enjoying all the food and wine tastings with extra long lunch hours. I was quite happy eating my sandwich in Leicester Square, going for walks around Soho, Carnaby Street, Charing Cross, Covent Garden, the National Gallery, watched street artists working on huge brass rubbings on the pavement. At the time I was living with Sybil, a Mauritius girl I'd met at the YWCA, sharing a flat in Wimbledon. We had a fair way to go, hanging on to the edge of the double-decker bus and hopping off, then diving into the Tube for the city. Hopping on and off the bus would be a game. Who'd grab a seat first to work? The day I'd flung my engagement ring downstairs. While I was working at Martin & Co., I'd been dating for a while an Essex boy I'd met at Reed's paper group, Piccadilly. He wanted to get married, but I was very reluctant, as I was career-minded. We'd get off at dawn to get into the city from Thaden Boyce in pitch darkness with deep snow at times. His mum, a real cockney, would cook him fish and chips at crack of dawn. Couldn't see myself married to him, loving mum's chips and football. One day we'd had a row. He was really shocked when I'd flung the engagement ring down the stairs. My life wouldn't stop in Thaden Boyce. I was far too ambitious to settle down. The night I lost my week's wages, £14, Friday payday. Mr. Martin had finished all the deals, signed letters, paid me £14, my weekly pay, in a brown envelope and left. I'd gone to the toilet next doors when my wages got stolen. I had such a shock. Got an anonymous call from a telephone booth in Soho saying they'd found my bag and to collect it. Played the game, then instead Shot off to St. James police station, eventually was handed my empty bag, no money for my rent. I'd live on Kit Kats and walk for the rest of the week. I've always been able to tighten my belt if need be. One blow after the other. Not only had I lost my wages, but then my friend Sybil. Loss of a friend, but found God. We were such close friends. A very sad day, getting a call at work from the hospital. Very emotional, sensitive in an anonymous city. To say that Sybil had had a fatal accident jumping off that bus to work. That particular day I'd gone ahead earlier. She'd hit the curb, missing the pavement. A fatal head and body injury, was given a few hours to live. It was heartbreaking to see her totally unconscious, not recognizing me. Such a lovely, affectionate person, a churchgoer. Her sister had come from Mauritius for the funeral. As the priest was saying a mass, I felt Sybil's presence, as though showing me that God did exist. I'd totally lost all faith in God, family breaking up and mother rejecting me. In my lunch hour for years I'd go to churches to seek peace of mind. Chapter 7. The Diamond Ring, a Fairy Tale. At times my life has been like a fairy tale, another twist. From being a pauper to a millionaire. One night after work I'd gone down Oxford Street just before closing time into Selfridges to grab a pair of tights. There was a competition to enter. I had 2 minutes flat to guess the number of coloured rings of tights inside a huge diamond the size of Selfridges. Had one look at it, jotted down a long number, posted it, and walked down to my YWCA praying I'd win. I was so excited the day I got a letter from Selfridges on my way to work saying I was the winner of a diamond ring. Could hardly believe it. I met the director of Selfridges when I was given the diamond ring. He was delighted a working girl had been the winner, and I came out in the Evening Standard front page. It was a miracle after losing my wages. Felt so rewarded wearing the diamond ring. Mr. Martin was so funny, kept saying, "Julia, don't lose sight of it." "Where is it?" "Watch out on the tube, they don't chop off your finger." So I'd hide my hands in the rush hour, slightly nervous. My next job was as secretary PA to the director of post houses at Trust House Hotels in Holborn. I'd climbed up that ladder, 68, 69, 70. A very exciting, responsible job, directly involved in a totally new concept of hotels. We were working on the original architect's plans for future post houses that had to be built that year in the UK. Remember the launching of Trust House Hotel post houses in Hampstead, Swindon? The post houses in the UK were the British version of the Holiday Inns in California, which the director, PH, had visited previously. The whole concept was designed for either business people with tight schedules or younger families. I was also offered a nighttime overtime job as secretary working at Fleet Street newspapers to a deadline on a manuscript by Toynbee, which was very interesting. Another assignment on a Saturday afternoon was the Hilton Hotel, Hyde Park, as secretary to Jacques de Rothschild. He really had a chip on his shoulder, very unpleasant and rude to work for. His finances were in danger at the time. He dictated a letter addressed to Prime Minister Wilson. He wanted me to type the F word, but I'd refused. That made him livid. He begged some Deb Dolly-type girl to assist him down the corridor. Another similar situation was with John Hurt, a Spanish-English interpreter with the Spanish press. Unfortunately, they were only interested in his private life, his divorce, which he didn't want to discuss, and I hadn't seen the Elephant Man. In the end, I had to leave. It was quite embarrassing. I used to love going to the Well-Walk Pottery in Hampstead, learning pottery with Chris Magashak, a real artist and craftsman. He used to throw incredible pottery, clay vases, bowls, and made some beautiful Turkish pipes in clay. with the thin, delicate stems. His father was a famous Russian writer, translator of classical Russian novels. His son, Chris, suffered from dyslexia at an early age, turning to pottery. The Well Walk was a thriving pottery shop and workshop on the edge of Hampstead Heath. At the time I was living at the YWCA in Highgate. I loved the walk through the park, and in my spare time and weekends, at times swimming in Highgate Women's Pond pool with the ducks. I was just fascinated watching Chris throw, kneading the red-white clay in a ball perched up and over the wheel, kicking the manual wheel, making beautiful bowls and plates. I really enjoyed throwing myself and soon learned the trade, standing, kicking, pushing the pedal, spinning the wheel. Not only did I make bowls, saucers, plates, jugs, cups, but also teapots, coffee pots, goblets. Great fun. The enamel was a mystery to me. Loved the area, old book music shops, cafes, pubs, restaurants. In the late 60s, a very popular area among famous musicians, artists and writers. I used to like going to the Everymans, a very special cinema club for black and white old films, Fellini, Buñuel. The night I avoided getting into trouble in Highgate, but only just. After life drawing class in Highgate that particular evening, I'd gone with one of the students to Highgate Cemetery, which is famous, but I'd never been to, thinking nothing of it. The minute we got there, although impressed, I got the creeps. Suddenly I panicked and got really nervous, seeing night was coming. As we walked up the hill towards Kenwood in Hampstead Heath, I've always had that last-minute instinct to act. Just felt so alone and scared. I'd better get out of this fast. I was lucky to spot the ladies in the park. I'd pretend, and when he wasn't looking, I'd get out somehow. It did work, never looking back, but racing back to Highgate Hostel. I was very lucky. The night I got out of the bath just in time. I was sharing a room with a very nice Australian girl at Highgate Youth Hostel. Our room was on the ground floor, the bathroom next door, on street level, giving on to the driveway. This story might appear quite funny next to the Highgate one, a little unsettling. Again so lucky, over and over again, death has almost stared at me in the face. But somehow I've just managed to escape and be alive. So I do have a lucky star. And I've also got terrific instincts and amazing reflexes. Never hesitating, inshallah. It was only 9 or 9:30 p.m. Probably closer to 10. Rules were no baths after 10. I was having a bath, thought the sash window was locked, but no, the window glass was steamed up. Suddenly felt someone watching me. Got ready to get out. Just then the man tried to push the window open. I grabbed a towel and ran out just in time by the skin of my teeth, yelling for help. So lucky the matron came rushing down to my rescue, but scolded me for having such a late bath. I go down Bayswater Road to find an outlet to my pottery from the Well Walk on a Saturday or Sunday. It was great fun. I'd settled down, squatting on the pavement summertime, with other artists and craftsmen free to sell our work. Bayswater Road Art Market, late 60s, was a very popular art market, attracting Londoners and lots of rich Americans, Chinese, Japanese tourists near Marble Arch. My pots were very colourful and unusual, funny teapots, rather like pigs, coffee pots, jugs, cups and saucers, mugs, bottles. My favourite were tall goblets. In those days people liked drinking wine or mead out of goblets, nice and round with a thick tall stem, all made out of clay. I attracted many buyers and enjoyed mixing with local artists. One fine day I decided to trade in my diamond ring at a pawnbroker jeweller's in Bond Street, as I'd decided to visit my father. I was missing so much. They had a close look at it, one look at me, and gave me the money for it. Felt so happy, a little ashamed, as it was a prize from Selfridges, The jeweller looked at me rather puzzled, probably wondering what I was going to spend it on. What a lunch hour. I went straight to the travel agency, booked and paid my ticket to Morocco, boat and train through France, Spain. That was one of the biggest moments in my life. Again, like a fairy tale, my dream come true. I hadn't seen my father for 4 or 5 years, and knew he was very lonely in Tangier. I did feel very proud to get my own ticket thanks to Selfridges, making up for all those years of silence. Chapter 8. Exciting Times. The Beatles, 1969. The knots I got myself into heading for Morocco in 1967-68 were quite incredible. I'd set off for Tangier that summer to see my father, travelling from Victoria Station via Paris, Madrid, Algeciras by train and boat the same year the Rolling Stones were in Morocco, taking the hovercraft to Calais, then a train to Gare Saint-Lazare. Barricaded myself the night in a pension. Door locks were rather dodgy. Then travelled to Atocha Station, Madrid, on the Talgo. Asked the Guardia Civil to direct me to a pension, but he took me to a whorehouse. One look at the girls, I almost stumbled down the stairs with my suitcase, glaring at the Guardia Civil. Storming out, and lucky to find a pension myself. Headed for Andalusia next day by train with a lovely Spanish family, sharing their tortilla. As far as Portbou, until I lost sight of them. With my suitcase, the train stopped. The station master shouted, "Cambiamos de máquina!" Some problem with the machinery. Got off the train for coffee at the Chiringuito. Just as I was about to drink my cortado standing, my friends shouted, "Julia, nos vamos a Málaga!" Rushed to the station master, but no train till night time. There I was, stranded on the platform at the frontier. Portbou, no man's land. Gypsies and lost souls, killing time at the fair and cinema. Eventually got the night train. My problems were not yet over. Endless hurdles to Algeciras. 2 very funny incidents. The minute I got on the Malaga train, a mad Sevillano, having a swig at his porron, dancing, clapping his hands, suddenly grabbed hold of me as we stopped in Malaga, kissed me violently. "Venga a Sevilla y nos casamos. Let's get married in Sevilla." Struggling to jump off, tearing myself away from his clutches, being pushed, falling backwards onto the platform in my long maxi coat, legs in the air. Felt such a fool, a laughing stock, with swollen red lips, then changing platforms for the Algeciras train after retrieving my suitcase. Just as I was sitting down, a couple of Moroccans, laughing at me, asked, "C'est ton mari qui t'a baisé et poussé? Was that your hubby who kissed and pushed you?" So livid, I threw a bag of peanuts in their face and changed compartments. I'd stricken off men for life. The funniest was yet to come, sitting on top of the rock, enjoying my peanuts and the view of the Straits of Gibraltar and North Africa. Suddenly, the chimps jumped over to grab my peanuts, growling and hissing so viciously that I gave in, terrified, crept away. The guardians of the rock were the gods of the straits. I'd stepped on their sacred grounds. In Algeciras port, boarding the ferry to Tangier, I was stopped. My passport had expired, and yet I had travelled so far. The Algeciras police sent me hopping. "Váyase a Inglaterra. Go back to England." Instead, I rang my father to get me out of my misery, which he did, met an American from Manila. All he wanted was to smoke hash in his hotel room in Tangier and fly back to Manila. Pathetic. "But you must see the Atlantic beach," I said. After dozing off in Algeciras docks, waiting for my father, he came to my rescue on the Tangier-Algeciras night ferry with a Spanish consul, a close friend. So happy and relieved to see my father. No doubt he'd been bribed by the police to get me across. My father was so proud of me fighting my way in London when my mother was working for the revolutionary cause in Cuba. We both had suffered from the family breakup, but he was preparing exhibitions in Tangier and Casablanca. Talking about the past, he'd been very hurt as a child. I'd sided up with my mother against him. My mother had used me as her tool. My father said if I hadn't given my support, they might have been together, but was forgiven. Such a relief to regain his love. The day I saved a life in the Atlantic, so close to death, that was the day I'd gone with the American from Manila to the Caves of Hercules on the Atlantic beach. I dived into the sea, my dream for years, so invigorating and wild, with huge crashing waves, strong winds and currents, a real challenge. Went far out of my depth, watching the dolphins. Suddenly, to my amazement, he called my name, and then total silence, coming from the shallow end. Could just about see his head bobbing up and down the waves. 1 minute feeling quite helpless, looking frantically for help, a deserted beach, totally wild, sand dunes, the figure of an Arab woman and donkey, just me and nature, a treacherous sea. So many swimmers have disappeared in that fierce sea. I had to save that life, but he was twice my size, fighting my way across, struggling with the waves. There he was, totally unconscious, spinning away in a whirlpool. Felt a huge electric force pulling me into it, but plucked up courage, grabbed hold of his arm, then swimming with one arm, with the help of the waves and kicking hard, I was able to heave his body out of the whirlpool and somehow swim with his weight, a miracle. I could easily have got swallowed up, gulping down loads of seawater and drenched, just like after a shipwreck. A dramatic film, a real achievement worth recording. All through sheer willpower, brains and guts, always having great faith in myself, might weigh the pros and cons a few seconds, faced with danger. But pounce, a real survivor, pushing myself to the limits, then dragging his body, weighing a ton, onto the beach, exhausted, with only one thought: the police will get me with a dead body. I fell asleep, waking up hours later at sunset, burnt all over by the sun. Shook him, waking him up to this day, not knowing I'd saved his life, telling me he couldn't swim. My father was so proud of me. Back to reality, my peak time in London, the Beatles episode, 1969, a dream come true. I'd reached my peak on my own merit, from a tea-girl come telephone operator at Imhoff's, the lowest rung of the ladder, to all the talk of the town, for one, or if not the biggest assignment all secretaries or young girls dreamt of, just for one day, the Beatles. Never was I so thrilled in my life. When Tip's agency called me that Saturday afternoon to go to Hyde Park Corner Hotel, dress smartly, grab a taxi and typewriter, as secretary PA to the Beatles agents for a VIP job. Felt so proud and privileged to be chosen. A real challenge and a lifetime experience. So lucky to be in London at the right time and right place, just like a fairy tale. Little did the Beatles know I was living in cheap digs at the YWCA down the road, and that I'd write this book one day. Can still feel the exhilaration and thrill jumping in the taxi in South Ken, entering the doors of the plush hotel, feeling on top of the world, a VIP. Success smiling at me, wanting to get up that ladder so much since 1965. An opportunity to shine. I was full of confidence and enthusiasm, in my element, working to a deadline. Meeting the Beatles managers of Apple Company for the first time was a great honour, making me feel so at home at their hotel come office. The Beatles were then breaking up. So historical, making headlines in the press. My job as a secretary was to actually draw up and produce the official and legal document or contract to be approved and signed individually by the Beatles that same afternoon. I was pretty fast and efficient. I couldn't afford to make one mistake, and it all went smoothly. Remember feeling so proud, typing in caps all their names: John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison and Ringo Starr, the golden names. It all seemed so unreal, a dream come true. They had to come and sign the documents. Would I meet them? The Beatles manager was so impressed by my work. I was tempted to linger on in the foyer to get a glimpse of them, but went back through the park as though on a cloud, back to my dingy room, YWCA Gloucester Road, feeling like a queen. Couldn't keep it a secret for long, but one of the highlights of my book, worth recording for posterity. My mother's Cuban experience, 1969-1970s. Such a pity her memories weren't recorded live. She'd refused. Recalling her days in Cuba in 2015, she said, so difficult to explain to the outsider what Cuba was like under Fidel Castro in the late 60s, 70s, just like living under a dictatorship. Anyone who disobeyed would be punished. At one of Fidel Castro's talks, a teacher had asked why an 8-year-old didn't have the same rights as a 7-year-old. He actually got arrested the same day. He'd given his consent for his baby boy to go with his mother to Florida rather than join Fidel Castro's army. Up to 7 years old, a child was entitled to free milk, free education. Young children were the kings. After that, they'd lose all their rights. Therefore, there was a boom of pregnancies. They had the best schools, best hospitals. There were hundreds who fled to Florida that week. He felt a traitor, stayed on with no job, no food, got paid pittance unloading lorries. His wife could visit him, but had to go back to Florida. Years later, he'd become an alcoholic, but managed to escape on a boat to Florida. Had he been caught in the act, he'd have been shot. There were great contradictions in Cuba, wonderful social welfare, but no freedom of speech. Cuba would most likely change without Fidel Castro in power. As the official English-Spanish translator of Prensa Latina in Cuba, my mother had to be very diplomatic. A blunder could cause a war. Her colleague had been deported. She'd been paid in pesos, worthless. She had certain privileges over the Cubans, like meat and drinks, but did help them. No solid basic food, just ice cream galore. She joined the tobacco plantations as a voluntary on weekends. They'd read and learn while chopping leaves and rolling up puros. She had a successful exhibition of her works, mainly shoe wax, gouache, no paints under Fidel Castro. In the late 70s, she'd become very disillusioned with Cuba. At 101, she said, "I've got no regrets, Julia. Cuba was a lifetime experience." Working abroad, 1968, 69, 70, in London, I'd been encouraged by employment agencies to work abroad, using my languages. Decided for a time to gain experience as a trilingual secretary. My first job abroad was at the Mallorca Daily Bulletin in Palma de Mallorca, in Spain, as a bilingual Spanish-English secretary to journalists and the advertising front desks. In those days, the headlines were set manually with wooden blocks, a far cry from now, all computerized. Interesting and exciting work, long hours, low pay, a struggle for me, but managed to find overtime work translating letters for Tom Bowling, an American, also typing paperback novels for a writer I'd met at the Guitar Centre. I did meet Freddie Laker then, whose dream came true, chartering flights from the UK, cheap flights to New York. A boom time for Mallorca when hotels were being built in Castilla, Playa de Palma, Magaluf. One morning, I saw an ad for a job in Barcelona in the Iberian Sun. Next day, went to Barcelona, but was so disappointed selling encyclopedias. A red herring. I then worked at Spantax Airline as secretary to the head of operations at Palma Airport and in the Madrid head office, dealing with airport security, pilots, manuals, catering. At the time, there was the first ETA bomb. Again, my pay was too low. Loved Madrid, its Mesones, Art Museum, El Prado, Retiro, Segovia, Toledo. But Spantax went bust. I then decided to join my father in Tangier, approached the British consulate, who directed me to Qart, the Centre of African Administration for Development, a UNDP. Joe Kariuki, Kenyan UN director, offered me a job as a bilingual secretary PA to the head of African Administration, Sam Humes, an American, and Joe Kariuki. I loved the job, working for conferences in hotels with UNDP members from Senegal, Mali, Kenya, Egypt. Joe Kariuki would give incredible African-American jazz weekend parties with African food. My father would joke one day I'd come home with an African baby. After a while, I was encouraged by Joe Kariuki to work in UNESCO Paris as a high-powered trilingual secretary. In the meantime, my sister, Geronima, returned to Tangier after 10 years at Chrysler, Geneva, and worked at Qart. Chapter 9, Marrakesh, 1970-71, UNESCO Paris, 72-76. Before leaving for Paris, Geronima and I went for a short holiday to Marrakesh. We met a friend of my father's, Chami, from Galeria Le Savoureux in Casablanca. At the time, Geronima was very depressed, suffering from anorexia and bulimia, and very vulnerable. In Jemail Fna Square, I'd seen the real Moroccan golden cakes, enjoyed the Gnawa musicians and dancers, snake charmers, Harira and Menti, the Kutubia, Mamounia palaces in the Medina. In the evening, in our hotel room, suddenly, Chami brought us these dark hashish cakes as a treat for us to cheer up Geronima. I was very suspicious and refused to eat any, warning my sister, but Chami pushed one into Geronima's mouth, then another and another. Then he vanished. The harm was done. It was almost instant. She was completely hallucinating, totally delirious, as though flying, she said. Just had time to read her mind when she was about to throw herself out of the window, which I shut immediately. She'd eaten most of them, became really aggressive, falling all over, locking herself up in the bathroom. I was terrified. I decided to call a doctor. In spite of it being totally illegal, she was shocked. She came reluctantly. I had to bribe her with most of her holiday money and not a word. I'd been so wise not to eat any, the second life I'd saved. She'd spent a whole week on medication in a dark room, and I, worried to death, kicking my heels up and down the road. She actually brought it up in 2014 in hospital, saying, "What a wonderful experience I had in Marrakesh." Little did she know how lucky she'd been. UNESCO, my dream come true, a reality, 1972-76. Decided it was the right time. I'd waited since 1968, commuting to a humdrum job as a secretary in London. On that bus, looking ahead, got crushed immediately by my mother. That remark of hers made me all the more determined to get in. In 1972 I'd proved her wrong, misjudging me totally, but then she was too wrapped up in the revolutionary cause in Cuba to appreciate, whereas my father was delighted. I'd always been terribly ambitious and career-minded, setting myself goals in life. Since my rough beginnings, diving literally into London at the deep end, finding a bed, YWCA, and a job, London was a jungle and a struggle. In 1972, felt I was at my peak time, my time to do it. The world was my oyster, determined to get into UNESCO, using my brains, experience, languages, and charm. I knew, having worked at Qart, I had a good chance. I'd applied to UNESCO for a job as a trilingual secretary from Tangier and got an interview in Paris. Had to play my cards right, getting in by the side door instead of the Home Office or embassy. Stayed in a little pension near UNESCO, terribly enthusiastic and confident, half the battle. Highly recommended by Joe Caruti. The minute I'd stepped into UNESCO, thought, this is me, working with all nationalities in worldwide conferences. I was asked if I liked Paris and would I be staying. I loved it and wanted to be part of UNESCO. And what language did I dream in? My mother's tongue. I was the perfect candidate with a trilingual background. Took the exams in French, English, Spanish, plus shorthand typing and translations. Always thrived on exams and competition. Felt in my element. This was my lifetime opportunity to shine. I passed with flying colours. Made for UNESCO. Loved the idea of mixing with not only French, English and Spanish, but also Asians, Africans, Latin Americans. A city within a city, all working for a good cause, United Nations educational, scientific and cultural organization on a worldwide basis, the richer nations helping the poorer ones. That was the motto. Not always achieved due to political corruption, the gap getting wider every day between the rich and the poor. My mother, a Trotskyist in Cuba, called me a capitalist on a high tax-free salary with perks such as duty-free shop, restaurants, etc. I'd climbed up that ladder overnight, but had worked for it, getting in on my own merit, like a fairy tale. I also had special diplomatic passes to museums and theatres. My first job was as a trilingual secretary to the director of the Bureau of the Controller, Ken Benning, who is English, responsible for all UNESCO contributions. The developing countries, India, Latin America, Africa, Asia, were supported by the richer ones, also dealing with tax evasions. Salaries were at times extortionate, but staff worked all hours overtime to deadlines for conferences. René Maneu, French, was head of UNESCO at the time and greatly respected. UNESCO headquarters was spectacular with Japanese gardens, conference rooms. My second job was as trilingual secretary in the philosophy department with René Abachi, who is a Lebanese, a great philosopher and poet, and in the human rights department working on worldwide conferences such as ethics, aesthetics, with German, Russian experts, professors, and on a famous book called Birthright of Man. The work was very interesting, standards were very high, working to deadlines on back-breaking manual typewriters. Bins were checked every night for any paper wastage. In 2015, I was amazed how green Mexico City was in spite of pollution and high-density population. Saving the planet and overpopulation were already then UNESCO's priorities. My third job was as trilingual secretary to the head of sex education, Senor Galindo, Colombian. He was a sex specialist. rather a taboo subject with illegal abortions, working on sex education projects in Latin America, a Roman Catholic nation totally opposed to contraception, but giving my views as a single person in North Africa and Europe. Rather disillusioned with UNESCO, Senor Galindo went back to Colombia, giving up a high salary to be a teacher. My fourth job was as a trilingual secretary to the head of Education Department, Didier Le Cerf, French, about to go on a mission in Africa. Interpreters had the highest salary but the most stressful jobs. Arabic would have been a great asset. I first lived in a chambre de bonne in Qart, overlooking UNESCO and the Tour Eiffel. As I got promoted, took a studio off Champs-Élysées with a bed in the wall. My neighbours, gay Filipino models, dreamt of becoming supermodels. I soon learned the Champs-Élysées was famous for its prostitutes, picked up by rich businessmen in their Cadillacs, heading for Bois de Boulogne. I'd been approached, to my horror, sent him hopping. The concierge wasn't surprised. Regardez, j'ai de la moustache, et il s'arrête, je ne suis pas si belle. I'm not that pretty, and they still come for me. A real laugh. I then went to live in the 15e, Rue Pétel, more down to earth, the real Paris. My neighbour, Jane Brand, worked in UNESCO. She'd actually met that Tom Bowling I'd met in Palma, studying French in Castelnaudary, who died in her classroom, circles within circles. In my free time, I loved walking all over Paris, down to the Quartier Latin, les Beaux-Arts, Sorbonne, Mouffetard, Ile Saint-Louis, Les Quais, browsing in Rococo, Belle Époque shops, Montmartre, Clignancourt, Marché aux Puces. At the Maison des Jeunes, Boulevard Saint-Michel, I used to love African dancing with Guinean African dancers and musicians, as well as pottery, a break from work, and UNESCO cocktail parties, at times a ball. At home, painting Art Deco wooden bracelets, beads, mirrors, inspired by Beardsley, selling them to friends. My nasty experience with the bouquiniste in Montparnasse, 1972. Just loved Paris, but a hard city with the slightest foreign accent. As a child in Tangier, had that mental picture of my father's mysterious Paris address, his studio he'd disappeared to. Going up to a bouquiniste selling newspapers next to the famous Pissoir, Avenue Montparnasse, can still see her mean, bitter face looming up over me. I'd ask politely, "S'il vous plaît, madame, où est la rue d'Alésia?" She almost pounced on me, barking at me, gesticulating, "Qu'est-ce que ça peut me foutre, votre rue d'Alésia?" so viciously, muttering and swearing. I shriveled up, feeling so small, but found it myself. That horrible Sunday afternoon in the metro, just as I was feeling so good after a walk in Rambouillet and Versailles, had such a shock going down into a dark, deserted metro at 5 p.m, being pounced upon, cornered against a wall by this horrible young drug addict, looking like death, so aggressive, threatening me. "Alors, tu me donnes ton pognon, allez vite!" Terrified, forced to give my money, he actually spat right into my eyes, never before, making me feel like a worm. He fled, jumping barriers, a repulsive creature. Chapter 10, Paris, 72-76, The Golden Gate Mystery. One of my favourite haunts was l'Île Saint-Louis, some excellent restaurants, Notre Dame. As a real hippie in the summer 68, I left my sandals behind in the Belfry, going barefoot and free in Paris. I'd often go to the Shakespeare bookshop nearby, run by quite a character, like out of Dickens. Loved browsing and reading up in the attic with a cup of tea. My chambre de bonne was nearby in Rue Montfaucon. Mabillon, la vraie bohème, mattress on the floor, a skylight giving on to Les Toits de Paris. I'd sketch. In the evening, I'd sneak into a deserted old conservatoire to play the piano. Acoustics were so good. Loved nightlife in the Quartier Latin, full of atmosphere, lots of street performance. Mimers, dancers, graffiti artists, café-théâtre, catching whiffs of Greek, Arab, Asian, French food. The Quai aux Fleurs, Musée de l'Homme, the Louvre, Jeux de Paume, Quai d'Orsay. I'd see all the best art exhibitions, both old masters and contemporary. Picasso in the Marais, a very impressive one of Chagall, Toulouse-Lautrec, Cézanne, a fascinating one of X-rays, of all the great masters, revealing layers of totally different paintings. Beaubourg with Gauguin's Tahitian wood carvings, outdoor acrobats, jugglers, street art, music. La Grande Chaumière in Montparnasse, 72-76, the oldest life-drawing studio, a lifetime experience. I'd go there every Saturday, many artists, some famous, painting with oils, some sitting or standing, their easels at all different angles, rather crowded, but very exciting and stimulating. I'd squeeze in to get a glimpse of the models, a whole variety, a real privilege. Loved those fast drawings, one or two I'd work on later. Over the years I sold some of my Grande Chaumière nudes. They were priceless. One Saturday I'd participated in a silk painting street demonstration in Boulevard Montparnasse. Crowds gathering round me. I was in my element, painting flowers, birds and butterflies on a huge silk banner. Used to do silk painting at a workshop in the Marais, and my sister Herminia, beautiful enamels. Paris, LA, San Diego, California holiday, 72-73. I'd flown to LA, California, visiting my sister Françoise Tracy in San Diego, via London from Paris, paid half price return flight, Pan Am no less, an unused ticket belonging to an Indian, lots of leg room, very exciting flying over Alaska to LA. Landing in LA airport was quite scary. Lots of sniffling dogs and policemen, especially with a Spanish passport, very suspicious, travelling light. For a whole month, with only jeans, bikini, tops, my black obsidian ring with a lid drew lots of attention. No drugs, hippie, LSD time. I was shoved in a room with all the outlaws. Eventually, my sister and husband came and drove me to San Diego, California, via Sunset Boulevard, Hollywood houses with huge swimming pools, tennis courts, Richard Nixon's house. Loved watching the surfers in Laguna Beach. San Diego Zoo, amazing. Disney World, great fun. Tijuana, good nights out. San Diego, so puritanical. People drank in the deserts. California wine, peanut butter and T-bone steaks were excellent. So amused ordering a roast chicken from a talking machine next to a huge driveway cinema screen, people tucking into their chicken in the box in their cars. Nobody walked or then stared at. They'd drive to the supermarket 5 minutes away, women lounging round the communal pool, so obese, American diet, plus no exercise. Next to the French girls, so nimble, climbing up and down Paris metro stays. Loved the Russian River, that David Crockett house built round a huge tree, quite incredible, and the Redfern forest. The ghetto in LA was quite scary. Françoise was teaching and making macrame bags, belts, weaving, knitting and crocheting. The Golden Gate Mystery, San Francisco, California, 72-73. That was the day I decided to go to San Francisco by Greyhound bus for a couple of nights, against Françoise and Dave's advice. The minute I climbed onto the bus, made friends, stayed at the YWCA for 2 nights, loved San Francisco, Chinatown, the trams, city life, so cosmopolitan, met some English musicians from London. Everyone thought I was local, down Fisherman's Wharf, loving every minute. I headed for the Golden Gate at the bus stop, hoping to get across and back before night time. There I was. No bus, but an old man with strange, bushy, frizzy, silver-white hair and a beard like out of Dickens, so out of place, carrying an old leather briefcase with Seattle on it, his final destination, looking like a scientist or a mad professor. We'd set off at 2, and before we knew we were walking along the Golden Gate Bridge, just like in a film. He was a fast and nimble walker. We reached Alcatraz across the bay, leaning over and looking down, choppy dark seas, quite frightening. San Francisco miles away, our hair flying in the wind, mine long auburn hair, jeans top, a little bag, no other crazy walkers like us. Heavy traffic almost blinding us. Hours went by, nowhere near the other side. Suddenly there were terrific gusts of wind, fog, rough seas, deafening noise, shouting to be heard. Cars just racing by, drivers giving us dirty looks. As he was talking about the old Alcatraz, he mentioned that friends of his had committed suicide right there. The next thing I knew, as I was talking to him through the thick fog, I was totally alone. He'd just vanished. He'd obviously jumped over. I was scared to death, but had to be brave and kept on going, over an hour in total darkness, except for flashing lights, blinding lights from car beams, until I could just about make out a dim yellow light by the side of the bridge. I was so lucky 2 engineers, yellow helmets on, did hear me scream for help and offered to drive me over the bridge back to San Francisco. They weren't at all surprised of what happened, and in such murky metal-coloured seas there could well have been a shark or 2 lurking about. The thing was, he was so jolly with it all. I expect not being totally alone helped him. A strange encounter giving me goose pimples to this day. Meeting my ex-husband at an Eritrean party, Paris 74. Life so strange. Just as I was about to go on a mission to Africa with UNESCO, I met my ex-husband at an African Eritrean party. My friend Jane was giving. I'd been in 2 minds about going. I'd seen Leonard Cohen live that same evening, a great privilege. Just as I was surrounded by a group of Eritrean men, Richard and his sister walked in. It was love at first sight. Coming up to me, we hit it off immediately. He seemed so sociable, friendly, enjoying music by Cat Stevens, Kate Bush, David Bowie. He was working in the foreign exchange of Lloyd's Bank, Kensington High Street, London, summoned by the director to have his hair cut. He ignored it. I had a lifetime career at UNESCO, never giving marriage any thought, totally independent, thinking no man's worth chucking in my job for. My life was suddenly taking a twist, being emotional, swept off my feet, a real Paris romance. Eventually, after commuting to and fro to London and Paris, I decided to leave UNESCO and join him in London in 1976-77, to get married in 1977. Whenever I'd go through Heathrow immigration with my Spanish passport, I'd be stopped and questioned about my mother, Joan Foster, British, almost a joke. I was so amused my mother was in their little black book with all the baddies. Is your mother still in Cuba? Rather funny working at UNESCO as a VIP. And in 1995, 96, 97, I was actually working at the Metropolitan Police in New Scotland Yard. Juli Ramis flashback, 1970s. In the meantime, my father, Juli Ramis, was living between Tangier, Morocco and Biniaraix, Mallorca, where he bought an old stable, converting it into his home and studio. He was at his peak time, giving exhibitions in Madrid, 70-73, Salut, Palma de Mallorca, 71, Galeria Le Savoureux, Casablanca, Morocco, 1972, Salamanthon, Madrid, 73, Salut, 74, selected to be represented at L'Art Espagnol d'Aujourd'hui in Brussels and Munich, 74, Salamanthon, Madrid, 75, 76, Salapelaites, 76, Madrid and Bilbao, 77, becoming very famous with very successful exhibitions, living on his own but very creative and experimental. Chapter 11, Wedding Premonitions. Wedding, April 1977, Wanborough, Wiltshire. Seeing into the future and crying, the wedding was a family affair, my father coming from Mallorca, my mother Cuba, sisters Herminia, France, Geronima from Mallorca, cousins Cricky and Wendy. I wanted a small wedding, Richard a big one, at Wanborough Church, Wiltshire, a very old church full of character. But on the day I suddenly had very mixed feelings. An hour or less before the big ceremony, even dreading it, but never said a word to Richard. I'd bought a very simple dress in Oxford Street in my lunch hour, rather like a shepherdess's, on a bunch of daffodils. As I was dressing, my mother realized I was myself. I was miles away, looking out of the window and crying, seeing myself pushing a pram and baby alone, and so sad, like a slow-motion film. I must have had a vivid premonition. I couldn't put it off. Everyone was waiting, had to go through it, whatever. As I walked into the small, dark, crowded church, my father holding my arm, couldn't help crying down the aisle, gripped by the drama I'd experienced, ready for the sacrifice. So real to me, with its old flagstone slabs. People were rather puzzled, had to put on a brave face at the altar with Richard. We went through the ceremony and reception as though nothing had happened. Honeymoon in Sorrento, visit to Pompeii, Herculaneum. I loved the Vesuvius, trip to Capri, anything to distract my mind. I did my best to push it out of my mind for years, until one day I'd be warned. I've been told I've got a medium, and over again these premonitions throughout my life have come true. Fate? Some of us have this inner power. It can be quite frightening, or then quite revealing, and has even helped me in life from making mistakes. Life with Richard, Ealing Broadway, London, Swindon, 1976-77. After UNESCO, I'd been interviewed and offered a job as a top trilingual secretary PA at ITT in Geneva, but turned it down. I'd also been shortlisted among 8 candidates only in London to work as a trilingual secretary to Aramco in Saudi Arabia for several years. My father had been totally against it, saying I'd be kidnapped, so I turned it down. The salary was astronomical. After 6 or 7 years, I could have bought a flat in Park Lane, but to this day, 2017, still flat hunting. I was madly in love. In Geneva, he could have been a top cordon bleu chef, but no way. He'd get very excited, then pulled out. He'd have to sacrifice pub life. We were then sharing an old house in Acton. I'd twisted my ankle on ice, leg in plaster, a nightmare, climbing up and down a staircase with crutches, sliding down one day alone. One of the hottest summers, after my plaster was removed, had a brown and white leg. I then worked as private secretary PA to the Director of Public Affairs and Public Relations of Chrysler UK, also president of fox hunting in UK, South Kensington. We launched the Sunbeam in Aberdeen. Just loved my job, working with the press, wonderful food, Aberdeen Angus steaks, entertainment, trips to castles with lots of whiskey and haggis. A very funny incident on a sweltering August day, a coach load going from Truro to London in hysterics, mouths wide open, lapping it up, getting a shower of my friend's homemade elderflower wine leaking from the luggage rack. My life with Richard in Swindon, 76-77. We then moved from London to Swindon as Richard's company, Halcrow and Partners, moved from Notting Hill Gate to Swindon. I had to give up a high-powered job at Chrysler UK London to live in Swindon, always sacrificing my job. Living in Highworth, Swindon, I found a job locally as secretary at Vickers Fluid Power. After a year or so, I was made redundant. Quite sad seeing the old building with oak, wooden panels and the old clocking-in system being pulled down. I then worked for Burma Oil in the typing pool. The directors, knowing I was trilingual, would often give me their private work of properties abroad and no extra pay. Life with Richard as singles, happy times, late 1970s, Morocco, about the same time as the Rolling Stones, Jimi Hendrix, Cat Stevens. Richard and I travelled down to Marseille by train, had a real bouillabaisse, then on a cruise ship, Massalia to Agadir, via Tangier. My father was still living in Tangier until 75, 76, exhibiting at Galeria Le Savoureux in Casablanca. Before moving to Mallorca, my mother was leaving Cuba for Paris to join the 68 Arts. Richard and my father hit it off. Both enjoyed their red wine. We travelled through Morocco in old rickety buses, no toilets whatsoever, crammed to the brim, literally like sardines, mostly Moroccans in their thick djellaba, plus all their farm goods, bedding on the roof together with chickens, goats, rather top-heavy. You just grabbed whatever bus, any time of the day or night, no clocks. Arabs tell the time looking at the sun, and we'd crawl. Going through the Rif Mountains, we got to Chawen, one of the most magical cities with sacred mountain water, white and blue Medina houses, beautiful gardens. A long journey by coach down to Fez, the most religious city with mosques, palaces, medinas. Standing out in the crowd with his red beard and fair hair, Richard got hailed with stones, being called Ali Baba. Beggars kept hassling us. You either love or hate Morocco. We then reached Marrakesh, the golden city and gateway to the Sahara, surrounded by the Atlas Mountains and snow. We went as far as Goulimine, famous for its camel market. The Atlas Mountains were breathtaking. In Goulimine, the tall blue men, or Tuaregs, of the desert had high cheekbones, long blue kaftans, blue and black turbans, women black haikis from top to toe against the evil eye, at times revealing only coral-rimmed eyes. As we were wandering at sunset in the souk, surrounded by old golden red sand walls, archways and incredible blue, red, purple mountains and desert, people were so friendly. We were the only foreign travellers. Most wouldn't venture in those parts. Speaking French, Spanish and English was a great asset. Amazing how they'd pick up English and hardly literate. We were just fascinated by their handmade jewellery of magic Sahara stones. I bought a very rare piece, La Croix du Désert, with magic stones and a ruby stone set in a heavy silver cross. Is the cross Christian? One wonders how Christianity reached these tribes, Tuaregs of the desert, if they are Muslim. Venerating the Koran? Those are the beauties and mysteries of mingling with the natives of the desert. The people will also trade in and exchange goods for European ones. Jeans, watches, cameras. They had great veneration for anything coming from the capitalist world. But I say, aren't they better off living simple lives than being a consumer society? Richard was offered 1,000 camels for me to take back to London. By now I'd be a Muslim living in a harem. We were ravenous that night after travelling by bus for hours to such a remote place, but a life experience searching for meat in the market night stalls in vain, but only camel meat. The locals were very hospitable, offered us a bed and charcoal-grilled camel meat, which we devoured, rather like viande de cheval, or horse meat the French love. The English are rather squirmish about. There was a lot of controversy in UK after the illegal slaughtering of horses a couple of years ago. The Tuareg blue men did look healthy on camel meat, goat milk and dates. I remember going with Richard to the Queen's Jubilee in Windsor in 1970s. Street parades in the day, come night time. There was a huge bonfire for a massive ox roast, quite pagan and primitive, like in the Middle Ages. As the whole ox was roasting, people gathered, swarming like flies. Some were actually pulling and tearing off chunks of ox meat. The goulimin camel meat was just as tasty as Her Majesty's. Ox meat, such a funny comparison, worlds apart, and yet we are all humans and will pounce on meat, whether in goulimin or Windsor. Never forget seeing lions being fed T-bone steaks at Longleat Safari. Quite shocking, rather civilized and rich lions. Only today, February 2017, I heard the terrible news that millions of children and families are dying of starvation in Sudan, Yemen, Somalia. Such injustice. In the middle of our travels, we stayed with an Arab family in Wezan. It was in complete ruins, no roof, nor windows. In the wilds, pigeons flying freely in and out, no kitchen but a pot on a brick. An old lady cooked us her chicken eggs with homemade brown bread. I loved the whole atmosphere. They all seemed so happy with very little. No toilets, just over the wall and hill. Joan Foster, my mother, in Paris in 1970s, 80s, at the time of the hunger strike in Ireland under Margaret Thatcher. My mother lived in Belleville, Paris, joined her French friends, sympathizers of the 68 Arts, who'd also worked in Cuba. She lived in an attic in Rue Ramponneau, where Arabs and Jews lived side by side, running bars and shops. It was quite dilapidated, but had its charme parisien, very bohemian, overlooking les toits de Paris et les grues. My mother loved painting. She was a very active socialist, Trotskyist, an English teacher and artist. She did an excellent portrait of a Basque girl, a poster of a hunger striker, and caricatures of Margaret Thatcher. She'd gone to Ireland to meet heads of the Sinn Féin party. She was recalling in 2015 to think she was only a baby in the First World War when the first Easter uprising happened, worth recording. She'd had so many lives, 3 generations, and so young at heart till the very last minute. Happy Times with Richard, UK, 1976 to 79. When we were living in Windrush, we named it after Lord of the Rings. In Highworth, Richard was riding a motorbike, pushing it through the snow, until we got a green fiberglass 3-wheeler. That dangerous, risky little car, quite inflammable, but both mad smokers, which was great fun. The beauty was it was cheap to run, no driving licence, very popular, a club on the road. Driving through Wiltshire, Dorset, Devon, Cornwall, wobbling our way down the motorway, a scream. Me, a hopeless navigator. Other 3-wheelers smiling, laughing, waving or hooting by. A crazy, reckless bunch. It was also a working-class thing, those who couldn't afford a new car. We'd go down to Dawlish and Exeter, where Richard came from, camping in Dartmoor, invaded by flies and mosquitoes, fishing in the moors. One day we came across this amazing white-thatched pub, hidden away, the Nobody Inn, with old flagstone floor, blazing fire. We'd also go to Exmouth, Dartmouth, Torquay, down to Cornwall, Polperro, Clovelly. Did lots of sketches, one painting of Clovelly. At Exeter we visit the Old Ship Inn, famous for Sir Francis Drake. Now Richard's family, the Drakes, were direct descendants of Sir Francis Drake. The likeness with Richard in books and paintings was quite incredible. He was an amazing cook, a real gourmet, and a cordon bleu, reading cookery books in bed. We'd go with a group of friends to parties, pubs all over Wiltshire, Gloucestershire, Oxfordshire. He'd always be the life and soul of the party, enjoying his drink, very sociable. I spent more and more time on my painting, had my first exhibition in Highworth pub in 1978, and amazed, I'd actually sold my first painting of Greek fishermen at night, from a sketch I did in Eos. Then it was a snowball until the present, March 2017. Almost 40 years, never keeping a record on the total number. Greek islands, late 70s. We'd go regularly to the Greek islands. We'd get cheap flights to Athens and then a boat trip from Piraeus to whatever islands we fancied. On landing, local women would offer us accommodation. Island hopping was great fun. Some were there for a whole month. We'd go for 1 week or so. Ios was one of our favourites. Stayed in a lovely room with our own grapevines in the patio. For breakfast, we'd go to the main square and join the crowd. Wait ages for a cup of black Turkish coffee, that thick, powdery stuff. I'd take my sketchbook to while the time away. The Greek islands did inspire me for years, from the 70s up to 2014, painting fishermen, musicians, villages, landscapes. Quite a few I sold to Brian May in Birmingham. Kept reminiscing back to the Greek islands, Ios, Naxos, Paros, Santorini, Hydra, Evia, Mykonos, in London, Palma de Mallorca, Birmingham and Southport. Some islands we came across were quite wild and deserted, like Teresia, part of the lost Atlantis, according to an old Greek fisherman we met. One of the most invigorating swims was in that volcanic aquamarine sea. We'd be dropped off by the fishermen and climbed up the cliff to Santorini with its white and blue houses. Most of the islands were very barren and poor, the food mostly moussaka or fish if you were lucky. Sometimes you'd see the locals playing chess or bouzouki for hours. Another time we rented a house on Evia Beach, idyllic, picking and eating figs off the tree for breakfast, swimming in the day and night, sightseeing Greek amphitheatres and most of the sites in Athens. Once, dreaming of a sailing holiday, we got caught up in such rough seas in the Cyclades. The yacht almost keeled over, holding on for dear life. The winds were so fierce we couldn't go down to the cabin till night time. Finally we found a wild island with a tiny church, old hut and chickens on the beach, and caught some fish. In Delos, those colossal lions, protected by UNESCO, were so impressive. On Mykonos beach we felt so embarrassed we had to strip, felt naked without clothes on. In Ios we actually had to wait several days before sailing back to Piraeus. The winds were so fierce and dangerous there'd been shipwrecks. Chapter 12. Joan Foster, Paris, 70s, 80s. Moroccan Embassy, 77-80. Joan Foster, my mother, reminiscing in 2015 over Paris, late 70s to 80s. She was recalling her time in Paris, how incredible it was that she got a job as a computer English teacher without ever seeing a computer in her life and above the age limit. She'd applied for the job at a technical college in Gare Saint-Lazare in Paris, late 70s. Her French friend somehow drew up her CV, faking her age and qualifications. At the time, she happened to be in San Diego with my sister Françoise and sent her CV from California. The director of the technical college in Paris was delighted, assuming she'd visited Silicon Valley, and offered her a job straight away. She and her friends had a good laugh. She took it all in her stride and played the part. She did have guts. She'd always say a good teacher has to act. In the classroom, she'd say very cunningly, "Come on, David, explain to your friend Mohammed in English how you'd use your computer." She kept it very lively, rather like a game, interacting with her pupils, at first groping in the dark, but she soon learnt about computers. She'd been an excellent English teacher all her life in Tangier, London, Paris, Mallorca. One evening she'd fallen over a workman's toolbox after school hours. Then, in her 90s, she had a nasty hip operation in Palma, causing her a lot of pain until 101. Maybe she was punished for telling a little fib, poor thing. I'd applied for a super job in Crème de la Crème in the Guardian newspaper and got accepted at once at the Moroccan embassy in 1978 to 80 as private secretary PA to His Excellency Abdelatif Filali, Moroccan ambassador in the Moroccan embassy, Queen's Gate, South Ken. He'd also worked in the UN in New York. I was the perfect candidate with my background and having worked at UNESCO, Kafrad. Strange how I went in circles working at the Moroccan embassy in 78-80, then Delb's house in 1985, both in Queen's Gate, and lived in the YWCA Gloucester Road in the late 60s. His English was non-existent, at times rather embarrassing. Invited by the Queen to Buckingham Palace and embassy cocktail parties, I'd often have to cover for him. He'd just disappear without telling me. Once, without warning, he'd gone to Yemen. Other times to Paris, Morocco, incognito. At the time, embassies were bomb targets. At times, he'd dive into his diplomatic chauffeur-driven car, ducking and covering his head on his guard. I was so often totally in the dark as to his whereabouts, having to use my common sense and be diplomatic. We did have access to duty-frees as at UNESCO, which was the real downfall of a marriage, causing divorce. All embassy staff could order duty-frees once a month. The ambassador would sign the order quite blindly, often before rushing off to the airport. We'd pick up our duty-frees on weekends. Whenever I got home, just as I'd turned to my paintings upstairs, oblivious and absorbed, Richard would turn to his drink, watching football, cricket downstairs. The ambassadors thought highly of me. I would deal with Buckingham Palace, Mr. Fellow, Secretary to the Queen, King Hassan, and the Moroccan royal family, ordering King Hassan's golf balls from UK. A very keen golfer. Whenever we had cocktail parties, I'd often be driven to Harrods Food Hall by the ambassador's chauffeur, speeding through South Ken and Knightsbridge, regardless of traffic lights, quite recklessly, and parking at the main entrance door of Harrods. So embarrassing, but being a VIP, he got away with it. One of my jobs at the Moroccan embassy was working on the switchboard on Saturdays. Her Majesty the Queen had been invited as guest of honour to King Hassan II's birthday party in Morocco. I remember being inundated by angry callers from the British public, some quite insulting, obviously defending their Queen, assuming I was Arab or Moroccan. How dare you treat our Queen that way? She was made to wait for hours in her room with other women. Quite shockingly, her first and probably last visit to Morocco. It made the headlines, giving Morocco a very bad image. I had to apologize profusely. One year there'd been a near-miss coup d'etat at one of King Hassan II's birthday parties. One of his own men had attempted shooting him. I used to commute every morning on the Swindon-London intercity and back for 10. I'd never read so many books in my life. Early one morning, I'd stepped on the wrong platform train, going to Wales, blurry-eyed, rectifying it just in time for London at the first stop. I felt so sorry for Richard waiting for me in the car park, nodding off on the wheel. I had a high-powered job as well as painting in my spare time and typing all the USA president's men for a writer. In the end, the Moroccan ambassador got promoted by King Hassan II to Minister of Foreign Affairs of Morocco, leaving in 1981 with no substitute. My contract ended. That's when I worked at Vickers Fluid Power, having lost a high salary and pregnant, soon after made redundant. Our marriage was shaky. Richard's repetitive nightmare of a crash come true. I couldn't figure out why he had such nightmares. He almost joked and laughed about it, as though I know men. I pushed it aside instead of taking it as a warning. At the beginning, I did enjoy going out, But then I felt I needed my own space, painting Clovelly and fishermen in Tangier. A letter from my friend Jane, grape-picking in south of France, inspired me to paint the Grapepickers. I was very naive, in love, romantic, a dreamer. An artist, I'd taken him for granted, giving him total freedom. He really wanted a hard woman, a mother figure. I was too soft and weak, wanting equality, even married. His mum would say, "Any dirty washing, Rich?" That really got me. Our worlds were total opposites. Mine a very active, independent one, career-minded. His a very sheltered one, a plodder. I over-ambitious, giving him complexes. The decline or anticlimax of our marriage. Just as I was thinking I had everything, never realized he had a double life, nor suspecting anything. Yet he was receiving night calls for a long time. That particular summer I was dragging myself, literally pregnant and assist, temping in Swindon. One day, as I was working on the Grapepickers oil, to my horror, he grabbed hold of it in a rage and threw it down the stairs, still wet and unfinished. I was totally shattered and speechless, picking it up to save it, not wanting arguments. I had seen too many as a child. He just couldn't face being a father, wouldn't give up drink, snooker, football, totally irresponsible. He kept saying how ugly I was pregnant. Felt so hurt, he even slapped me for some reason. I worked as a temporary secretary in Swindon for the Science Research Council and others. One company asked me to make coffees and teas for the board of directors, plus all the secretarial work. I protested, saying they needed a coffee machine, and walked out. A month later, the same girls thanked me in the street. They actually got one. Always fight for your rights. Michel, a godsend. I was rushed into Princess Margaret Hospital on the 2nd of December to give birth on the 3rd of December, 1981. Early morning. I was screaming down the hallway on a stretcher. I wanted to be left on the floor, but was strapped in and even slapped. Michel was a real godsend. Had a feeling something was up. Richard not turning up like other fathers. Such a shock being told by my friend Jill Richard had been having an affair for years. Had to stay a whole month in hospital, operated on, in vain, on a huge cyst I'd developed all through pregnancy, cutting me up, surrounded by students like a guinea pig, then stitching me up, having to drain it. Fortunately, Michel was a very healthy baby, but for that little foot. We finally got home in the snow, a home that was breaking up. Decided to spend some time with my mother living in Rue Ramponneau, Belleville, Paris. Felt so excited and proud to be in Paris with little Michel in her kangaroo. At night, my little suitcase became her bed. The nomad in me. She was so adaptable. I was so lucky. While strolling in Montmartre, full of old memories of Richard and I, only then did I realize Richard had been too keen on us going away. He was obviously having that affair. Eyes wide open. It hadn't quite hit me until I was breastfeeding Michel on a bench in Jardin du Luxembourg that Richard should have been at my side. I'd give him a piece of my mind. Felt so rejected that I was unable to breastfeed, switching to bottled milk my mother had suggested. Chapter 13. A turbulent life as a single mother. When we got back, I felt a stranger in my house. Our marriage had broken down. We agreed to divorce and sell the house. He'd always lived above his means, deep in debt. Leaving us, there I was, alone in the world with Michel, a 2-month-old baby, having to find a buyer and face the move, the hard feeling of no longer belonging. When I think of it, Michel has been deprived of the most fundamental rights, the love of a father. She was being deprived of the basics, a solid home with love and security, uprooted far too long, far too young. A child needs that sense of belonging. I do feel a sense of guilt for having put her through so much in such a short time and far too many years. I was mostly in tears, seeing our happiness lasted only 7 years, pushing little Michel round the common. I'd seen it all half an hour before getting married. In the playground, the same little girl, about 5, would meet us, so kind to Michel, saying, "Where's her father? Why isn't he ever here?" Hers was often away. Once the house was sold, taking a drop, and desperate to leave, finally managed to pack all our belongings at night, knowing Michel must have sensed it. Just couldn't understand how a married woman could actually break up another couple's marriage, knowing that mother was expecting a child, destroying their happiness, causing so much harm, damage, and trauma over the years. She was exactly what he wanted, an older and richer mother figure. I treated him too much as an equal. The one that really suffered was Michel, not having built a close relationship. When the divorce came up, it was so humiliating and traumatizing to drag Michel, only a couple of months old, to solicitors and court to fight for our rights and have custody of her. Looking back, I should have stuck to my guns. She had the right to a roof over her head until 17. That woman might have destroyed our home and married him, torn me to pieces all these years, but she can never take my daughter away from me. When you lose everything, or you think you have, when your life has been broken by someone else, when they take everything from you that you adored, when you've suffered and get knocked about constantly by life, when you've known what it is to be a single mother in a big city and homeless, when you've struggled tooth and nail to make it alone, when years go by and you're still fighting, when night comes and all your happy memories come back to you, when you've got a person like Michel, who's everything and a lot more I adore, I feel no loss, but gratitude for the child he gave me. So proud of her, now with newly born Emma, another angel. A gem of a daughter like no other, who stood by me through all the most painful years, never expecting more than she got. Content with me, a mother alone, but suffering inside, in silence. No child in this world should be without a father, no matter how strong that single mother is. She can never replace a father, although she'll try to fill that void. Feel I've got everything I've ever dreamt for, having such a daughter, one and the best. Life in Biniaraix, Mallorca, a little paradise, 1981-83. Can I hardly believe 36 years have gone by. Got to get this book out, a new life. The best years with baby Michel, barely 1-year-old. We were on a big adventure, welcomed with open arms by my father and sister Geronima, and at last we could make a new life after selling up our house in Swindon. They'd visit us most weekends. Never thought I'd live in this remote mountain village, tucked away in the Tramuntana, northwest of the island, as a single mother with a little baby. Soon after the divorce I was rather depressed and lonely, but Michel gave me strength to fight. Without her I'd gone insane. Little by little we integrated in village life, making friends. Children flocked into the house to play with Michel, just like birds discovering a new friend. She was very popular and adaptable, having lots of fun painting in the kitchen and playing games. In 1982 I started painting watercolours of local landscapes. My father encouraged me, displaying them on the big wooden doors, selling them to walkers by. Germans, Austrians, British, French, returned year after year. That was the real beginning of my artistic career. Then it was a snowball. Without any advertising, doors wide open, cobblestone entrance of the old stable transformed into my gallery, a total success. Felt so proud creating my own business, building my own clientele, making a name for myself over the years. There were those days with snow, wind and torrential rains when the village was deserted. People loved watching me paint outdoors in the village, mountains or in the valley. The beauty was working from home and enjoying being a single mother. going for some long walks, pushing her in her little buggy all the way down to Solier Market, art shops, and always sketching. At times we'd take the Solier tram through orange and lemon groves to Puerto Solier and have a swim. Other times we'd go to the lavanderia, where village women would wash their clothes by hand and have a good old gossip. Or we'd walk through olive groves in the Barranco mountain, cooling down in the mountain stream, an idyllic spot for picnic, picking nísperos, blackberries, figs, or painting. There was an olive tree I loved drawing, just like a woman leaning over a man, quite amazing, incredible. The village women would sit in their doorway chatting, doing ganchillo, which is crocheting or embroidering, and cleaning all their doorsteps, cobblestones and shutters. Polishing the huge old wooden door and furniture was hard work, often eaten away or dried up by the sun, the old ship beams by woodworm. Michelle was such a good baby. The time came when she joined Aina's play school up in the mountains in Fornalutx. She loved singing and playing in Mallorquin. She'd say, "Don't worry, Mummy, I'll learn Mallorquin." The children were in a little paradise with goats, almond blossom and mountain air. The views were breathtaking along orange, almond and olive groves. Waterfalls from the highest peak, Puigmayor, covered in snow in the winter, just like a fairy tale. I did so many sketches of the mountains and villages. I made the most of my free time painting for exhibitions in Solier and selling my work at home. Winters could be quite bleak and lonely. Summers were scorching. I'd tell all my friends in London we were in paradise. They'd say they were in hell then. We could pick and eat oranges, peaches and walnuts as we walked along country lanes. Sunsets were quite incredible. A couple of years later I decided to go back to London, as I wanted Michelle to be closer to her father, missing the best moments. The village children would often ask after her daddy, never seeing him. London as a single working mother. 1983, 84, 85. We stayed with a friend Moira I'd met in Puerto Solier, with her little tot Matthew, in her London house. Richard did meet us and was very happy to see Michelle. He was actually in tears, saying he'd messed up our lives. He felt so proud of Michelle speaking both English and Spanish. He didn't seem to be that happy, married. I'd become his wife's ghost. One afternoon, a gypsy fortune teller came knocking on Moira's door, asking for me. Walking down Palmer's Green Road, she just knew she had to see me, saying I needn't worry, that child was born with a silver spoon. I felt so happy and puzzled, wondered what she meant. We then stayed in a B&B in Acton. I was the only mum and baby, noisy teenage, heavy traffic, determined to get out of there. One day I went to the Fulham Job Centre with Michelle in the buggy. I knew I'd get a tower block council flat if I found a job, being a single mother. Michelle was so good, an angel, making things easy for me. I spotted the job I wanted, as secretary in a residential home for the elderly. I applied for the job there and then. I was asked if I had someone to look after her. Told them a little lie. No problem. Had an interview that same afternoon. Rushed to a newsagent with ads in the window. Found a childminder at once in Fulham who'd look after Michelle while I had an interview, someone I could trust with her own kids. I was very lucky. Delve's house was in Queen's Gate, such familiar grounds, having worked at the Moroccan embassy in 2009 and again now in 2017. I was going and still going in circles practically all my life, just like those white swallows I saw on a cliff in Costa de la Calma, going round in circles into the depths of the sea, only to reappear again, rather like those dervish dancers going in circles, a mystery. I walked in very confident, almost demanded the job as Secretary PA to the General Secretary of Del's house, home for professional elderly headmistresses. I got the job right away. He turned down a graduate, and I loved my job. He even got promoted. I'd achieved my goal with a high-powered job, nursery, huge flat on the 8th floor in Clemathley Estate, Tower Block, Fulham. Richard did see her a few times, but only short weekends. Michelle was speaking and reading before walking, so intelligent and adaptable. After a few months, I noticed the nursery assistant didn't always change her nappies, and that's when I decided to get a childminder, an Irish mother with 8 kids plus 3 or 4. Michelle was happy dancing to Michael Jackson, breakfast time, and liked her bread and jam. A cruel society towards a single mother and child. When I'd take Michelle to Fulham and Kensington playground, almost dreaded other kids calling their daddy. She'd look around so confused I felt like crying. Had to be both mother and father, and that was almost impossible. She'd often play on her own, excluded and vulnerable, deep down, very hurt and silent. She was far too young to suffer so much. Children can be very cruel. She matured very quickly. I'd tried to make up for it by taking her places, but unfortunately society was built round the family. In those days, single parents were looked down upon. Life in Edith Summerskill House on Clemathley Estate, Fulham, under Thatcher, fighting for one's rights, 1983, 84, 85. We soon had to put up with violence on the blocks, lifts out of order, carrying Michelle up and down 8 flights of stairs. After work was shopping, a nightmare, or rushing to work and no lifts working, broken glass in the entrance from vandalism, not very pleasant with a 2-3-year-old, most tenants on the dole, neighbours upstairs playing drums all night. Quite unbearable. What was meant as golden tower blocks ended up being nightmare ones. I reported several fires by kids in the playground, their parents totally oblivious and irresponsible. In pubs, evenings and weekends, I had a bird's eye view while painting, standing up with my easel after work. Before leaving, I denounced life in tower blocks to the council, reporting noise, fire, vandalism. Under Thatcher, yuppies were buying houses across in Fulham. Another world. Brighter times in London, 1983-84. Fortunately, on weekends we'd escape to parks. Hyde Park, St James Park, Holland Park, Richmond Park, Regent's Park, to the zoo, museums. I was working at the time on a whole series of paintings of the Greek islands in oils. One day I read an article on my way to work in The Guardian on Charlotte Campbell-Davys. She'd transformed her home in Chelsea into a living art gallery, covering the walls up to the ceiling with paintings by local artists, selling them at dinner parties. She loved my Mallorquin watercolours, bought some, and exhibited my Greek island paintings. Within a month, she'd sold my paintings. Amazing, considering other artists weren't as lucky, forging my way through the Chelsea art circle. I've somehow always managed to create an impact and probably drawn to success, whatever I do, hopefully with this book too. Chapter 14, Royal Academy Summer Exhibition, 1984. I'd reached the peak on my own merit with the Grapepickers, flung in a temper down the stairs by my ex in 1980, but selected in spite of fierce competition and hung at the Royal Academy Summer Exhibition 1984, Central Hall, with the great masters, every artist's dream. Signing Juli Ramis. Little did the jury know who my father was. This was a windfall. I was working at Delph's house, always having 2 strings to my bow. My father was so proud of me, not knowing I'd submitted. Interviewed by the press, they were so surprised to know my father was a famous Spanish contemporary artist. An article appeared next day in the newspaper. Ole, I've been hung. The Grapepickers got sold to the president of the Watercolours Society, London. Returned to me as a jewel in the crown for future exhibitions. I transformed the negative in 1980 into positive twice, in 1984 and in 2010. A mystery of life and circles, one climax after the other. Life has incredible twists when you least expect it. One day we were having tea with a friend at the Tate, dreaming as usual, getting funny looks. Toddler Michelle had weed in the corner of the Tate tea rooms. Such a laugh. She'd pick her places. One blistery morning on Clematly Estate, rushing off to work, half awake, towards the nursery, I suddenly realised Michelle wasn't wearing a nappy. We had such a laugh, grabbing the lift to the 8th floor and down again. Another time, quite hilarious. We were standing in the back row of Fulham Roman Catholic Church, while the congregation was singing hymns. Standing up, Mother dreaming again, Michelle, only a tot of 3, had smacked this huge woman's black backside with a big Bible, whacking it. How that woman scowled at us. Terrified, we slipped away, never to return. Wish Fellini had made a film. He loved depicting big, fierce-looking Italian mamas in mourning, being ridiculed here by a mischievous, angelic-looking little girl with a sacred Bible in a Roman Catholic church, committing such a sin, but probably bored to tears, and that backside was blocking her view, making a sacred moment so comical. In 1981, the priest of a Roman Catholic church in Swindon refused to baptize Michelle a baby, putting his congregation to shame, he said, on the grounds of divorce and single mother, quite a taboo subject. I was aghast. So she had her own back. Then one Sunday afternoon, we'd gone to the Royal Academy summer exhibition with my Uncle Francis Foster, a Dominican priest at Cambridge Priory, and totally unaware, Michelle weed all over the beautiful red carpet in the main hall, with no inhibitions but a big smile. The keeper was shocked. "Madam, could you please have a little more control over your daughter?" I had to apologize, but obviously Michelle felt quite at home. After all, my painting was on their wall. We were in hysterics. Back in Mallorca, Biniaraix, 1986-89, after a couple of years at Delph's house, London, I had to give up my job due to Michelle's health. We then went back to Mallorca and she got well. In Biniaraix, she was so brave, wearing orthopedic shoes to correct that little foot of hers that had been squashed inside me, and walking on those horrible cobblestones. Unemployed, I'd contacted my solicitor in Swindon for a child benefit increase. As instructed, I'd sent him a cheque to fight my case. Never heard a word, but I'd catch him one day. Over the years, I'd built up my own clientele of German, British, French visitors selling my watercolours from home. Quite amazing. Hidden away in a mountain village, I'd become a landmark. Little did I know then, but feared somehow, that I'd become a victim of forgeries, selling one's soul to the devil, almost like prostituting one's art. My local landscape watercolours were pinned to the entrance wooden doors. Michelle Tot would say to the visitors, "This one or that one?" "When I'm big, Mummy, I won't paint pretty little houses." I'd say, "Well, you might have to." My mother and sister had a knack for butting in at the wrong moment.
If I were you, I wouldn't buy that painting, which infuriated me, wanting to put off keen buyers. Painting landscape oils and watercolours outdoors for exhibitions in Solier, Casa del Mar Museum, La Caixa Banca, Fetama, Maria de la Salut Town Hall, Las Islas, and even Chalk Farm Gallery in London, and being very successful. In Biniaraix and Solier, Michel became a child prodigy. Only 5, the youngest artist at the International Outdoor Art Trobadas. I participated too, painting so spontaneously and freely, dabbing paint with her little finger. Such bold and colourful paintings exhibited and sold at Escolapia's exhibition in Solier. I was so proud of her. She came out in the newspaper sitting next to her granddad in the Barranco. Michel loved going to her friend Antonia's farm below us with pigs, chickens, orange groves. My neighbour, Pat Luca, Michael Douglas's mother-in-law, I found out later, was a great admirer of my work. There were all-night fiestas in Biniaraix, bonfires with Botifarron, Pamboli concerts with Robert Graves' sons, guitarist David Templeton, drummer and artist from Deia. The mountain acoustics were incredible. The Fiestas del Bo were quite cruel. At crack of dawn, youngsters would chase after and tease the haggard-looking bull up and down the village until it flopped down to be slaughtered. Hours later, its meat offered to the elderly, a very old tradition, but rather pagan. Bullfighting is now banned in Spain. The Mallorquin dancing fiestas in the square were very lively and colourful with their traditional outfits. I'd made Michel a Mallorquin outfit for the school parade in Solier, and I sold my Mallorquin dancers to the Granja Esporles. We'd walk through orange and lemon groves to her school, Colegio Espuig bus stop, studying both Spanish and Catalan, English at home, Mallorquin with friends, French with her granddad, a real linguist. We'd often go swimming in Puerto Solier, Cala Deia, Liucalcari. Fetama, charity in Solier, Las Islas in Deia, and Chalk Farm Gallery were good outlets for my watercolours, selling my work like hotcakes, at times underpricing myself. They were begging for more. I'd won the first prize in Spain of the miniature watercolour competition by Grand Palais Edition Paris, painting Biniaraix, Solier, Deia, Puerto Solier as a postcard. I often worked by candlelight next to a log fire, roasting chestnuts or botifarrons. The picture of a black and white television would jump with bad weather. A simple mountain life, knitting a long jumper, sewing a patchwork skirt, filling up buckets of water from the fountain, stacking up the wood for winter, washing clothes by hand, walking down country lanes, picking oranges, lemons, blackberries, making marmalade, baking cakes. Michel and friends would often gather round the kitchen table painting. My father was amazed how good she was. Mais c'est une vraie artiste. The most daring and clashing colours. He'd been terribly inspired in his last exhibition in 1981, so bright and colourful, another circle. So lucky to be alive, Julia. Biniaraix 1986. I always seem to have a lucky star or guardian angel when in danger. My father and Geronima often visited us on weekends. That particular Saturday, fortunately, Michel was by the rocks near me. I was always busy cleaning, as it was an old stone house with old beams, woodworm and old furniture. As I was beating the carpet rug outside, it got caught up in my long skirt, and before I knew, I was flying over the high wall onto the cobblestones in San Guillermo Street, calling out, "Michel!" She was an angel. I could have easily killed myself, missed my temple, screaming in pain, my cheekbones swollen, bleeding. Michel, only 6, saved my life. finding help and rushing me to Solier Hospital just in time. I was making a name for myself in Biniaraix and Palma as an artist, fully integrated. I exhibited locally at the Casa de Cultura Biniaraix, a great success. A famous art gallery, Jaime III in Palma, bought several of my large oils. Biniaraix rooftops, blue shutters, Carrer San Guillem, the village church, olive trees, orange, lemon groves, almond blossom, as well as watercolours. One day in 2008 and 2009, Michel and I never expected to see my oils in the window. The price had shot up. Then again in 2015, my paintings of Biniaraix was exhibited in a gallery auction room opposite the gallery at a high price. Speculation. Chapter 15. Juli Ramis Retrospective, La Lonja, Palma, 1987. One big event after the other. The climax of Juli Ramis' artistic career. In 1986 and 1987, Juli Ramis' abstract paintings were exhibited at Arco in Madrid, the famous art collectors' fair by Juan Oliver, Galeria d'Art, Palma. In 1987, a huge retrospective exhibition of Juli Ramis was held at La Lonja, Palma, really breathtaking. A book by Bruno Martinez was published on Juli Ramis in 1987. A one-man show at Arco in 1988. He received the Medalla del Parlament Islas Balears in 1988. An avenue was named after him, Avingut Juli Ramis in Solier. The unveiling was such a great honour and event. My father was so moved to receive such recognition. Geronima, Michel and I felt so privileged. Avingut Juli Ramis is at a crossroad between Solier, Biniaraix, Fornalutx. He received the Medalla d'Or de la Comunitat Autónoma in 1990, saying, "I was given the Golden Medal in recognition for my work. The most satisfying period was Cubism, post-Cubism and Surrealism from 1934 to 1950. I was never influenced, but experimented different techniques. Other artists have been influenced by me. There's always a leader in art and others who follow his steps." Michel, a star of Suchard, 1987-88. So the London gypsy was right, born with a silver spoon, just like a fairy tale. One wintry night in Biniaraix, we were so excited entering the chocolate Suchard art competition I'd seen in the village shop. Lighting a log fire and painting, I'd ripped mine up, wanting Michel to win. She was so inspired painting La Vaca Simpatica, one for each season. Her cow was a cross between a donkey, a goat, and a cow, with huge bladders full of milk and a long, long tail. An old donkey used to climb up a cobblestone street carrying coal on his back. Next day I was praying she'd win all the way down to the post office. Then early one morning, while painting, got a call from Suchard, Madrid, saying Michel, 6, was the winner of Suchard competition with the first prize, 1 million pesetas. One of the most thrilling moments in our lives, waking up Michel to the news, rolling about and jumping with joy on her bed. She'd won the equivalent of £5,000, representing 5 exhibitions and selling every painting. Michel came out in the Daily Bulletin in Ultima Hora in 1988, next to the Queen and Diana visiting the island, sitting on the doorstep of Antonia's shop in Biniaraix with her cheque. Rather disappointed, she thought she'd have banknotes in a green dress, auburn hair like a Dutch painting, and piles of huge Suchard bars to last her a lifetime, she shared with all her village friends. Her painting was published in Brisas magazine in 1989. She was also interviewed on television, 88, 89. I felt so proud looking so sweet, natural. They asked her, "Y Michelle, ¿qué vas a hacer con 1,000,000 de pesetas? What will you do with 1,000,000 pesetas?" "Algo especial," rather shyly, twisting her skirt. There was a child who'd suffered so much and rewarded. Biniaraix became famous. So many twists in this life. She enjoyed her new swimming pool with her friends on the terrace. She actually paid our flights to Madrid to visit Suchar Madrid, staying in a lovely hotel in Gran Via, a real treat. Suchar directors were delighted to meet her, loved her paintings. In Biniaraix, suddenly, village life had changed. A German neighbour was bullying the village children, forbidding them to play in our street. I even had to stop a fight between him and a child's father. At times, Michel got bullied at school, soon after winning that prize. We then went to live in Madrid, working as a bilingual secretary at Fominvest with Marta Comas, my friend from Buenos Aires, in Goya. Michel studying in a school in Miguel de los Rios, near our flat in Andrés Mellado, doing so well and so adaptable. We also used to meet my friend Sandra Hemingway, president of Friends of the Earth, and Carlos Sayas, great admirers of my work. We enjoyed all the beautiful parks, museums, markets. In Puerta del Sol, a variety of food, bocadillo de calamares, churros y chocolate, mesón del jamón, mesón del queso, mesón de champiñones, en Gran Vía paella, cocido madrileño, chipirones. In El Retiro, a gypsy came up to me, saying I'd be a successful artist. Visited El Prado, loved Jerónimo Bosch, Velázquez, Goya. Sorolla's studio and an Andalusian garden with fountains hidden away off Gran Via with his famous Valenciana women and children, so bright that in 2015 my cousin Pete and my mother, aged 101, and I had to leave halfway through Sorolla's exhibition in Palma. Her eyes were smarting. My father loved Sorolla. They both had the same Indian print in their studio. We'd often go to Toledo, visited El Greco, a great master, enjoyed the old town, the old Roman walls, Segovia, the Roman viaduct, excellent lechona asada, Avila, and Valle de los Caídos. La Cavalcada de los Reyes, the King's Parade, on the 6th of January in Puerta del Sol was spectacular, with stalls selling toys and food, jamón serrano, turrones, mazapan, moscatel. Children in Spain are the Reyes, the kings, and stay up all night. Parents often prop up their young child on the bar, drinking next to them. In the end, being a working single mother was total madness. Coming back at 7, Michel only 7 or 8, waiting at the school door. I was also shocked to see young girls in their teens drinking beer on top of cars. She was very funny about her Barbie dolls, decapitating them, their heads, bodies hidden behind the sofa. One day I decided to leave Madrid, back to Palma again. We lived in Avenida Argentina, Palma, 1990 to 95. Michel was studying at Colegio San Francisco, doing very well. At the time, I was learning to drive in Spanish, working at the Mallorca Daily Bulletin with the editor and journalist in Spanish and English. My typing was so fast I was very popular. The others were Spanish, knowing little English. I also worked on the advertising front desk with Jackie Codd, at times undercharging and out of pocket. One evening we had a blackout and torrential rains. Michelle, 9, was home alone. She'd actually groped in the dark, reached the phone, rang the emergency number, so sensible. Firefighters came to her rescue, getting her out of the flat and finding me at work. She was so clever and so brave. Loss of a genius, my father, Juli Ramis, one of the saddest moments of our lives. 13th of March 1990, is the day my father passed away, far too young to die, eyesight problems deteriorating. A real tragedy for an artist. Diabetic, probably that cheap Chaud-Soleil red wine in Tangier. A great loss of a great avant-garde artist, a real genius, so experimental and so ahead of his time. Before passing away, he received recognition with La Medalla de Oro from the Govern Balear, a great honour for all his talent, work and dedication. Juli Ramis was buried in Solier Cemetery, his birthplace.
Chapter 16. Trip to Morocco, 1991-94. Bumblebee Operation, 96-97. In 1991, we went to Marrakesh with Françoise and Corinne, bathed in the Eureka mountain stream, stopped at a bazaar in Essaouira, dressing up as Arabs, mingled in the crowd of the Medina. The owner, being very hospitable, offered us a room by the beach overlooking the hills where Jimi Hendrix had actually played his music. In 1994, Michel and I did a 2-week round trip from Palma to Granada via Nador, Fez, Marrakesh, Ouarzazate, Islas and back. I'll never forget, we flew to Granada. Walking near the cathedral, a French lady at l'auberge, leaning over her window, called out, "Vous cherchez à loger? J'ai de moins cher plus haut si vous voulez." A real character. It was dirt cheap. We had an Andalusian flat to ourselves with patio. Loved Granada, the people, Alhambra gardens, sun and snow. The food was excellent and so cheap. Tapas, gazpacho y música. From there we headed for Malaga, Melilla, by boat, then on to Nador. At the border, we were the only foreigners. Michel's passport had expired. The minute I said Tangier and worked as private secretary to the Moroccan ambassador in London, they let us off. We were brave to travel alone in Morocco, but everyone was so friendly and lucky to find a nice hotel in Nador. Maybe a bug or two. The squid was so cheap and good, only men in cafes. Next morning, headed south, sharing a Mercedes taxi, one of the king's rejects, I was told. Squeezed in with other Arabs and chickens, down to Fez. Fun, fast and cheap. We stayed in a hotel, had a delicious couscous royal at the oldest Moroccan restaurant in Fez, full of atmosphere. The waiter recognized me. "Vous êtes Tangier." Made friends everywhere we'd go, speaking French and Spanish. On the famous Marrakesh Express, a Moroccan Berber lady sold us a big jar of her own honey. In Marrakesh, we met such a hospitable Moroccan couple inviting us. He was a university teacher. She worked for Yves Rocher Teas, had a delicious tagine and mint tea. In Gemma El Fna, watched snake charmers, acrobats and gnawa musicians and dancers. Stargazing that night, we slept on the rooftop with other women, men indoors. Next day we took a Mercedes taxi to the Atlas Mountains. The driver said Julia meant galaxy in Arabic. Sunset in the Atlas were quite spectacular. Young women were striking with high cheekbones, red henna hair, smiling and singing, bare feet, balancing buckets of water, climbing up and down the Atlas like goats, with bangles in bright shocking pinks, orange, purple, yellow kaftans, blowing in the wind like exotic birds. Marrakesh is only the gateway to Morocco. Heading for Ouarzazate, we came across an amazing Moroccan hotel with views of the Sahara Desert, snow on the Atlas and a swimming pool. Unpacking that night, we couldn't believe it. I'd forgotten all about it. Honey was everywhere. On our T-shirts, jeans, towels, Barbie dolls. We did have a good laugh and a lick. The washing was a nightmare, but a miracle, all bone dry in the morning. On the coach back from Ouarzazate to Tangier, we met a mother and son, inviting us to stay in Islas. We even went to a hammam,
Quite an experience, being scrubbed down by an old Moroccan lady, feeling so invigorated, then dressed in golden threaded kaftans for the night, chatting, singing, drinking mint tea, eating fresh sardines, fully integrated, hoping we'd stay there forever. Rather tempting. We fell in such deep sleep on their poufs, with orange flower incense, the old ladies scattered at night against evil spirits. Their dream was to work in Spain, poor yet so happy in their little blue and yellow house. In Arcila there were some amazing street art abstract murals. After Morocco we had such a culture shock, approaching Palma by ferry, just like stepping into a postcard with all its hotels and blocks. I was very inspired by Morocco painting the Kasbah, Fez, Marrakesh, Ouarzazate, the blue men, Berber women, exhibiting and selling them at Galeria Juan Oliver Maneu, Palma. Pedro Serra wanted me to sign Ramis instead of Davis. I was reluctant, out of respect to my father. Eventually I did. My father, Juli Ramis, was of course terribly influenced by African primitive art, like Picasso. I'd seen a fascinating exhibition of primitive pagan African masks from Burundi, Senegal, Ethiopia at the Belvedere Castle in Palma. In 1991, there was a huge retrospective of Juli Ramis at La Lonja Museum, Palma. After selling our house in Biniaraix in 1992, Michel became a boarder at Rice St Anthony's School in Oxford. I was still working at the Mallorca Daily Bulletin in Palma. On a visit staying at a B&B, I'd called in one evening to see Michel. I was shocked to see no security, such easy access into their dormitories, children so vulnerable and exposed, little tots aged 3, 4, 5 alone, no matron about, until I knocked on a door, all huddled up on the floor watching noisy videos. I reported it at once to the headmistress and the matron got fired. Later in 1995 I joined Michel, found a flat in Cowley, and she became a day pupil. I was then working as a temp audiotypist at Kidlington Metropolitan Police, driving in my rather tinny Skoda. In 1996 we left Oxford and landed in Fulham, London. Michel was so bright she won a scholarship at the International School in Camden, skipping a year. I felt so proud. I was then working as an audiotypist on Bumblebee operation with CID officers at the Metropolitan Police Holland Park and the CID office in Notting Hill Gate, mostly youngsters caught up in drugs, money forgeries, gangs, joyrides, locked up in dark dungeons, like in the Middle Ages, questioned and cross-examined. Some of the tapes were in quite obscure street language or slang from Pakistanis, Somalians, Africans, British. I'd transcribe and type declarations and reports on crimes. Some funny stories too, like a young working mother earning her fake pounds all night, actually using them. In the end got caught red-handed. Being the only audiotypist, I had to be very fast and accurate. The CID officers would pile up all their tapes. Holland Park Metropolitan Police was a high-security building, special access code number, surrounded by massive grey walls and barbed wire ex-jails, just like in Dickens' time. Quite scary, but enjoyed the work. One of the lowest paid but exciting jobs, contributing to the crackdown on crime. Male and female officers would speed in their cars, change their appearances in the office wearing wigs, dirty old jeans, to mingle in the crowds of the West End, amusement arcades, London Underground, pubs, hotels, nightclubs and beat crime. I also worked in New Scotland Yard, St James, in the top security pharmaceutical and drugs office on highly confidential work dealing with the underground world of drug users, striking off doctors and chemists breaking the law. At the time, living in Dollis Hill and commuting, the platform was often empty. people on the dole, living in council houses. I might have been better off unemployed, but I loved my job. I felt I had little control over Michelle coming out at 3 and getting home at 6 or 7. She and her friends were quite obsessed by Liam Gallagher, going to Camden, Abbey Road Studios. I learned this years later. We went to a live Oasis concert in Earl's Court. Michelle was in heaven, singing and dancing, I and her friend at the back, watching amused. Michelle was a rebel and wild going to parties. I was so worried getting late-night phone calls, losing the battle. One day I decided I had to call the Swindon solicitor who'd swindled me in 1986 from New Scotland Yard. Totally intimidated and terrified, he muttered, "Oh, I was wondering how to get hold of this Mrs. Davis." This time he'd have to cough up or else. A cheque arrived next day. What a swine. Always fight for your rights. I might appear to go in circles, but for good reasons. Little did I know we were living near our family burial ground in Kensal Rise Cemetery my mother took us to. One day I made a huge mistake posting my father's works, pastels on paper, to my sister Herminia in Paris, in an airtight tube, packed very carefully, marked poster to deter anyone, but not a trace of them. Of course I should have registered it, but I listened to my sister. We'd gone to Amsterdam for a holiday. Michelle looked so much like Dutch girls. Same oval face, brown eyes, auburn hair like Dutch paintings in the Rijksmuseum. That Spanish-English blood. Amsterdam was so inspiring for sketching. One Sunday I decided to get a stall at the old roundhouse in Camden Market to sell my Mallorquin watercolours, setting off at 6 a.m. thinking it might be fun. I was frozen to death displaying my work, sitting on a cardboard box, numb all over from sleet and snow, boxed in corrugated icy sheets, stalagmites and stalactites hanging over our heads, just praying to God I'd sell, sketching and writing to keep my sanity. The crowd seemed only interested in clothes, rather vain and self-centred, never looking my way into a world of dreams, only wanting to reach people's inner self, soul, spiritual life through my paintings. I was dreaming of Mallorca, craving for the sea, a fish out of water, drifting in London jungle. There seemed to be a real rat race, people crisscrossing each other or drifting with the currents with no real aim, killing time, some stuck in a net, wanting to be free, swim, others luckier, wriggling out, but most of us looking for happiness, trapped in the net, bodies and minds frozen, blocked, brainwashed, close to the world and stressed out, selling nothing, fishing on land, throwing the net but not one fish, all blind, even at giveaway prices. So glad, warm water and toilets, grabbed a hamburger to fill my stomach, swelling with hunger. Just as I'd called it a day, I sold 4 watercolours. Eureka! A last-minute twist. As I got on the tube, my body started thawing out. The padded seats, a real luxury. I wrote all this in Camden, rather negative, feeling cold, tired and hungry. In the end, being a working single mother with a teenager and Oasis was too much. Back in circles we go to Mallorca. Chapter 17, Life in Mallorca, 1998-1999. We'd just come back from London for a quieter life. La Isla de la Calma. That was a joke. Crucial age, 16 on the island, from one frying pan to another, with a little rebel of a teenager. The minute we moved to San Agustin, Michel went off to Magaluf, Little England, which became my nightmare at 1 or 2 a.m. in my Fiat Panda, hunting her down at BCM, bananas, losing all control again. One evening, Michel had packed up all her clothes and CDs to leave home. I couldn't believe it. Fortunately, she came home after sitting in the park for an hour or so in the cold. She was doing bilingual studies at Queen's College with brilliant results, hardly ever studying. She and her friend Cordy were such a scream, coming out of school, changing their school uniforms into the rebel look, hair entangled, white shirts dangling out, plaided skirt all jagged, cut up, hems undone with safety pins like a mini, Oasis black and white striped trainers, laces undone, slouching with their school bags, with a huge grin. Only 2 days ago, in January 2017, we had such a laugh with her daughter Emma, 7.5. At home a rebel, throwing her school books, CDs, trainers all over her bedroom. Out of her chaos, she'd pushed me to paint my best painting, a jumble of trainers, flying across the canvas, breaking away from landscapes, using a big spatula, thick acrylic paints and stick, a turning point. Everyone wanted my trainers and cars and traffic jams. In the same spirit, I'd suddenly become urban and free, thanks to Michel. Such a twist. We were living in a flat or watchtower in Calanova, overlooking a shipyard and bay, painting Michel and guitar, and my favourite Michel in Ibiza, never parted with. Saw some incredible thunderstorms and lightnings in the night, masts and boats keeling over. Great inspiration for some dramatic paintings I sold. Also sunsets over the sea, very atmospheric, my mother loved, in Turner's spirit. Had several successful exhibitions at Galeria Ietas. The owner of the Royal Savoy Art Gallery in Porto-Pi bought many watercolours, wanted to launch me in Japan, and exhibited my paintings. He owned Miro's, Chagall's, Ming vases and Persian carpets. He and his Japanese wife invited me for coffee. One year, a gunman attempted to shoot King Juan Carlos in his yacht from the same tower block. One day, his secretary called me to collect my work, just like a film. A smooth, sleek, elegantly dressed French Jew, a millionaire, handcuffed by the police, his gallery cordoned off, looking sheepish and bundled up into a police car to jail. Had to fight to get my paintings back, as they were taking fingerprints. Initially met him through an employment agency as a secretary, but he was interested in my paintings. I know he wanted to launch my father in Japan, but that never materialized. Art rackets. One day, out of the blue, a couple from Bahamas walked into my exhibition at l'Alliance Française in Palma. Very eager, they'd read an articles about me in a magazine, loved my work, bought paintings from photographs in my visitors' book. They'd converted their summer residence overlooking the sea into an amazing art gallery as my own, with all my paintings matching all their furniture at the Anchorage Bendinat. Felt really flattered and commissioned to draw an extra-large Sanguin of Michel in Ibiza. They adored. The day I saved lives in Banyalbufar, Mallorca, a near crash with Harley-Davidsons. Me and my panda, Michel, Geronima, François from California, we'd left the restaurant cafe siesta time in Banyalbufar, heading for Santa Ponsa via Andraich, all precipices. A very narrow, bumpy road, hairpin bends, potholes, just sheer drops into the void and open sea, one of the prettiest but scariest drives in the height of summer. I'd spotted just in time to my right a casita and driveway. Next thing, a stone flying across the bend with an oncoming Harley-Davidson. At a frightening angle and speed, in just a split second from a fatal collision, I swerved the car to my right, my sister screaming, "Julia, we're crashing!" Kept my cool, so close to it, the Harley-Davidsons hitting me sideways and bouncing back. So lucky to be alive. We were shaking all over, so shocked. Jumped out. I'd also saved other lives behind me, Germans renting cars, so amazed by my quick reflexes. A whole gang of riders followed, obviously rich, in their sparkling Harley-Davidsons, black leather gear, in their 40s, red-faced from drinking, totally irresponsible, arrogant, reckless, choosing not to stop, shouting, "Son turistas, nos vamos!" The only tourists. Livid, I shouted back, "No soy turista, venga aquí!" Come back. The nightmare wasn't over. All the way down to Andreich, an avalanche of evil Harley-Davidson riders, a pack of 50 hounds, racing to the Puig Mayor, totally illegal at 3 p.m. My only defence was blinding them with my floodlights, forcing them to slow down. Trobadas de Mallorca, 97, 98, 99. These were outdoor international art gatherings in Palma and all over the island, spring and summer. I used to love from morning to night, often a paella lunchtime, ending up with evening exhibitions, learning new techniques like using the spatula from watching other artists, very stimulating. Trobada of the old town patios and palaces. Painting Palma Cathedral was quite bewildering. Colossal architecture, avoiding a postcard effect, breaking the rigid vertical pillars with horizontal branches, sweeping across the cathedral with lots of tourist onlookers. Whenever there was a trobada, I'd be there, canvas, oils, easel in my little panda. One of the best was in La Plaza Valdemosa, a Qart square near the Cartuja de Valdemosa, the jewel of the crown of Mallorca. Chopin and Georges Sand lived in that austere and cold monastery. There's also a permanent exhibition of my father's, Juli Ramis' works, at the Museo Contemporáneo. I'd painted La Plaza, old stone house with a bright red door, red geraniums, finished under an hour, so inspired and making friends with the locals. Later on, the Bahamas couple bought it and loved it. Next was Santa Ponsa pine trees. There I was, with my flimsy easel, struggling with strong winds. Finally, racking my brains, tied a heavy stone to a string in the middle to steady it. Ingenious. Painting under the pine woods, crisscrossing each other, the beach and sea in the background. It was very challenging. I ended up using sticks for the barks of the trees and sold that painting to Juan Oliver, Galeria Maneu. Lunchtime, the alcaldesa, or mayoress, said, "Julia, que bien!" But I hadn't quite finished, inviting me to a paella with other artists. I joined later. A funny outdoor one was I'd parked my car, chosen a nice spot to paint in the woods on a scorching August Sunday afternoon, siesta time. Thought I was alone, with trees, birds, beautiful mountain view and Calvia church, painting in my bikini. So hot. Other artists would cheat and take photos and rush home to their studios to paint landscapes. Suddenly my eye spotted someone on the hillside opposite. Not long before this guy approached me, totally silent, got nervous but carried on painting. Coming so close, obviously a shepherd, looking puzzled. Then sitting by me, breathing heavily, I decided to break the silence, saying, "Hola, ¿quieres agua? Hace calor. Do you want some water?" At the same time, putting away my brushes and paints. That did work. I was able to pick up my painting material while he was drinking and got back to the car in time. I'd read through his mind. I finished the painting back in Santa Ponsa and it got sold in the town hall. They said it looked like a Cézanne. A Moscari was another one I enjoyed. Met Jenny Spencer from Selva, who sold her paintings at the V&A at extortionate price in the 70s and 80s. Secretary to Anthony Blunt, art historian and collector at Buckingham Palace and Courtauld Institute, loved Poussin. Both Blunt and Poussin come into the Holy Grail and the Holy Blood. Rennes le Château, a fascinating book. I painted several sunsets of Moscari in broad daylight, which again the Bahamas couple bought. Another one was Trobada de Castilla y León, painting a patio and palm tree in the spirit of Rousseau. Sold it at the Nile Art Gallery, Portalsnaus. Friends of Cynthia Lennon, exhibiting her watercolours. Julian Lennon owned the Red Club nearby in Portals. Trobada de Su Majestad Reyes de Borbón. Pintura rápida, barcos de época on the Paseo Marítimo, a great event and fun, painting all day vintage boats. The winner, a young girl, plonked herself at the last minute at 7 p.m. on the quayside. A 5-minute job, a square and a rope. We'd been at it since 7 a.m. I'd chosen Rafael Verdera Ibiza, the oldest vintage boat in Palma, all wooden sails and rigging, transported salt from Ibiza. Again had finished in no time, spent days studying and sketching masts and rigging in the boatyard. Had a whole crowd round me. One of the skippers wanted to buy it, but then he disappeared. In 2000, 2001 and 2, we were living in a very old attic flat, full of character, an old convent in Calle Monges, in Old Town, with cobblestones, cathedral and church bells ringing. Michelle could literally roll out of bed and go to Escuela de Turismo nearby. She painted her bedroom walls orange, red, yellow flames, Ibiza style, staying up all night, downloading her music, always ahead of her time, spotting the best groups. Some were quite obscure, who became famous. She had that flair, a very musical ear like her father. She was studying tourism, obtaining brilliant results, their best pupil in 10 years, producing a marketing project in English, the future of physiotherapy and agro-tourism. She could have run her own hotel, agro-tourism, physiotherapy or travel agency, but for the capital. In 2001 she met Rob, her husband, at an Oasis concert in Magaluf, of all places. Another twist, or circle within circles. When painting blind at times, I needed that critical eye of Michelle's, knowing exactly when to stop the hardest. My paintings were exhibited and sold at Las Islas, Deia, Fetama, Solier, Galeria Yetas, the Nile, Galeria Son Rapiña, Galeria Pomar Flores, Palma, as well as giving private English lessons all over the island, literally flying in my little Fiat Panda on the motorway, people staring at me, but at times out of pocket. I'd taken my mother to a German clinic on Salut she'd insisted on, regretting it bitterly. The hip operation was a disaster, wrong size prosthesis. In her 90s, in hospital, such a joke, pushing away her bouquets of flowers into the bathroom, demanding Bordeaux wine. She was a real joke on the ward, wanting lots of attention. One day I was given a huge commission to paint 200 extra-large landscape watercolours to a deadline by Galeria Juan Oliver Maneu for a very exclusive hotel in Can Picafort, all originals, the largest production I'd ever done. Standing and painting landscapes was a big challenge and achievement. Over the years I'd built up a wealth of sketches, even on tiny scraps of paper, my 2 Bibles. I always refer to. My sister Herminia, fascinated, watched me paint, and ever since has been a very successful professional watercolourist in Vence. A famous art gallery in the old town was selling my paintings until the night I drove by after lesson and saw liquidación total. closing down. Next day, what a blow. Just couldn't believe the chaos or hurricane, someone wrecking the place. My paintings flung across, covered in dust, as though stealing my own work. The worst was to come in 2007. Being an extra for Palma Pictures and Characters was great fun and well paid, from 7 a.m. till late night and weekends all over the island. Fascinating being behind the scenes with a crew of sound engineers, cameramen buzzing around like in a circus for the BBC television advertisements, Paul Getty. For BBC in Llucmajor, it was snowing, yet in our summer T-shirts, sitting in cafes, walking about markets, taking over the main square. For Paul Getty, acting as British tourist, big plastic umbrellas and sandals at the Belvedere Castle, eating ice cream in Andrij, all good fun. In 2000, Pedro Serra, art collector, published a book on 101 Pintors, private collection. The book sleeve was my father's, Juli Ramis's painting, Flautistas, exhibited at the Museo Baluar de Arte Contemporáneo in Palma. The day Joan's walking stick just drifted away, 2 hours in the Med. Another good film, a real drama, while everyone was dozing off to sleep, sunbathing. Over the years, I'd often take my mother to Cala Portal's beach. She'd wander off while I'd be parking. Well in her 90s, just like a child, so impatient and excited. The sea was the only place she didn't feel any pain. We'd wade through the sea with her wooden stick, then she'd fling it to swim. I'd grab it with my feet like a dog, a real knack, and swim on my back. That particular day, I'd gone for a proper swim in high sea. She'd thrown her stick. "Enjoy your swim, Julia." While swimming, it had drifted away until totally lost without it. After searching every rock, I'd asked 2 young, strong women to help me get my mother out of the sea, take her home with no stick. So many stairs, like Mount Everest for her. We waited on the beach. Just when we'd given up hope, a fisherman came running with it. It had drifted away in high sea. She was so happy with her old friend from then on, I'd have more than one stick in the boot of the car. We then checked swimming pools in Bendinat, Costa del Blanes, Cap Deia, Saigua Blava, Bonanova hotels, ones with special lifts, but none were good enough. Too sunny, too dark, too deep. She was quite fussy, at times like a spoiled brat. Thought I'd found the perfect one in Castilla with a bar. My friend Bob the Gob had joined us. She enjoyed his company so much that she forgot all about her swim. Instead, I, on 0 alcohol, had a good swim. Another time we'd gone to Costa del Blanes for our early swim and stick, then a cortado at a cafe. She was furious when a man next to me I knew was saying, "Who are you?" She butts in. "Sorry, madam, but I'm talking to your daughter." Then she'd say, "Let's go home now, Julia." At times a real bully, quite rude but amusing. Chapter 18, San Martin, A Fairy Tale Wedding, 2006. The old amphitheatre, a lifetime experience. Such inspiration. 15 years later, a galactic abstract painting. One afternoon in 2004, a friend of mine, Roger Joyce, took me to San Martin, Alcudia, near the motorway. High-rise flats, hotels, hidden away under a hill with olive trees. A sanctuary deep down. Pushed the gate open, leading to such a mysterious sight. Travelling back in time, down black slab stairs, quite spooky, into pitch darkness, an underground pagan amphitheatre, so sacred, full of atmosphere. One incredible bright light piercing through the centre of a dome, striking in the middle of the stone slab, just like a sacrifice altar, as though mathematically calculated. There were actually seats carved into the stone walls in a semicircle for the congregation opposite the centre slab, a pagan church. I'd seen Stonehenge, Avebury, Volubilis, Pompeii, Herculaneum, the Acropolis, but nothing like San Martin, the darkest, deepest place, a world of druids. Total silence brought shivers down my spine. In 2013 in Southport, I visualised and painted San Martin as an abstract painting I got very excited about, with a beam of light cutting through circles within circles. Can also see an eye or a fish in it. In 2002, Michelle was living with Rob in Ainsdale for several years, working at Pontin's front desk, reservations and entertainment, promoted to finances, highly qualified. When they got married in 2006, we all stayed at Pontin's. Great fun. She was then working at Treetops Hotel. While visiting her, I did some quick sketches, me like a fly, of people having their pre-lunch drink, a fat, bald Englishman, wispy white hair, in an armchair puffing away on his cigar with some ladies. I also did a sketch of a Jamaican yuppie opposite me on the train to Liverpool with a briefcase and a big colourful umbrella. The conductor said, "My word, you should work in the court." Rob was building golf courses in Formby and Southport at crack of dawn, working all hours. In 2002, I left Monge's flat in Palma, in the old town, and shared a flat with Ruth, a medical researcher on Alzheimer, in Calle Murillo, in Palma. At first she raved about my blue landscapes. I was giving English lessons, caring for my mother, driving her to the beach, a hospital, bank, shops, bookshops. Finally, after a trip to Mexico, the Popocatépetl volcano had erupted and ashes got into her eyes. A tragedy. Neither the Red Cross nor Sondureta Hospital could help. We finally went to a German clinic. "Talk to me, doctor, not to my daughter." The laser operation was a total failure, her eyesight deteriorating. I'd leave the UK in 2014 to be with her and read to her every day, yet she could still paint. One day, wanting a disabled sticker to avoid parking fines, my mother put her foot right in it, telling the doctor that she didn't need a wheelchair, and I wasn't to open my mouth. Felt the strain at times, she putting all her weight on my arm, not getting enough support, but wanting to go shopping, at times a nightmare. She'd insist on being dropped off at the bank, with ongoing traffic in the avenidas. Police appearing from nowhere, ready to clamp down like hawks. She'd say, "Julia, I'll get off here and run." She could hardly see the green man, and in such pain, hobbling with her stick. One day, Ruth started criticizing my work. Hurt at the time, but needed that shake-up. I'd paint in a tiny room, standing, fully dedicated. Suddenly, Ruth was invading my space, plonking herself down on the floor and painting. I was at my peak, very inspired by my trip to Southport, transforming my landscapes into the English lounge treetops, the English corner, the yuppie on the train, musicians, bar life, the Senegalese road drillers, illegal Senegalese immigrants, a total breakthrough from olive trees and sunsets. The public were open to a new world, all sold to Senor Lloret of Galeria Son Rapiña, wanting to launch me in Barcelona. Ruth's friend, a scientist from Complutense Madrid, raved about my paintings and bought the almond pickers, cafe and bar life, musicians and dancers, a couple I'd used dregs on, unfinished, but signed for his family's art gallery in Galway. Every quick last-minute sketch I've done with dregs has sold. After a couple of years, we went to live in Castilla. One day, walking along the seaside, I thought, I'd like to meet either an artist, musician or writer. I'd met Bob the Gob at the Sevens Bar showing my watercolours. Then Mike, a musician, a total anarchist, leading me to Birmingham of all places. Forgeries of my watercolours, only discovered by chance in 2005 what I'd foreseen in the mid-80s in Biniaraix, thinking then somewhere, someday, somebody will copy my work, selling them like hotcakes, actually happened. Mike had spotted my watercolours in Puerto Soler. They were fakes, forgeries of my works. The police discovered the forgerer, making dirty business, actually stealing my ideas. I reported to the police the missing paintings, the art gallery, and forgeries of my work in Puerto Soler. I'd actually gone up to some tourists telling them not to buy them. They weren't my original work. Sold all over Puerto Soler. My signature was covered up. How evil is that? Selling prints is the answer. Knowing I'd sold the house and I was famous for my watercolours, the forgerer was laughing. The police investigated, found the forgerer reproducing vast quantities of them. In court, under Spanish law, a 90-year-old man couldn't be arrested. My argument was he'd started in his 60s buying my watercolours for his own benefit. I lost the case, unable to produce evidence which the forgerer had. I'd heard that my paintings were being auctioned at night parties in Palma. Confronted with the gallery owner in his Armani suit at the police station, saying he was on the dole, that he'd pay me up, but he never did. About a month before leaving for England, my sister Geronima had a stroke. I then had to empty her house in Bunyola, a nightmare. Boxes of clothes to fill up 3 wardrobes, 50 pairs of shoes, books, massive artwork, a huge fridge freezer weighing tons, and rats in the house. She moved to a flat where she got terribly depressed. Escapade to Birmingham, 2006. I was feeling terribly upset over the forgeries and decided to leave the island. Sold my panda, driving to Valdemosa at night with Mike driving me crazy, quite eccentric. He'd actually lie down on the quayside of Puerto Soler at 2 a.m. in his shorts and heavy boots, studying the stars, being an astrophysicist. Decided to go with him, quite blindly, to Birmingham, knowing Michel was planning to get married. Felt I needed a change. Living with Mike was a big mistake, but my painting saved me. In Birmingham, I liked the contrast of old red brick houses, factories, canals, pubs, churches and mosques, futuristic, ultra-modern blocks, a mixture of Western, Middle Eastern culture, Jamaicans, Indians, Pakistanis, Somalians, Arabs, a very exciting cross-culture and fusion of mixed races and religions, a huge variety of food, clothes, music. Living with Mike, a single father, we had that in common. Both creative, guitarist, songwriter, all types of electric guitars, total opposites. I living by day painting, he by night. Painted his house with Liam, but he preferred it with all the dust and dirt. Painted a huge yellow and red butterfly in the window of his council house, leaving my mark. Enjoyed playing the piano. Both Liam and him were very musical and taught me some chords. He'd spend hours in pubs. I'd sketch the local Jamaican characters, snooker and dart players, musicians. I'd use sketches for paintings in 2014 in Southport and sold. Balsall Heath, Runcorn Road, was a real slum, like Beirut. I liked Ladypool Road, with its Indian shops and authentic Indian restaurants. Amusing to hear young yuppie Indians speaking both English and Hindu, just like Bollywood. One day I approached an Indian gallery art dealer in Moseley, but he only bought copies of Picasso and Matisse from China, dirt cheap, with all the lumps and hairs. A fairy tale wedding. I called Richard to tell him I was living in Birmingham with a mad musician I'd met in Mallorca. He was so surprised hearing Michel was getting married. They got married at Southport Town Hall Registry Office on the 18th of August 2006. Richard did come, looking slightly nervous. He hadn't seen Michel since she was 10 or 12. Michel looked absolutely stunning, stepping out of the car, welcomed by family and friends. My happiest day. Richard was taken aback seeing her, so many years had gone by. At the reception he was sociable as ever, inviting everyone for a drink, chatting together like old times, but with Michel, almost total strangers, yet they did look alike. In the end, not feeling quite at ease, he left for Swindon. We carried on enjoying a wonderful day and evening with live music. Chapter 19, Birmingham 2006-7, Mallorca Tornado 2008. After living a month with Mike, decided to rent my own Qart place. He was just too much, an anarchist, alcoholic, bipolar, arguing with illegal Somalians, Pakistani taxi drivers, lots not speaking the language but preying on the job. I ending up walking away, so embarrassed. I was amazed to see Tolkien's corner at the Prince of Wales, Mosley, to think he was then writing Lord of the Rings. I participated in the Mosley Mix art exhibition, winning distinction prize depicting the pub, junk shop and Pete the Feet. I sold 8 paintings of the Greek islands, Mallorca, Morocco, at K2, a jazz club restaurant Mosley, to a great admirer and friend writer Brian May. Another circle, whatever I'd painted in the south got sold in the north and vice versa. A dramatic night in Birmingham city centre. I was at a cash point, Mike on the bench playing his blues harp. Some hoodies surrounded Mike shouting, "Have your radar on, Julia." Feeling under threat, he told them to go away. They'd gone. A few hours later, just after a pizza meal, sure enough, the same gang were heading for us in that deserted main shopping area. One grabbed hold of Mike's stick, all dancing and shouting. We had to run back to the restaurant for safety. People eating, dived into the kitchen, fire escape, exit door. They were hurling tables and chairs into a taxi cab just in time. That gang of brothers made the headlines and jailed the next day. One day in 2007-8, when I least expected, I received a call from Mallorca, which came as a bombshell, freezing me to death. The art gallery owner was taking me to jail that same day. In 2000, 2001, 2003, exhibiting at his gallery in Calle Colom, Palma, his clients, Parliament politicians, I was offered the window display for my artwork. I'd insisted on paying, but he'd refused. He'd sold quite a few paintings. Weird how I'd taken a photo of the window display years before. He never paid me for the missing paintings. Took him to court, never turning up, giving me false addresses. As evidence, I gave them the photo of the window display. That was his trump card. He was taking me to jail, as I never paid the window display. Felt blackmailed. Terrified, rang him back, closed the matter to save my skin. Visiting my mother in Palma, we actually bumped into the man, at once wanting to hug us. Such twists. Yet again I went back to Mallorca in 2007-8, as both my mother and sister felt abandoned. Lived in l'Altra Mallorca in Maria de la Salut, a house overlooking old tiled rooftops, an old onion-shaped dome church with a clock, new inspiration for my painting. Whenever someone died or was born, the Sibyl would sing at sunset, her voice carrying across Maria. Heard a similar voice in Oxton Church at nightfall. I quickly integrated in village life. Was offered the keys to the old convent by the mayor of the town hall to give an exhibition. Never imagined I had such success with my urban paintings of musicians, African dancers, in an old chapel with the Virgin and angels, in such a sacred place. Those I'd painted in the north got sold in the south. Mysterious circles. I met a German couple quite casually over coffee in Maneu. They bought several paintings, cafe bar with people, women's legs and dogs, guitarists. After the exhibition, I treated myself to a new keyboard. As my sister Geronima had had a stroke and loved my house, I rented another one. What a laugh, moving in my old Fiat Panda, with, funnily enough, milagros, meaning miracle in Mallorca, a Mallorquina, doing several journeys loading and unloading to a house on a hill. Milagros yelled her head off. "Julia! Mare de Deu!" on the verge of a precipice doing the sign of the cross. Quite hysterical. I shouted back to her, "Embrague!" Clutch. She totally confused. I pulled the handbrake just in time. A miracle. It was so comical. I'd done the same thing after lesson in Costa del Blanes I'd given. Found my panda 2 hours later down the hill against a lamppost. So lucky I drove off without a scratch. Another day, rather dramatic, my mother had had a flood in her flat. Mike was landing in Palma, had to pick them up. Before leaving, emptied the cupboard for their clothes. First climbing up to open a window and falling down, hitting my ribs against the bath. 10 minutes later, emptying the drawers of a massive Mallorquin wooden wardrobe on dodgy round wooden wedges on flagstones, toppled over me, crashing my ribs. The pain and weight were excruciating. Nobody heard me scream, my blackest moment. Impossible to heave the weight off my body. Stooping sideways, praying to God, had visions of me buried in a coffin, discovered months later. Knew I had to bear the pain until the tip of the wide-open door with a heavy mirror landed on the flagstone, and I'd be free. After what seemed an eternity, doubled up a good hour or so, it did touch the floor, then heaved it slowly, straightening it up and freeing myself. What an achievement and miracle. That was close. I'd saved my own life. I drove to Palma and back with my mother and Mike, then to the hospital, admitted with several broken ribs, a stabbing pain. After a while I dismissed myself. The staff thought I was mad and drove back as my mother was alone with no phone. My mother wasn't too sympathetic. She and Mike enjoyed their whiskey and brandy. Who'd knock it down first, discussing history, politics, astronomy. In the end, he was such a nuisance, stumbling with drinks, I sent him off to his friend Bob the Gob. The ribs took several years to mend. Going for long walks, swimming and drinking water helped. As well as painting, I was giving English and drawing lessons at home. I enjoyed. This little girl had amazing concentration power, drawing hours on end. The night of the tornado, 2008. So lucky to come out alive. I'd taken all my paintings, a rusty old bike and ivy. Saw one recently in 2015, almost an exact copy. Old cartwheel, old wine caskets, old well, amazing sunsets, horses and almond blossom, black and white smart cars, traffic jam. To Galeria Son Rapina, my barometer. He used to buy every painting from 2000 until the recession 2009. A great admirer, paying me a round price. A few years later my paintings were fetching 3,000 euros at a joint exhibition with my father's works. I was good promoting myself, but not businesslike. The tornado night I was parking with threatening black clouds when it just pelted down. Hail, thunder, lightning on my Fiat Panda. Felt so flimsy and vulnerable. Stocked with all my work, a godsend. Felt I could have lifted off. Fortunately, I was wedged in between two cars badly parked. Got drenched with the windows locked, terrified seeing corrugated iron sheets, metal bars in the car park flying across. I shouted out for help, but no one, all pulling down their shutters about 6 or 7 p.m. Torrents of water, like metal sheets, crashing down on the car. Feeling desperate, used my mobile. No reception. Cut off, prayed to God I'd fight back and plucked up courage. Took some painting soaked through, begging the gallery to open up. So determined to sell my work. He bought all of them and even commissioned more traffic jam cars. I must have done 4 or 5 versions for him and others. I'd started cars in Calle Monges, inspired by my trainers and my Fiat Panda and the smart black car. I'd paint standing at my easel, working on several paintings, at times 10 to 13 hours a day. I'd turned the negative into positive, fighting for survival, literally in a tornado. The return journey was pretty scary on the motorway Palma to Sineu, with no visibility, fog, mud, ice, no traffic lights. Nightmare. Finally got home to find a flood to top it up. The Mildew House, Sineu, 2008. I'd found a little cottage built against white rock cliffs, surrounded by spectacular woods. The old donkey would make paths, cutting through the wood. The owner said, "Te ha tocado la loteria, you're so lucky." A joke. Stayed for 8 months. It was fit for 2 nights. Could see the sun, but never felt it. Freezing. Pine trees like a huge mushroom over the house, a real icebox. I had no heating, all wooden. I'd cook to warm up my legs. I'd actually eat out of a frying pan on my lap. After only a week, there was condensation, damp, and mildew creeping round me alarmingly. Clothes, shoes, paintings, books, warped. A constant battle against the clock, packing everything in plastic containers. A woolly bonnet in bed. My arms were ropey and thin, my nails almost disappearing, my hair falling. I'd paint outdoors on the porch. Whenever I'd play the keyboard, amazing, my friend the rabbit would pop out of his hole, then dive down into a tunnel. One night, my gas bottle was hissing. Called the gas man to check. Que putada! Bloody freezing. So cold. He actually went out to the porch, let the pressure out of the gas bottle, shooting out above the trees. I was pretty horrified. Next morning, all I saw were burnt leaves and feathers from the gas. So sad. I'd met Gabriel, a Madrileño artist, at Son Cleda Hotel in Sineu one night. Had an exhibition there, giving me a sermon all night long about selling original work and not prints. Then scaring me, the Mildew House would just skin me to death. He'd even do a frightening painting of me in mildew, making me move at once. I'd gone to live in a little casita in the middle of nowhere near Maria. Losing my knob at Sineu roundabout and Santa Margarita scrapyard. 2 such funny events, always getting myself in a twist. I'd picked up Geronima, going for a long mystery tour on a Sunday afternoon at Sineu petrol station. I'd got out, unscrewing the knob, ready for a refill. The machine gobbled up my money. No petrol. The station was deserted. I was mad. I literally shot off to the next station away from the village, swerving on the roundabout, heading for a petrol station. I wanted a refill. To my horror, there was no knob. I tore back to a very busy roundabout with domingueros and German rent-a-car tourists, all swearing at me, on their way to Calarajada. It was just like a funny film. I'd spotted my knob right away in the middle of the roundabout. I didn't care a hoot about the traffic. The only way was to stop and grab it before it got plastered. And I did, everyone cursing me with my emergency lights, creating chaos. That mad foreigner, Forester, woman driver. In the end, on my own, I went searching for a substitute knob. Pandas were obsolete. I'd driven to the largest outdoor scrapyard in Santa Margarida, a circus, the most hilarious place on earth. Another film or painting in mind. A cemetery of smashed, crashed, plastered, stolen cars, vans, motorbikes, lorries, all piled up on top of each other, upside down, old, new. Total madness and chaos for miles. Gypsies, people drinking, scorching sun. The funniest, a young woman, long plaid, perched on top of tyres, plucking a huge bird, goose, duck. She too with a long neck, stooping over and a huge grin on her face, pulling its legs, neck, singeing all the feathers, chucking it all in an old saucepan on a huge gas-fire stove, among all the car debris and skeletons, cooking for the mechanics, all joking and sweating away under all that metal and rubber in the sun and dust. Only in Spain, the big boss, watching, but drinking beer with a Guardia Civil, sending me hopping, literally Sunday siesta time, sacred. He was probably there to search for any stolen cars. A policeman was shot by ETA the night before in Palma. One year there'd been a near miss with King Juan Carlos. I'd been approached like everyone else at gunpoint. One of the busiest nights in August on the Paseo Marítimo by police searching for ETA after visiting my mother late one night. There I was, like a goat or an acrobat, climbing over mountains of smashed up cars, vans, tyres, trying to spot a similar knob. After searching an hour, I'd actually unscrewed a similar one. The scoundrel charged me enough, with my legs, arms all scratched, mucky hands and clothes. Next day got my money back at the petrol station. What a life and a laugh.
Chapter 20.
Emma's birth 2009, Juli Ramis visita 2009, Qart 2010, 11-12. Rob and Michelle had taken the plunge, leaving their jobs, home life in Southport, UK, to live in Mallorca and look after my mother, seeing I couldn't cope any longer, needing a stronger arm to lean on. She loved having Rob as a carer. I was so happy Michelle was expecting a child. They were living nearby in Maneu. Living in the sticks, literally, 2009-10. I'd rented out this house, this little casita, from a farmer, never dreaming he'd be there all day long. His outdoor shower was by my porch, having little independence, and running a slaughterhouse under my nose. So naive, thinking I'd paint freely, the most unhealthy place, not only mosquitoes and flies, but dead animals and carcasses. The farmer's wife killing chickens, ducks, rabbits so passionately, with a huge grin on her face. He watching over, she chopping off heads, plucking birds, singeing feathers. It reeked, far from romantic, with orange groves, palm trees, so primitive, cooking chickens, rabbits, snails outdoors, inviting me to join in, me refusing, feeling ill. Maneu was the old capital of Mallorca, a real medieval town with dungeons, passageways to the church, Wednesday market with farm food and live animals, African arts, crafts, Peruvian music. In the casita I enjoyed my keyboard, playing the 60s, 70s, 80s and classical music, Beethoven, Grieg, the piano on my pan flute, organ, strings. A joint exhibition to pay homage to Joan and Juli Ramis's birth centenary was held at Solier train station on 8th of May 2009, with paintings from 1938 to 1958. One of the happiest days was when Emma was born on the 17th of June 2009 in Inca Hospital. A scorching hot day. She had that funny little frown on her forehead, slanting, smiling eyes. A beautiful, strong baby. Geronima, Julia and friends were there. I felt so proud to be her nana at 61, spending afternoons in the porch of the casita with the dogs, peacocks, goats, pony, living on a farm or watching me paint. At the time, I was painting the barrel for bot art or playing the keyboard she'd always liked. We'd often go for drives to Alcudia, Can Picafort and dip in the sea. While painting in the porch, so shocking to see these poor Senegalese bent over all hours in scorching sun, picking melons for €3 an hour. Being so exploited. At the same time, they were charging €100 a day, renting out their Hollywood house with swimming pools. Hotels were closing down with a slump. In spite of shortage of water, golf courses were being promoted in the northeast. Youngsters were turning their back on farming, far too demanding, opting out for a cushier life. So many old fincas gone to waste, ni lo quieren regalado, not even as a gift. The younger generation didn't want to know. As a result, the olive, orange, almond trade was suffering from lack of manpower, mostly family-run. Rebus wines had their own exclusive clientele, like Liechtenstein and others. I'd got a call from Geronima one evening saying our mother had fallen badly, left everything at night, drove in a blizzard, quite frightening in the countryside, surrounded by muddy fields and ditches, at times quite a hair-raising, bumpety, sloshy, boggy, slippery drive through a windy, narrow lane full of rocks and stones. The casita was surrounded by woods and open fields, with chickens, goats, dogs, all types of feathery birds, peacocks, a pony, bats, and white albino cats for company. I'd often find the old Mallorquin peasant like a nasty fly, with his donkey and huge old wooden cart on the hill, part of the landscape, but swearing neither of us would budge. In the end, reversing into the bushes with no visibility whatsoever, just like a comical film. I'd picked up Rob on the way, driving fast to get to my mother's. Pushing the door, a whole bookcase had crashed down, blocking the door, with piles of her drawings, paintings, broken bottles of whiskey, and my mother on the floor. "Julia, you've been so fast." She had actually crawled to the telephone, calling my sister. We were able to heave her up, and she refused to go to the hospital. She just laughed. "Julia, give me some whiskey." I managed to find some. After a while, though, Rob was missing his family very badly and decided to return to the UK. Couldn't visualize myself living any more without them. A year later, I do remember the opening of Juli Ramis' Visita vividly, with my mother in a wheelchair and Geronima. She'd done a very bold portrait of my father with the one eye. It was spot on, catching his likeness. Initially, the exhibition was called Juli Ramis y sus amigos. "Julio never had any friends," my mother said, just secretive about them. My mother had it changed to Juli Ramis and his contemporaries, Marie Laurencin, Wilfrid Hollam, Miro, belonging to that golden period, l'École de Paris, greatly influenced by his contemporaries, Paul Klee, Matisse de Chirico, Nicolas de Staël. The centenary was a retrospective exhibition of Pedro Serra's private collection, held from the 21st of June to September 2009 at the Museo Baluard d'Arte Contemporáneo, Palma, a very special event. Pedro Serra's anecdote on my father is quite funny. My father had always insisted on being the first one to come up with textured paintings. peinture matérique, working together with Jean Fautrier in Paris, until one day in the 80s he admitted it was Jean Fautrier, but only by a couple of minutes. A solitary person with a deep inner world, few close friends, rather misunderstood, quoting from the book, Un pintor maudit, desconfiat, reclus, excentric, non a fait justicia. La torrencialitat de Juli Ramis, Picasso, no deja de sorprender. Admira. Portrait of Joan Foster, 18 years old, by Archie Gitties. Retrospective at the Casal Solieric, Palma, November 2009. I walked in with my mother, aged 96, a ripe age, full of mischief and humour, baffled by a crowd, la crème de la crème palmesana, las Madonnas de Palma, pushing their way through to Archie Gitties' masterpiece. Maria Magdalena, whispering, la inglesa viuda del pintor Juli's widow, to have a good old gossip, all eyes on her, feeling very flattered, still strikingly youthful, the star being photographed, appearing in all the newspapers. One of the blackest moments, as though punished by God, wanting to live alone with nature. The flood was terrifying. I'd visited my mother in Palma to cheer her up. She'd had toilet leaks, plumber in her flat all week drilling, then my sister and Maria de la Salut, who'd warned me of the menacing clouds, sure enough, heading for the casita, got caught in a downpour of rain in this muddy, sloshy lane, a scary drive, semi-darkness, full of holes and ditches. Made it home alone, only the dogs, cats, goats, and me, ready to paint, escaping as usual into my dream world of painting, as well as playing the piano, writing, need several lives. That evening in spring 2010, painting African dancers and musicians based on a sketch in Portobello Market, when suddenly, by instinct, I turned round to find muddy rain water seeping through the heavy oak doors into the entrance, my living room cum studio, where I was painting at 6 p.m, getting very dark. Flung a blanket to soak up the flood, but in vain. In no time, even my boxes ready to go to the UK with my books, sketches, were soaked through. But as a survivor, I always managed to find positive energy to save my life. There I was, helpless, first crying out for help from a tiny window, just torrential rain slashing down, the pool totally inundated, no one to be seen, no dogs. Just as I called the firefighters for help, asking me how high the flood was, my mobile went dead. Used my brains. I'd barricaded the windows with cardboard, but visualized myself stranded, and by night time figured out the flood would reach my bedroom window, as it was halfway at 7 p.m, climbing up all round the house. Not only rain, but thick mud earth dragged from the mountains and wood. Plucking up courage and racking my brains, opened the oak doors, took the longest broomstick, poking the gutter full of huge avocado leaves. That's exactly what saved my life, an incredible twist, now a double twist. As though I hadn't been through enough, 2 or 3 days later, a horrifying weekend when my mother, aged 96, disappeared for 72 hours. Her defences were low, at the end of her tether, no sleep, refusing my hospitality. Called in early Sunday to cheer her up. But no answer. My keys wouldn't open her flat. Total silence, no sound of her audiobooks. Kept knocking on her door all day long. In the end, had to give up in the evening. Driving back home, so worried, shaking all over. About 8 p.m, Geronima called me. Julia, call the police. Drove back to Palma night time and got the firefighters. At first 2 with heavy boots kicking down her door. No respect. I was a crazy single English woman, telling them I'd climb up that palm tree and jump onto her balcony, windows open. A whole army came, listened to me, paralysed Paseo Marítimo, climbing up a cherry picker, jumping into her flat, opened and closed the door. Empty! Was she with one of her English teacher friends, or had she just wandered off? Driving back at night, more puzzled than ever, no sleep, next morning, determined to find her, driving back to Palma, praying to God all the way, parked the car to find Fiona at Progresso School. Not there. Rang other friends, no sign of her. Time was running out. Then begged a traffic warden to help me at 1 p.m, calling the Red Cross in Madrid. I'd hit the nail. She was in hospital. I'd got fined for searching my mother. Rushing off to the hospital, the doctor said I'd have to wait. My mother bawled out, went in beaming, so happy, but she was so angry, throwing mud at my face. Why are you so happy? It was obvious I'd be here. Anyhow, she'd be transferred to Hospital General for food poisoning. That's from Pep's eggs on the farm I gave her, not washing the shells. Had to have her locks changed, the flat fumigated. My mother hating the hospital, a real nightmare. Yet another incident. I suppose I felt unrattled at times between my mother and Sister Geronima. We'd visited my mother that night, but they'd had an argument. We got to the car. My sister was in a hurry to get back. Just as I looked up to check my mother had her lights on, I banged my front tooth on the corner of the car door. Just excruciating. Years later, even in 2014, my sister, feeling bad, asked about that tooth. 2 had to be pulled out. Still wearing plates. A real curse until I get those implants done in 2017. That same parking space, I'd been fined €100 helping my mother climb up the stairs. Life can be so cruel. 3 flops, Vista Alegre, Santa Margarita and Costitx, 2008-9. Climax after the Royal Academy, Rebus Wines, Qart, 2010-11-12. I did have 3 exhibitions in 3 villages, but 3 flops. In Vista Alegre, a convent, but hardly any sales. The post on the door was ripped off. My painting life coming to a standstill. Something unthinkable a few years ago, original artwork being a real luxury, only for a very small minority, overtaken by mass production from China, leaving no room for the genuine artist. I'm always amazed at the massive scale of printed art canvases at such incredible prices, making art accessible to the masses, the beauty or drawbacks of a consumer society. This is exactly what a visitor to one of my exhibitions confirmed, that most people would rather buy a ready-made print of New York on canvas, like millions out there, than an original painting of a landscape they were far too familiar with. One lady even said my painting would make her think too much if she were to buy it, and she was staring at it. In Santa Margarita Convent, another flop, coinciding with a football championship. There was an amazing exhibition of bot art, 50 painted barrels, great inspiration. My Grapepickers was displayed. I'd convert the negative into positive, praying, "You've got to work for me." And it did. Contacted Bodegas Ribas Conce in person, determined to get into bot art. Turned down at first, but used my trump card, leaving them the Grapepickers on loan for a week. Next thing I knew, I was in. A cunning move. I knew the Royal Academy alone would open doors. I was given a huge barrel to paint with a month deadline for bot art. I'd painted grapepickers, dancers and musicians at sunset. It was snowing in Mallorca. A log fire going, the barrel glowing, colours of wine, sunset, ochres, reds, greens, working round the clock, round the barrel in a circle with one stupid light, at times dancing to music. The human figure was quite tricky on a curve, but so challenging. Ribas Wines loved my barrel, which was at Qart 2010-11-12 exhibition by famous artists in Mallorca, Zurich, Ibiza. I flew in from Liverpool to celebrate Qart by moonlight in the vineyards with all the artists. Good food, wine and live music. Qart was promoting both Ribas CEO wines and the artists. In lieu of payment, we were given cases of wine from the oldest winery in Mallorca. My mother was delighted. Ribas Wines kept my barrel for an art museum. Araceli and her brother were the brains behind Qart, recycling wine barrels. They ran the whole show, producing and marketing their select wines. The wine theme had been with me for 30 years. Two peaks or climaxes, the Royal Academy in London in 1984 and Qart in Mallorca 2010-11-12. Two very funny anecdotes for a film. At the time, not that funny. These pavo reales, peacocks, would be prancing about daytime on the farm, but come nighttime they were wicked. So evil, man's greatest enemy, my mother said. Alone at night, often lighting log fires to keep warm. As soon as he'd go, at 9 p.m. or later, they'd come flying, perched up on my chimney pot, settled for the night, but so wild, sticking their long necks right down, screeching viciously through the night, bawling their heads off like devils, terrifying me out of bed, not even burning in the smoke. Again, with that long broomstick in my hands, in my pyjamas, chasing them away, wouldn't budge, sounding just like vampires. Morbid and gruesome. One night I managed to push them away, running across to the wood with my long broom, shouting at them, thinking I'd got rid of them. To my horror, they'd flown back to pester me. In the end, furious, Pep clipped off some of their wings. Every weekend at dawn, I'd hear bullets flying across against my bedroom wall. Felt so exposed, the noise was unbearable. Hundreds of hunters. One Sunday, I'd scare them away. I'd had enough. Played on my keyboard full blast at 5 or 6 a.m. They went on shooting. Next thing, I screamed down the well, swearing in English, my voice echoing, more effective. I must have looked so funny leaning over the well. They must have thought a mad foreigner. Later I was told they actually paid to hunt pheasants, rabbits, being zona de caza. Pep's dog, Bingo, was always chained to the tree to become more vicious for hunting. One day I was so shocked painting in the porch, seeing the little white lamb a day before prancing about in the casita while I was painting with Linda the dog. I'd taken the lamb to the woods the night before to hide from Pep, but slaughtered and hung on the fig tree. Sacred Matantha felt quite ill. Mike turned up with his blues harp like a bad penny. We'd had arguments. To let off steam, I ended up doing my best ever painting, Ray Charles, years on my mind, in half an hour. The day of my departure came, felt so free driving through ditches and country lanes to a garage where I was able to trade in my car hours later and got a taxi to the airport for a new life. Thoughts on Religion and Africa, 2009-10. My mother, being a staunch Roman Catholic, was rather shocked Emma wasn't baptized, but then I was refused baptism for Michelle in 1981 by a Roman Catholic priest, a slap in the face at the time of my divorce. No wonder we are more or less atheist. I do have extreme faith in God, but not letting it take over my life. For a start, surviving a hemorrhage, age 4, family crumbling, regaining faith. If one is utterly sincere and seeks help, one receives it in the end. Somehow one door leads to another. Emma might one day achieve the great circle, retracing her steps to her great-great-grandfather and mother, with roots in Mallorca, England, Morocco, Italy, India. I do for a fact question my life, but one path through life leads to one that's already traced before one is born. Weird coming at times at crossroads, not quite knowing which direction is best. Life is like stepping stones, all shades of grey, contrasting with light and darkness. I firmly believe in fate. Several doors open to Africa. In my case, being born in Tangier, Morocco, North Africa, Juli Ramis' creative peak time in Tangier, working at Qart with Joe Karaoke from Kenya, about to go on a UNESCO mission to Africa, meeting my ex at an African-Eritrean party in Paris, working at the Moroccan embassy in London. Such coincidences. Michel meeting Rob in Mallorca, my father's birthplace, and again another inner circle, Emma's birthplace. There's a meaning to every step one takes, the mysteries behind circles and life, and as though recording for posterity, sketching like a journalist artist, my steps would take me subconsciously to village churches or the sacred, fascinated by the stonework, domes, towers, steeples, such as Iglesia Santo Domingo, Poyensa, Maria de la Salut, Algaida, Solier, Conseil, Inca, Bunyola, La Cartuja, Palma Cathedral, Santa Eulalia, Mykonos, and Ios churches, Lichfield Cathedral, selling them, keeping original sketches, leading to painting Portobello Road musicians, dancers, Afro-Jamaicans, the Grapepickers, R.A. Climax, 1984, and 26 years later, Qart, Climax 2010, 11, 12, Circles Within Circles. Chapter 21, Life as an Artist and Grandmother, Southport, 2010 to 2014. Southport and the northwest was a big change from sunny Mallorca. No one warned me about the strong winds, never broke so many umbrellas. The winds were terrific, almost like living perpetually on a boat. It was lovely to be close to little Emma, only 1-year-old, feeling so exhilarated and excited. I first rented a little flat in Princess Street, then joined a group of artists at the Waterfront Arts Project, exhibiting until May 2014 semi-figurative, futuristic work. Again, Michel had inspired me for Husk exhibition, transforming my boats into charcoal burnt-out skeletons or whale bones. I did enjoy painting in the workshop with Chris, a great artist, on pieces of discarded wood, an African woman and our organ, Arab woman and guitar, divers, an old Chesterfield sofa into a red-haired girl and cat, a real impact. I'd also painted 5 mini faulty fridges for Southport Flower Show, Japanese garden, fishermen, dancers, swimmers, which were very popular. At the waterfront, seeing my painting of Moroccan tortoiseshell musical instruments, Cat and Matt commented on the extinction of tortoises, having worked at London Zoo. I brought another couple together, buying my dancers. In their married life, they'd never agreed on anything else before. One lady burst into tears seeing my olive tree on 2 separate canvases with a gap, the old roots and new branches for rebirth exhibition. She just lost her Italian mother, bought it within half an hour of the opening. A great admirer of my work, she bought several paintings in my studio of mother and twins on the pier, unfinished but signed. Jazz musicians. For Turning Point, with a puzzle in mind, I painted my two conflicting worlds, north and south, on a black puzzle. A cold northern sphere, my mother's, connected to a hot southern sphere, my father's and mine, Morocco. Tangier being the axis. A visitor to an exhibition in Birmingham commented in French, Je respecte l'artiste complet qu'est Julia. Sa vision et sa perspective du monde me rappellent les anciens peintres perses. J'aime la lumière filtrée et la sensation de se sentir entre l'Est et l'Ouest, géographiquement. I respect Julia as a true artist, her vision and her perspective on the world, reminding me of the old Persian masters. I like the filter light, the feeling of being between East and West. I joined Anton, an artist friend, raising money for Macmillan Cancer Research in Southport Market, pop-up galleries, Cambridge walks, doing free demonstrations of watercolour. A rather strange anecdote. When I first arrived in Southport in 2010, I'd gone about 3 to check the surgery. Walking up Derby Road, bitter cold, with my winter coat and boots on, rather conspicuous, alone, a newcomer in town. Suddenly, a stone, just like a bullet, hit me on my foot. Couldn't make it out until a second one shot at me violently on my leg. Could see one head, then another, appearing behind the railway fence. There were those round stones along the rails. A whole gang of them, bored and evil, kept throwing more stones at me. Just as they were aiming for my head or temple, I ducked down in time and shouted, "Stop that!" I was terrified, but so lucky. It was a real privilege to see Emma grow so fast, first crawling, then walking, playing together. We grew so fond of each other. She loved playing with puzzles at such an early age. Amazing, so confident. We'd go for long walks in Southport, parks, beach, pine woods, watching squirrels in Freshfield. They were living in a big house in Birkdale that Christmas 2010. I was in Lineker Street. I'd set off to walk to their house, got caught in such a blizzard, skidded and fell on my backside. Fortunately, I grabbed hold of an iron gate, heaved myself up, then waded through the snow, one of the coldest on record. When I'd squat, my bones cracked. Emma called me, "Crack bones, Nana." Never forget how she'd always stop at street names, drawing letters with her little finger, determined to read and write, barely 3 at the time. So amused seeing her father giving her piggybacks and bouncing her up and down on top of dustbins in Southport. The Queen Jubilee event, 2012. I joined Anton exhibiting work to raise money for Macmillan Cancer Research at the Queen's Jubilee event by the Atkinson, Under the Clock and Town Hall. Had a stall just by the music band. A very big event of art, music, dancing, starting early, good weather, with Michel and other artists displaying our work. My watercolours and Michel's cushions made with fabric remnants of Alice in Wonderland, Mary Poppins, Pippi Longstocking. Never saw one policeman, yet big crowds were expected. Started drawing the music band playing about 1 p.m. A young crowd of dancers came on stage, peak time. Michel was about to leave. I got distracted, turned round, and my bag with all my belongings disappeared. I was so shocked. Everyone was singing and dancing. Looking around in despair, I waited for the police in vain, sold a couple of Michel's beautiful cushions, discovered that the cameras at the town hall were broken. About 5 p.m. I saw 2 tramps with lots of bags and booze, shouting, "Cheers to that bag!" Drunk, red-faced, I just shriveled up I went home terrified. They had my address on an envelope. Keys, driving license, mobile, money. That Queen Jubilee cost me a fortune, having to change all the locks of the flat and main door. But in July 2016, having had cancer, I received a cheque from Macmillan Cancer Research. Another twist. In 2012, I had an outlet for my paintings in Wesley Street, where over 15 of my paintings were sold to one art buyer. Moving to first floor 666 Liverpool Road, Ainsdale, little Emma 4 just couldn't figure out how I would get up to the flat. I'd have to climb over the vegetable shop. She did love her veggies, no junk food. The floorboards of 666, mirror, easel, table were all on a slant. My bedroom was over a deli, would get whiffs of bacon, eggs and sausages in my sleep. Couldn't stand it, first thing in the morning, then fish and chips down the waterfront. When I'd pick up Emma from school, she'd always make me feel at home. Summertime, saying, "This is your garden too, Nana," knowing my flat was a box. She was so happy and confident on her bike, a very bright pupil, loving school. One afternoon she made me laugh. When the other kids were running into the newly built playground, she was so shocked. Thought she might like to join in. But no, Nana, we are not allowed yet. It's not officially opened. "And where's the teacher?" she says. Amazing how grown-up she was, and only 4. She's always known right from wrong. So sensible, so responsible, a model child with model parents. One night, Michel warned me about floods next day. I assumed the countryside, in spite of weather forecast. I'd set off early morning with a painting for the waterfront. As I got to Southport, got caught in torrential rains. With such strong winds, I could hardly walk. Almost swept off my feet, hugging lampposts. Michel was so right. Never seen such winds and slashing rain, just like being in a high sea with crashing waves. I somehow made it to the Hungry Horse, where a kind man acted as my shield, crossed to the waterfront. A couple of hours later, I was so lucky to get home. Some people weren't so lucky. When there were snow blizzards, I could hardly take a step forward, being pushed back, I assume not eating enough bacon, eggs, fish and chips. My sister Françoise from California visited us. In August 2013, she'd been to Ecuador, discovered Guadasamin's museum, the Picasso of Ecuador. He'd actually done a portrait of our aunt, Cicely Gittes. She'd gone to Costa Rica, Morocco, Sardinia, Italy, a big traveller and adventurer. Chapter 22. Joan's 100th birthday, Geronima passing away, 2014. Never was there such a lively, youthful person as my mother, Joan. My brother Bernard from Mexico had rented a house in Calablava, Mallorca, overlooking the sea. All the family flew in from UK, France, Mexico, California. We stayed at Rock Playayetas with direct access to the sea, my dream. Every day was a big party with excellent food and wine. My mother felt like a queen. On her 100th birthday, she had a huge ceremony with champagne and cake, surrounded by all the family and friends. So excited, getting a box of watercolours from Herminia, in spite of her eyesight full of allusions to paint. Ultima Hora, September 2013, published. Joan Benedetta Foster celebra 100 años de arte y amor a Mallorca, to celebrate 100 years of art and love in Mallorca. Looking incredibly young, I was rather worried about Geronima's health. Early one morning at Roquilletas, something caught my eye and got so excited, did a quick sketch. The vertical lines of the curtains, green, yellow, red, white stripes, matched the horizontal lines of the bedspread. That changed to curves, with Michel asleep, like water running and flowing over her body, creating ripples across down to her feet. A year later, I painted Michel's back view, playing with lines based on Roquilletas, and the amphitheatre based on San Martin, playing with circles, both for Metamorphosis exhibition at the waterfront. Geronima's Happiest Christmas 2013. She was so excited to spend Christmas and New Year with my mother, terribly lonely and depressed in Maria de la Salut, too cut off. I used to drive her everywhere, lost, without me, no real friends. She used to love dressing up theatrically in front of her mirror, with turbans, hats, bangles, scarves, layers of long, loose Indian ethnic clothes, like characters out of her classical books. Baggy Turkish trousers, thick chunky jackets, heavy duffel coat, clogs, high heels, leather boots and bags, sunglasses, always standing out in a crowd. I'd spoken to her over Christmas and New Year. She never sounded so happy, staying with my mother, a love-hate relationship. My mother was rather unfair. Turning her back to Geronima, facing me, she'd say, "So, Julia, darling, what are you painting now?" rather provokingly. Geronima thought March was a horrible month, like a premonition. I then booked a holiday at Hotel Antillas Magaluf in April with Michel and Emma. My mother begged me to find her a flat in Ainsdale, but my friend Jackie, of age concern, suggested Residencia Fontana instead in Palma. I'd contacted them, not with my mother in mind, independent and happy, but Geronima, as though foreseeing the future. A fatal fall. Geronima in hospital, Inca. March 2014. In February 2014, just knew I had to speak to her, but she never answered her phone. Sure enough, beginning of March, got an alarming call from her landlord in Mallorca. Geronima had fallen on the cold flagstone floor. He dropped by and found her, probably 48 hours after. She'd been rushed into Inca hospital with lung infection. Rang the hospital and decided to go. Michel and I flew into Palma, landed and drove straight to the hospital. Geronima looked so pale and thin, suffering and hardly responding, but the doctor reassured us she'd recover, no longer on Prozac, but on medication. She shared a room with Martina, who had also fallen. Michel was a real angel, totally devoted. We visited her on a daily basis, feeding her at meal times. In Spain, families are expected to care for their loved ones. We stayed in her house in Maria, as freezing as a monastery, her room and icebox. Had to light log fires. The day she fell, she must have tripped over rugs and long skirts with no heating, running out of wood in midwinter. She neglected herself, never cooking, but feeding her cats. There was no way she'd return to that house. I decided to pack all her clothes and belongings with Michel. After Michel left, I carried on caring for Geronima, packing at night, never mentioning it to her, as well as visiting my mother. Searching the will for weeks in vain was a real nightmare, cancelling 2 flights, extending the car rental to 4 weeks. So shocked to find a couple of boxes with my father's beautiful art books eaten away by rats. But then she'd been on Prozac and Coca-Cola for 25 years, feeling like an addict, filling that void from lack of love, hiding away from the world behind closed shutters in a dark room, like when she was 9 and 10 in Tangier. I'd packed those books in Biniaraix in 1990 when my father died. Then 7 years later, emptied Geronima's house in Bunyola in 2005 after a stroke. More or less 7 years later, in Maria 2014. I was so shocked but happy to find a small yellow abstract painting of my father's under trunk covered in dust. My mother was rather oblivious of Geronima's condition. I'd planned her next move, convalescing at Residencia Fontana. I'd had that premonition a month before in the UK. One day the hospital psychiatrist asked Geronima where she was. She said, close to Bunyola. She was right, but that's where she was the happiest, with Biddy, her dog, and painting, for years. Not Maria de la Salut, blotting it out. She made me laugh, saying I'd become a bitter apple before I was a luscious pear. I'd even made them laugh a day before leaving hospital. Geronima recovered, and Martina regained her speech, which was unbelievable to her family, as I was chatting and joking in English. So moving to see them hold hands. I had brought a little sunshine into their short lives. The hospital knew Geronima was booked to go to Residencia Fonsana in Palma. A weird twist when everything went pear-shaped. Early next day got a call from the doctor saying I was to meet the ambulance at Residencia Fonsana in Palma that day. Got there at once. Hours went by, but no sign of them. Just knew I had to be in both places. Couldn't cut myself up. After waiting until 7 p.m, just as I started the car, the ambulance rang, saying they were in Maria. They reached Residencia Fonsana at 10 p.m. I was livid. Obviously, they'd stopped on the way to the hospital. Next day, received a call from Fonsana director. They were never given Geronima's medication. What I dreaded but never expected, she'd been without any for over 48 hours. Her condition deteriorated at once. The journey in the ambulance must have been horrendous, zigzagging up and down hilly country roads to Maria, back to Inca Hospital, and onto the motorway to Palma. According to a neighbour, she looked so happy arriving home in the ambulance, but they'd made a terrible mistake. I visited Geronima at Residencia Fonsana, had such a shock. She was totally despondent, so sad, feeling guilty. I'd left her that night all curled up in bed, asking the night nurse to watch her. A couple of hours later she was rushed into hospital, then a hospice. Geronima's last hours, Hospital General Palma, passing away 24th of March 2014. It's taken me 8 months to record Geronima's death. Totally diverted, moving from UK to Palma, seeking a flat, caring for my mother every day since June 2014. I knew going to a hospice was bad news. Then it was a snowball effect, and so fast. I'd gone to see her the eve, hoping against hope she'd survive. Suddenly she grabbed hold of my arm in desperation and agony, hanging on to me for dear life, knowing the end was coming, pulling me with such force like an electric cable. Tearing myself away from her that night was heartbreaking, sobbing all the way home to my mother's, begging her to see Geronima first thing in the morning. She did see her an hour before. An hour after our visit, we were told what we dreaded, that she'd passed away. She was right about March being a horrible month. My father, Geronima, and my mother died in March. The 3 circles were closing. My mother never grieved, but it would hit her soon or later. She'd even offered to give an English lesson to her carer, Maruja, who was shocked. Michel gave me so much support, had to beg my mother to make a will. At 101, losing her eldest daughter must have been very strange. I was close to Geronima, called her Roma. Total opposites. She a real pessimist, I over-optimist. She called me Jujube as a child. She was also terribly fond of Michel, Rob, and Emma. The crematorium ceremony was the most bizarre event. We refused to watch the flames flaring up through the glass, so gruesome and bad taste. Left to mourn our own way. A few days later, Michel had to leave and I had to deal with Geronima's ashes. My mother had refused to keep them, so bitter at times. I never realized I'd have to pay to scatter the ashes in Solier Cemetery. And how would I manage to unscrew the lid? had visions of me banging the huge purple urn against a mountain rock to pop off the lid. I'd wait until April. One night I'd seen for the first time with a friend a forgery of my father's painting in an art gallery in Pollença. Turned down the meal to show my total disapproval. Chapter 23, Life in Mallorca, 2014. The mystery of the triangle Ramis and its psychological effects. The triangle Juli Ramis, Joan Foster and Geronima Ramis came about thinking how bitter my mother was over the inheritance of Juli Ramis, having sacrificed all her best years helping my father gain fame. For 46 years there was a rivalry between my mother and Geronima. She was my father's rock the first half of his life, Geronima the second half, from 1968 to his death 1990. My mother felt Geronima lived all the best years in the limelight, when she was literally slogging away with 5 children and a struggling artist in Tangier. Geronima would go to all the official events, such as Arco, Madrid, appearing on television and newspaper, but living in his shadow. At the time, my mother was living in Cuba, fighting for socialism under Fidel Castro, then Paris. After all the glamour, there was a terrible void left. When my father died, Geronima started taking Prozac for 25 years, which was her downfall. My mother wasn't very sympathetic, but a lot more compassionate towards the end. My mother got thrown back, so to speak, to Mallorca 50 years after meeting my father. My mother wanted her independence. Geronima wanted to live with her. Under Spanish law, being the eldest, Geronima inherited almost everything. I inherited the house in Biniaraix. My mother, naturally, was very bitter with the crumbs. Geronima's ashes, April 2014. Qart nightmare. Mother's fall, May 2014. April came along when Michelle, Rob and Emma came on holiday. We drove up with Geronima's ashes to Fornalutx and by chance came to a countryside lane with an old Mallorquin house, palm tree and orange groves I'd painted in the past. We scattered the ashes round a fig tree into a stream running down the valley of Solier into Puerto Solier. There's a house nearby with very primitive hand-painted tiles of gods and devils. Miro must have been inspired by. I was driving a brand new Hyundai for 2 months, had it for a few days in March, ended up hiring it until end of April. The last payment I paid before flying, I flew back with mixed feelings. Worried about my mother. A month later, back in the UK, horrified, Qart charged me again. Spent a whole month ringing them, but in vain. At the time, car rental companies in Mallorca had bad write-ups in the press. Thinking ahead, I was busy packing all my life in 10 boxes. Sure enough, I'd guessed. Since leaving, my mother had fallen several times in her flat, with all her furniture upside down and by the lift roaming about. Totally unlike her, it had hit her badly, a form of grieving. It was my duty to go. My life was in the air yet again. Homage to Roma. Before leaving the UK, I painted blurred masts, like my tears running down the masts, expressing her loss. That day in March, crying, leaning over my mother's balcony over the yacht, and her leather bag covered in dust, frozen in time in Maria's garden. Just like my cactus and old silver frame painting discarded on my mother's balcony. I'm sure to this day her cats are prowling in that garden or following her in the Tramontana. She felt so close to them, saying, "At least they don't judge you like people do. We live in such an ugly world." She did have lots of persecution complexes. In 2012-13, for Fier's exhibition at the waterfront, I'd painted my mother on the floor, groping for that telephone, and Geronima in a wheelchair she dreaded most. She'd often talk about death, or calling me for years that she was dying. She was so depressed. In contrast, my mother loved life and believed in immortality. Leaving the UK for Mallorca 2014. Just as I was feeling like I was belonging after 4 years, that's when I had to break away to be near my mother in Mallorca. It was a gigantic step to take, considering I'd made such a big effort to move out of Mallorca in 2010. I was about to go back, totally mixed up. I just hated the idea of being torn apart, leaving Michelle and little Emma at that crucial age, especially after we'd built such a strong bond. Heartbreaking. Such a blow to Michelle, the last thing I wanted, but I'd never forgive myself. Breaking the news to little Emma was the hardest. She could sense something. We were dreading to tell her the truth. Then just as Emma was bouncing with joy on her trampoline after school, early June, we broke her the news. She bawled, sobbing so much, everything came to a stop. I felt so guilty. Who needed me most, my little Emma or my mother, 100, alone, weak, frail, getting blind, falling, confused, feeling abandoned? Had no choice but to go, a terrible leap to take. To Emma, I'd be going on a long holiday to Mallorca, so difficult to accept. Life with my mother in Neptuno. June 2014. On landing, I reported to Europcar, but in vain. Took them to court, lost the case, as I hadn't kept a receipt. Never dreamt I'd be back so soon. Another vicious circle or twist of events. Sleeping on my mother's camp bed in Neptuno flat. She was in Hospital Son Espaces with emotional stress disorder. I'd foreseen back in April 2014 the falls and trauma caused by Geronimo's death. Up to then she was always terribly focused, all her wits about her. I'd given her at least another 3 years. She reached a point where she couldn't live on her own any longer. She'd fallen badly several times and her behaviour was very strange. Listening to Dan Brown's Inferno for months on end didn't help. Both sacred and fascinated by it. She had it on full volume all through the night. No wonder she'd been throwing all the furniture, audiobooks about. Total chaos. In hospital she couldn't remember falling nor throwing her furniture, but insisted on going home. One of the scariest times for me were nights. Just didn't have the physical and mental strength to cope. Felt so frustrated. I'd even had bars fixed to her bed, made things worse. Night-time would come and it was a nightmare. For no reason I'd hear the furniture crashing down. One night I'd woken up to find her on the floor with no clothes on, entangled in telephone and CD cables all round her body in knots, bawling down the Red Cross box for help like a child. In the end, going back into hospital. When she did come home, had 2 night nurses for a week. The fact that I was sleeping in her studio come living room confused her, just like all the family belongings in boxes and my father's paintings suddenly invading her space. She then went to live at Residencia Fonsana, putting a stop to Dan Brown. Chapter 24, Life with my mother, Queen Victoria and the Gunpowder Plot. Had to find a flat. All my belongings had arrived from the UK and wanted to get back to my painting. Just as I was at a cash point machine nearby, suddenly, raising my eyes, saw an attic flat to let and got it. My mother was convinced I was living in Fonsana. Felt like it at times, there every day, but God forbid. Not ready yet. I needed my freedom to paint. In August 2014, Michelle and Emma came for a week's holiday. So moving, Emma pushing her great-grandmother in her wheelchair along Palma Nova seafront. A German art collector I knew wanted to buy my paintings. I was 10 minutes late getting to Pula Golf Gallery, Son Cervera. "You're 15 minutes late," a point against me. He chose a big panoramic sunset landscape of Maneu I'd painted in 2008 and new work divers and swimmers. He'd pay me the following week. Shocked, I loaded my car, didn't budge, nor start the car. He came up. I'd be as shrewd as he was. Got no petrol to go back to Palma, crossing my arms. He soon coughed up a big note, but still owed me a lot. I was no fool, ignoring my calls all week, begging him to pay me, and he did in the end. Many of Geronima's paintings were shared between the owners of the house and her friends, painted from 1980s to 2004 in Bunyola. Surrealist and abstract, lots damaged by mildew and damp. In 2010, she did have a successful retrospective exhibition at Juan Oliver Maneu Gallery in Palma. Her work is now exhibited with an antique dealer in Calle Almudaina, Palma. My mother went into Residencia Fonsana at first very reluctantly, then got used to it. Maruja, her carer, would give her breakfast and play the Beatles first thing in the morning. I'd go there every afternoon and weekends to read to her, which she loved. Little by little, she adapted to community life, calling it an institution. She started mixing, but found them so silent, most of them resigned. She'd say, "Maria, are you here for a few days?" "No, for life." Astounded, so full of life and joie de vivre, living for the day she'd be free again, ready to teach them English, but such apathy. She was a real character, hilarious at times. I'd often find her slouching like a teenager in her armchair in the communal area. Propping her up, she'd get angry, sliding off again. So stubborn, like a naughty child. "Julia, I do what I damn well like at my age." So comical, one Sunday afternoon, visiting her, with my friend Fiona and I were chatting away, wanting to include her. She just stuffed her ears with her fingers not to hear our chatter, showing her boredom with small talk. I felt so embarrassed, but we had to laugh, Joan scowling. I enjoyed reading the Holy Grail and Holy Blood, not her favourite, questioning the Bible. Only today I painted a plant with dark red leaves and light green shoots. My mother was just like a wild plant, full of life and energy, so strong, transplanted into an air-conditioned sheltered area, altered at times, being confined to a wheelchair. She couldn't understand why most of the residents were staring into space. But of course, on medication or praying, she was so enthusiastic about physiotherapy and walks, determined to get out. She'd make me laugh like a child, adding a year, telling everyone she was nearly 102, not looking a day older, her mind so alive, clear as a bell, quoting poetry, historical dates, her childhood memories, quite extraordinary. They just couldn't believe her age. At that age, many would be quite decrepit. People so much younger had given up the fight. We celebrated her 101 birthday on the 25th of September 2014, an incredible age to reach, with the whole family from France, Mexico, California and friends at Can Manolo restaurant. My mother was just like a beautiful multifaceted diamond, shining so brightly, such wealth of knowledge. She'd put anyone to shame, the galaxy, the Bible, mythology, history, politics, poetry, Shakespeare. Her dream was to go back to her flat, overlooking the Bay of Palma, Cathedral, masts of boats. She loved painting, her balcony windows wide opened, all year round, whatever the weather, creepy crawlies climbing the ivy, the odd mouse, cockroaches. Our friend Fiona found one in her tea. One afternoon, a little grey mouse was staring at us, having tea, but my mother just didn't bat an eye. "Oh, they are quite harmless," and carried on talking about Greek mythology, politics, or Shakespeare. Never a dull moment with Joan, always ready for a drink. "You're no fun, Julia, you're not drinking." But I was driving. She'd be listening to her audiobooks day and night, blaring out, drowning Paseo Maritimo traffic noise, but how happy she was. Hardly ever ill. Walking into the building, you'd get whiffs of turps and curries coming from her flat, and Dan Brown. Painting, she was actually using 5 palettes and no amounts of oils, every tube under the sun, going through them like tubes of toothpaste. Such a waste as she scraped away the oils down the drain, not knowing, scrubbing away with Marseille soap. She swore by, painting so passionately. "Where's my cobalt blue, Julia? All over my shoes and chair, mummy," I'd say. I'd bought a few days before, going as fast as her whiskey. Amazing, she never poisoned herself with all the oils, turps, white spirits on her face, hands, fingers. As for her dressing gown, the most expensive one, covered in oils, she just didn't care. Above it all, far too passionate, a real bohemian. But what a painting! Extraordinary, transforming an original, a catalogued painting by Archigitis of Maria Magdalena, wiping out the cross first in 2009, painting over it for 7 years. Never seen so many layers of oils in my life. So heavy, a fortune of herself, 100 as an artist at work. I was there. She was a scream. She was having a ball of a time between oils, turps, Dan Brown, full volume and a whiskey. 18th of April 2016, Shakespeare birthplace commemoration. Joan would have drunk to his health. Wish I'd filmed her covered in paint. She'd get really annoyed if I said anything. You had to be passionate to the core, like in the summer. She'd paint as she was, nothing on, totally uninhibited and free. Me, covered in paint, sleepless nights, cursing Dan Brown, turps, cucarachas, brothels, table dance underneath, till crack of dawn. No wonder she'd just drown the din with Charles Dickens, Shakespeare, all the classics. Such a contrast to Paseo Maritimo, people yelling, singing, drinking, dancing, screeching brakes, speeding, sirens, near all the disco world, renowned for its rowdy botellons till 7 a.m. She was quite cantankerous at times. As long as Joan had her oils, turps, palettes, brushes, audiobooks, good food, wine, tea, whiskey, her mind sharp as a needle to her last breath. In Fontsana she'd always have a glass of red wine with her meals, such joie de vivre. In a restaurant she'd expect wine as she walked in, part of life in Paris. So amused, Maruja sneaked a bottle of whiskey into her cupboard in Fontsana for that nightcap. Wish I'd filmed her swaying and dancing in her wheelchair that afternoon to live music at Fontsana in January 2015, feeling every beat, singing to Quanta la Mera, clapping her hands, moving her head, shoulders, saying, "Vienes mañana?" So happy the guitarist was quite amazed. Music was reaching her soul, body and mind, and I believe it too, even saying her eyesight had improved. Other residents were stiff as pokers. I painted Cuban musicians and dancers in July 2015, inspired by her, a younger woman dancing in Cuba, Afro-Cuban semi-figurative. My cousin Pete Foster came to visit us in November. We went to Sorolla's exhibition at the Grand Hotel Palma. Over coffee, she talked about her father's family, the Fosters, from Cork, Ireland. Her father hated the army. Her grandfather, who'd been in the Royal Navy, had beaten his wife. On hearing this, Queen Victoria actually rescued the 2 boys. One was my grandfather from a drunken father, to stay with relatives in Lichfield. My mother's great-uncle was High Deacon of Lichfield Cathedral, Church of England. Queen Victoria obviously had that very kind and human side to her, not at all as I imagined, so imposing, fierce-looking, massive statue of her in Southport. My grandfather I never met, my mother only a few times in her life, being in boarding schools in Belgium and England, was High Court judge in Patna, India. In those days, a trip to Europe by boat would take a couple of months. He died in Patna in his 50s of lung cancer. In India, he spoke different dialects, working in the Indian civil service. Uncle Tony, a sculptor, studied with Eric Gill, and Uncle Francis, a Dominican priest, Cambridge lecturer and authority on Dante, and Auntie Brownie were all born in India. Aunt Cicely in Florence, married to Archie Gittis, born in Russia. American artist, lived in Mallorca, and my mother was born in Bruges. Studying to become a lawyer in Cambridge, my grandfather joined a movement towards Catholicism, converted a Roman Catholic, stayed with the Digbys in Florence and met his wife, Mary Digby, directly related to Everard Kelnam Digby, one of Guy Fawkes' friends and active members of the Gunpowder Plot. Not surprising, my mother was a socialist and a Trotskyist in the 70s, 80s in London, Cuba and Paris. She was rather ashamed of the fact that certain members of her family had previously been linked to the sugar plantation in Barbados. My mother's early memories. Planning a holiday with Michelle and Emma, I discovered my Spanish passport had expired. My mother, only 5, had been arrested at Bâle train station, Switzerland, by a station master with a big belly, holding her hand after travelling without a passport from Belgium, accompanied by 2 older Czech girls going to Czechoslovakia. The nuns of her boarding school never thought she'd need a passport to travel. She was terrified not seeing her mother. Eventually she did meet her. She actually remembered riding on her mother's back, swimming in the Roman baths in Bath. Quite incredible. Her time in Austria, cycling with her sister Cicely, who'd abandoned her as a teenager to go with friends, a real bully, staying in youth hostels up the Rhine. But lucky some German boys were very kind to her. Her first English pupil, a Polish paying guest at their home in Scarsdale Villas in Earl's Court, London. My mother, only 17, who was studying Anglo-Saxon at London University, meeting Julio first time, visiting her sister Cicely in Mallorca. My father had joined the army in Palma, but not siding up with the Rojos, who were going to jail or getting shot. While emptying the house, I'd come across a military book and medals, gazing at them, a past I didn't know about, well before I was born. At the time, she was studying at the Beaux-Arts, Paris, with André Lotte, a great admirer. She remembered seeking shelter in a house with Geronima, a baby in arms, to avoid the bombing on Palma, running for her life. After the first siren in Tangier, she decided to become an English teacher and was very successful until her late 90s in London, Cuba, Paris, Cuba and Palma. In Cuba, working at Prensa Latina and on the tobacco plantations, reading English and rolling up cigars for the rich. Recalling the time she was teaching Chinese embassy diplomats and their wives, as well as the Russian embassy in Bishop's Avenue, Highgate. Highly recommended by Golders Green School of Languages, London, teaching au pair girls for several years, obtaining the best results of Cambridge certificates, and at Berlitz in Croydon. She loved my bright flat and my paintings in spite of her poor eyesight. In the summer we read Un hiver à Majorque by Georges Sand, which she enjoyed a lot. She never ever got tired of listening to ancient legends and tales of Great Britain. I grew to love reading out loud. She paid me €10 a day, sometimes for a couple of hours or all day, but as a treat we'd go on Sundays to the Indians or to Bar Paseo Maritimo. I just couldn't physically manage pushing her in the wheelchair uphill or downhill. Had to get help. I knew those days were counted. Come December we stopped going out as she got quite ill with flu. The minute she went into Fonsana, open plan air conditioning, She caught all the germs. Her health deteriorated with bronchitis. Juli Ramis's paintings shipped to Mexico 2014-15. I had my brother Bernard's paintings of my father shipped from Mallorca to Mexico, which took 8 months. Not a door-to-door service, but had to be collected from Mexico airport. In the end, with the help of the French consul and paying the customs an extortionate sum, he was able to retrieve them safely home. Bernard and Lucy were delighted to hang and exhibit them at their home in Mexico, admired by all their friends. Filming these events, I was really amazed to see such a wonderful collection of my father's work in June. Felt so proud, and I'm sure my father would have been too. They were so well displayed and appreciated, rather like a rebirth of Juli Ramis. Life in Mallorca as an artist, 2014-15. Here I am, in an attic flat in Calle Fray Junipero Serra on the 8th floor, with a bird's-eye view of Palma. The view is quite spectacular, a jumble of ultra-modern tower blocks where the millionaires live, the Hotel Las Islas and the old Pueblo Español. Against the Tramuntana Mountains. It's one of the mildest Novembers on record. People are actually swimming. It's weird. I exhibited my monochrome work, cafe and bar, day and night life, happiness, trainers, girls dancing through waves, women, children and trees at Cafe 51 Calle Fabrica in January, March 2014, and sold many. My mother felt so proud of me, telling everyone what a great artist I was. She had great respect for me then, when in the past it was almost a joke. She'd say, "Why didn't I get a proper job? I was a pensioner and painting professionally." I was so happy seeing my painting Happiness hanging in Neva John shop window in Calle Cervantes. Sold several cafe and bar scenes to Tapa Latina, a Dominican restaurant. My coloured birds, inspired by the Liverpool birds at the Walker Gallery, were very popular indeed, doing several versions and sold. Doreen, my friend and artist from the UK, visited us in 2015, amazed meeting my mother. She couldn't resist buying a small abstract painting by Geronima she loved. The cactus I painted with a discarded silver frame of Maria Magdalena was based on my cactus that had several lives. Just when the cactus was burnt out by scorching sun like leather, somehow I was reluctant to throw it away. Come winter, suddenly, after some torrential rain, thunder and lightning, it revived overnight, as though shaken up with new shoots. I was so happy and amazed the beauty of nature. Painting it seemed like yet another life. Chapter 25, a crucial moment in life, 2015. I decided to go on an early Christmas holiday to Southport, dying to see Emma. Missing each other so much, such a shock from being 5 minutes away to being in another country. Michelle was so excited meeting me in Liverpool. It felt like years I had gone by, like a dream. Loved waking up to Emma singing early morning. A week went by very fast. My flight was due at crack of dawn. Stayed up all night and flew back to Palma. This would be my last Christmas with my mother. She'd had a rough time, feeling down and unwell, going to hospital, then on antibiotics and wearing an oxygen mask. When I'd read to her, she seemed despondent, so unlike her, but then perked up, wanting to paint her own Christmas cards, in spite of her poor eyesight, about 10 of them, all by hand, with watercolours, her writing so legible. She sat in a corner by the window, and it was a miracle. She chose to paint a star. So spontaneously I was amazed. She could hardly see, yet it was flowing. Kept wanting reassurance, like a child saying it was all thanks to me. With a little love and care I helped her. Wish I'd filmed her. My mother's decline and that fatal call, 6th of March 2015. The last meal we had together was at Cantanapoli, in January. It was bitter cold, but she was so happy, gentle, and so grateful. I remember pushing her the last time out in the patio of Fonsana. She'd been cooped up for 2 months. In spite of wearing layers of woolen jumpers, scarves, she was frozen. She was very frail-looking. Her defences were getting low for the first time. Read to her some of Gauguin's life in Tahiti, but what she liked best was reciting her poetry and Shakespeare to the bitter end. I'd had a premonition a month before. Kept thinking I had to go to Neptuno, her flat, but didn't know why. A week before, suddenly, I had a feeling I wouldn't be climbing up that hill for much longer, and yet she always had illusions of going back to her flat, where she was happiest with her audiobooks, paints, wine, whiskey, and her creepy-crawly friends. Her last words, a couple of weeks before passing away in 101, "Julia, I don't regret Cuba. It was a lifetime experience." Yes, a true socialist to the core. Sure enough, her health worsened so much so that she was admitted into hospital with bronchitis, then pneumonia, rushed on a stretcher, shouting, "Pagaré alguien para llevarme a Inglaterra. I'll pay anyone to take me home," pining for England. That male nurse had been so cruel, jabbing that needle of morphine into her frail arm. Never forget how she bawled. Such a traumatic time being alone, knowing the end was coming, no reception to call the family, leaving a night nurse with my mother in hospital, driving in the middle of the night to Neptuno to call Bernard in Mexico, Herminia in France, Françoise in California. The night before she passed away, Bernard called her saying, "Wait for me, Mummy, I'm flying tomorrow." She begged him to come at once, knowing the end was looming. Hardly recognizing me by her bed, Michel was the first to arrive at Palma airport. Just as we were hugging each other at the airport on 6th of March 2015, we received that fatal call from Maruja. She'd passed away after breakfast. We were gutted, getting there just too late, at a loss, expecting to hug her. Such a blow to everyone. Michel, Bernard from Mexico, Herminia and Isabel from France. We had a Roman Catholic church service with family and friends, then buried in San Jordi Cemetery, l'altra Mallorca, totally unspoiled. Farms and windmills, the Mallorca she knew, with her loving stick, bottle of whiskey, paintbrush, her favourite poems and Shakespeare as remembrance. To think that she passed away in March 2015, a year before Shakespeare's centenary, April 2016. Reciting Shakespeare with love and passion the night before passing away in Son Espaces Hospital, Palma de Mallorca. She needn't worry. Her spirit and soul are now in that tall pine tree out of my kitchen window, next to Red Rum, the stable. Horses were my father's love and my sister's. Vaya que abuela tienes, Michel. What a grandmother you have, Michel. That's what Michel's teacher at Colegio San Francisco in Palma said when Michel came out with the right answer, thanks to her grandma. Someone to look up to, no end to her knowledge, lived a full life, an intellectual highbrow, a real idealist, a would-be politician, so lucid, imposing personality, passionate artist, so difficult to do her justice. Reminiscing over the past in 2015, she'd have vivid memories as far back as her cradle. She was just as passionate about the Roman Empire, Greek mythology, the Bible, religion, history, the galaxy, science, politics, literature, Shakespeare, Dickens, Tolstoy, James Joyce, as art. I just couldn't match all her knowledge. A walking encyclopedia, my father would say, a bulldozer. No time for fools. She'd spent all her childhood and summer holidays in boarding schools with Roman Catholic nuns, reading and studying, no real home life. Books were her friends. It was only in the late 60s that she went back to life drawing, painting with oils and gouache in London, Cuba, Paris, Palma, having a very successful exhibition in Cuba, early 70s, using charcoal and shoe wax. Loved her Cuban woman like a bird. About 2 years ago, I was reading to her a book on the universe. Loving astronomy, she started to cry, saying she wouldn't live long enough to absorb all there is to know on this earth. Such a curious mind. Never forget when we were small, she'd take us up to the rooftop at night to watch, observe, gaze, all the constellations. On walks she knew all the Latin names of plants, flowers. I did feel so privileged in 2014-15 to listen to my mother so alive, looking 18, with such wisdom and curiosity, a model to humanity. Death was never on her mind. She'd always lived for the present and future, reminiscing over the past. Only a few months ago I'd be reading to her, convinced we'd see spring together, how we longed for warmer weather. She was so happy with so little, me strolling her in her wheelchair, dying to be free, to walk again and believing it. Her last wish was for me to drive her to all her boarding schools in Belgium and England, my one regret. I'd been so close to my mother, reading to her every day. She did appreciate the fact that I'd given up my life in the UK to be with her, and from being rather aggressive at first, so gentle towards me and everyone in Fontsana. Geronimo's drama in childhood and life. Only realised recently in 2016 I might have uncovered her drama. Remember in 2014 the Inca hospital psychiatrist saying he would have liked to have delved into her past, making me think about her odd behaviour, often talking about death. Only today saw an ad that caught my eye in Palma. Never hide. That's Geronima. As a little girl, 10 years old or younger, she'd literally stay in a dark room, hiding away, thinking she was ugly with stains on her body. She did exactly that at 75 in Maria de la Salut, Mallorca, closing shutters day and night all year round to the world outside. She had a strange, unhappy life. The saddest story is that my mother felt guilty to the end, telling me recently she'd put some cream on Geronima's skin as a young girl. The doctor in Tangier had prescribed for too long. She'd been overexposed to the sun, coming out in terrible blotches on her chest and eyelids, traumatizing her, marking her for life, giving her terrible complexes, the root to all her problems and negative outlook on life. Feeling unloved, different to us, jet black hair, olive skin, hiding. In her late teens and 20s, she'd actually wear clothes pegs in her high heels to look even higher, thick belts against her skin to bleeding point, to have a waist, a form of masochism, always covering herself with towels on the beach. She'd wear lots of makeup to hide, in love with a Moroccan, frowned upon in those days in the 60s, then in Geneva in the 70s suffering from anorexia and bulimia, back to Tangier on Tranquillium, then Prozac for years till the end, 2014, a snowball effect, or circles within circles. In 2016 I was drawn to the sun's reflection of a photo of Emma and Michel in Fornalutx 2014, the day we scattered her ashes in a stream, leaning against a wall, grieving her loss, creating a semicircle as if hugging her. Coping with a crucial moment in life, March 2015. Feel too many years have gone by working against the clock, writing my book. Told my brother I was dying to write one of my goals when I'm happiest, like painting. Felt my painting life was at a dead end, but felt drained out physically and mentally doing a job that should have taken several heads. Had to sort out so much in such a short time. As my mother died at 6th of March 2015, suddenly I was faced with a great responsibility, taking over all the family's business, having 20 days to do it instead of 6 months. Felt under stress from all my obligations. There I was, sorting out my father's work, trying to save everything I could. I'd been to hell and back, March, April 2014, no will. Thank God Michel came to my rescue and helped me so much sorting out Geronima's belongings. Then 2015, all my mother's and my father's, plus lithographs, paintings.
I came across a lovely collection of all Geronimas Herminias Bernard's early paintings in Bubana, Tangier. I was lucky, though, to concentrate on my book, a form of therapy, my life going in circles, searching for the truth, more so now in 2015, looking into an unknown future at 67, starting from scratch or snakes and ladders. My book follows me everywhere. Safashina Gardens, El Molinar Beach, jotting down my thoughts, searching for clues, invigorating for the mind. Struggling through a terrible nightmare in Neptuno, having a break writing. How lucky I feel to be here in Can Barbara, sitting and writing on a bench end of March 2015, in a quiet spot, away from the flat and mess, and from heavy traffic and sleepless nights, roughing it on the couch, feeling my mother's presence, surrounded by all our belongings I'd saved. Here, an idyllic little estuary, away from Paseo Maritimo, rather hidden away, unspoilt, fishermen's boats moored, a turquoise sea, air so clean after the downpour last night, me struggling to beat the clock, saving as much as possible, like a marathon. After my mother passed away, I felt her presence, even sitting in the park near her flat, and also Geronima's. She strongly believed in reincarnation, watching the sky and birds flying in circles. I believe we are all connected to birds, fish, plants, trees. I was up till 1 a.m. exhausted by my mission, but my mission was almost completed for the first time in a month, saving the crumbs of 3 artists' lives. Now in Can Barbara, almost forgotten, but rediscovering it, one of my earliest memories when I was 21 from London, working at the Mallorca Daily Bulletin in Palma 1969-70, with Ricky Lash, a journalist, met Lady Docker at El Patio, Gomila. Everyone flocked there in the 60s, 70s. Hard to believe, so seedy now. Freddie Laker telling us his dreams over a glass of wine at Abaco with Ricky Lash in his rickety open Land Rover, advertising his mop in El Jonquet, a night spot meeting famous people. I was renting a tiny attic room in Calle Quint, Old Town, earning 8,000 pesetas a month, barely enough. I'd go to the guitar centre in Calle Montenegro to listen to honky-tonk music. At home, after work, I actually typed a paperback thriller for a writer and translated French letters for an American. Strange that Ricky Lash died a few hours before my mother in the same hospital. I was so excited to come across old correspondence of my father's, a scholarship to study El Greco, and the Beaux-Arts in Paris, an invitation to exhibit and represent Spain at the Biennale de Venise. I've reached a point where I can gather all the lost and forgotten pieces of the puzzle to make a real picture, at times hard to assimilate, rather like gathering lost or broken threads and weaving them into my past and present life. Had such a disturbing nightmare early this morning, had to wake up. A young man in jeans giving a little girl a piggyback walked into my flat through the terrace, into my toilet, an oldish bald man in a grey suit, then 2 Asian men alike, followed by an oldish woman, doctor-nurse, with glasses, dressed in white, ready to inject something lethal. Panic. Figured out these people had jumped in from the 9th floor terrace. I'd rushed out, calling the police from the shop below. They came to my rescue, but so worried I'd lost all my father's work, astrological books, photos. The young man and child had taken my keys, also had my car, worried that everyone knew and assumed they were my father's works, when they were Geronima's, so I had to be eliminated. When the police kicked the door, they'd gone with all the valuables, a nightmare in colour, more dramatic. While still asleep, suddenly remembered Michel had taken photos of all Geronima's paintings on the open terrace. How one's mind can play funny tricks at times. I'm convinced that Geronima's health problems, persecution, depression for years were partly due to the fact she lived with all my father's valuable paintings, a great responsibility. When my mother inherited them, she too got affected, having falls and mental disorder. Chapter 26. Out of the tunnel. Not quite sure how much I can write in just 20 minutes, waiting for the hospital bus to Palma. I'm a free woman, had visions of myself being strapped in overnight, along with others, in emergency. I'm laughing, so relieved the x-ray on my chest, ribs and lungs are fine. I was convinced I'd broken my ribs again. The pain was so excruciating. I'd heaved up a massive stone rock amphora from the ground to bubble wrap it for Herminia, my sister. Rescuing all our belongings meant a lot of mental and physical work, at times using 3 or 4 heads. Don't know how I achieved so much. Maruja, Fiona and Jane gave me their support. I'd been through all this before a year ago, emptying Geronimo's rented house, and now my mother's flat that she never owned, the owner giving me a 2-week deadline to regain possession, working round the clock, staying up at night, combing through all old correspondence, almost out of that tunnel, groping in the dark for ages, could see some light of day. I achieved so much, never imagined it was such a colossal job. I really think I only coped through so much experience over the years, moving flats and houses. Maruja was amazed how efficient I was, facing and solving problems. My mother said Julia always finds a way through all sorts of muddles. Got the paintings shipped to Mexico, had dealt with crisis and deadlines in offices. That particular time at Neptuno flat was really pulling on my nerves to extremes. The time element was worse, such chaos to sort out. Felt I'd become a crippled juggler. I'd laughed about it, using all my brains and energy to work out the best and quickest way to tackle the problem of tying up 3 artists' lives in one go. A job that could have dragged on for months succeeded with pure determination. I was amazed to see all those photographs of my mother in Mexico, realized only then that she had had a wonderful full life thanks to Bernard and Lucy. I was so happy to find my mother's old drawings of Cuba and Paris totally forgotten on her balcony. Sent some portraits to her friends, Sylvie and Jean-Claude. Maruja did say everything would have been lost forever if I hadn't been there. It just wouldn't have been fair on her to be expected to pick up all the pieces. Like Juan Oliver said, Julia, te ha tocado la lotería, wishing me luck. Finally, I really believed I would never fit all our lives in a rented storage unit at Planet Space. To the end, my mother kept saying, if only we had that family home, Julia. So much aggravation, others telling me to walk away from it all or take it all to the UK. The drama was not having a home. When she left, her creepy crawlies were gone. Somehow they must have been her friends. Had such an exhausting day after spending a restless night, coughing, ribs hurting. Felt at times almost buried in all their lives for weeks, putting order, saving the family's life and belongings. I'd reached a point when I could no longer drag the Ramis business. In the end, I had to get rid of and pay someone to take my mother's furniture, covered in paint. I was at the end of my tether with all the last-minute jobs. After living there for 25 years or so, a studio flat belonging to my father originally, Geronima inherited it and sold it while my mother was living there. Naturally, she was very bitter. I'm back in my flat, now thinking there's nothing to keep me here. In 6 months' time or so, I'd be moving back to the UK. So much has happened. Never did I think I'd be thrown into the air again, just when I thought I was taking roots here. My life is forever spinning, sometimes a very uneasy feeling to be uprooted again, what seems to be into the unknown. Out of the tunnel at last. Feel so relieved I've achieved so much and can at last see light of day. So happy to have some paintings of my father's. An abstract yellow bull, one of my favourites, the musician's. Semi-figurative, has such sentimental value. It was always on his easel. Thought if only I could paint like Papa, so subtle and balanced. A new light on Archie Gittis's portrait of Maria Magdalena, my mother, Joan Foster, in the 1930s. After all those years, a new light is shed upon the subject. My mother transformed by painting over with oils, working at it relentlessly and passionately for over 7 years, layers upon layers.
making it one of the most expensive paintings of our time. Up to quite recently, June 2014, in spite of her poor eyesight, the famous portrait of Joan Foster, Maria Magdalena, by my uncle, Archigittis, 1930s, a catalogued piece. This particular painting was considered a masterpiece, taking a place of honour at Archigittis' homage exhibition in 2009 at Casal Solieric. When my mother, guest of honour, and I attended the opening, all eyes were on her, and in total awe and admiration for Maria Magdalena. Only today, October 2015, as I'd driven Maruja, her carer, to San Jordi Cemetery, where my mother was buried, she whispered, confessing that my mother had painted over that painting, hearing that Maria Magdalena was a prostitute and then a saint. She'd been so secretive about it all those years, feeling rather ashamed of the rather provocative and sexy image with all the curves bust next to the cross. The portrait was nothing like a prostitute, but a stunning young woman. My mother disliked Almodovar's films, which Geronimo and I loved, with, she'd say, always the sex element, and yet she wasn't that prudish, but broad-minded. She'd been given the painting by my cousin, Harry Gittis, in 2008, and in 2009, I was quite horrified to see she was painting over the cross. "Mummy, do you realise that painting could have bought you that dream cottage in Watlington?" "I'd do what I damn well like, Julia. It's my property." The original could be brought back to life, but at a very high cost. I'd seen a very special exhibition of X-rays of great masters at the Jeu de Paume in Paris in the 70s, which was so revealing, totally different paintings through layers. I must admit I've often transformed landscapes into the human figure. Under my Ray Charles is a sunset, a break in Puerto Solier. It was so nice to have that well-deserved little break in Puerto Solier to switch off and disconnect. An idyllic spot. Lots of trees around bungalows, but plastic walls. When my German neighbour banged on the wall at 10 p.m, hearing every word, shouting, when I was chatting away to my friend Moira in London. Enjoyed the walks round the port and up to the lighthouse to get a bird's-eye view of the port, doing some sketches. So many old memories of the 80s and 90s came back to me with little Michel. Drove up to the cemetery to visit my father, buried in Solier Cemetery, funnily enough with a Catholic priest, wanting to tell him my mother was buried in San Jordi in Palma. I'd done a quick sketch of the amazing stone cross from my angle in the cemetery as though erected pointing up to heaven, then visited Canprunera Museum, Calle de la Luna, Solier. Half an hour later, got so excited seeing my father's ink drawing of Sant Jordi and the dragon, my mother being buried in Sant Jordi Cemetery, a circle within a circle, and a collection of Juli Ramis's best periods. Felt so proud speaking about him to an English couple. I ended driving up to Fornalutx to pay a visit to Roma, where we'd scattered her ashes into that magical, mysterious stream running down from the Puig Mayor to Puerto Solier. No regrets. I've got no regrets, no bitterness in the end. I've had the excitement and adventure with Michel, the Royal Academy London, Michel winning 1 million pesetas, and another angel and granddaughter, Emma. We've had our ups and downs, but in the end life balances out or evens out. If I hadn't been to Jane Brand's party of Eritreans in Paris, I'd been in two minds. The same night I'd gone to a live concert of Leonard Cohen in Paris, a great privilege. I wouldn't have met Richard, nor painted the Grapepickers, nor had such a daughter. Michel wouldn't have won that prize in Spain, and I wouldn't have been hung at the Royal Academy, nor bought art. I wouldn't have achieved much, and I wouldn't be writing this book with all the incredible happenings. So all in all, we've benefited, having lived, struggled, fought, and achieved our goals. I had refused Pat Luca, Michael Douglas's mother-in-law, offer to live in Deia, as well as Tom Bowling, a millionaire, and Sam Humes, another very rich American in Fort Lauderdale. I'd refused money, marriage, but might have been rich but boring. Chapter 27. Trip to Southport, Mexico, painting mysteries behind circles. 2015. I was staying a week at Michelle's. Emma had shot up in no time. All that skating, biking, swimming, a star on the trampoline, jumping and leaping into the air as though flying, her auburn hair flowing and blowing in the wind, beaming with happiness, so exhilarated and excited. Wish I could capture her in a painting. I'll never forget the day I had to leave at crack of dawn, half asleep on the couch. They both descended on me, Michelle and Emma, just like angels in a dream, flying down to guard me and see me off. Such a happy moment, another painting in mind. Never thought I'd actually go to Mexico, a dream come true, invited for a holiday with Lucy, Bernard and Jean-Paul. In June 2015, at first a little reluctant, my mother having passed away. She had raved about Mexico, an amazing experience. After a long flight via Barcelona and Paris, I was amused by Mexicans doing the sign of the cross. On landing, police everywhere, endless queues, so happy to see my brother, Bernard, beaming and welcoming me at Mexico Airport. Driving home through Mexico City seemed quite unreal. Huge motorways, flyovers, incredible tower blocks, parks, mountains. Lovely meeting Lucy and Jean-Paul. Bernard spoiled me by driving me to so many places, as well as a special weekend to their house in Tepoztlan, with blue beams, colourful paintings, wooden angels and birds flying about, Mexican masks in the porch, chairs made of woven banana tree leaves, garden with mangoes, coconuts, bananas, fruit and vegetable tasted out of this world. We had tropical rain, just that time for a quick swim in the pool, and jacuzzi, so idyllic. The landscape was quite breathtaking. Vegetation so green and luscious, extraordinary mountains, village market, people and place, charming. Very inspiring for my painting. Did lots of sketches in Tepoztlan and Mexico City. In Mexico City, we went to many art museums. Tamayo, the watercolour gallery, Sumaya, with an incredible collection of old masters, all the famous French, Spanish and British contemporary artists, Picasso, Dali, Miro, Rodin, sculptures, Salvador Dali, sculptures, totally new to us. Funny women's bodies, small heads, knobs with drawers coming out of their breasts. Women as giraffes, the time machine clock, dripping time off the tree. Sumaya Museum is superbly built, owned by the wealthiest man in Mexico, slim, Lebanese, and a great art collector. In the visitor's book, had to write, wonderful exhibition, but our father, Juli Ramis, is missing. As we drove around, I couldn't get over how green Mexico City was, a jumble of old colonial buildings and new ultra-modern skyscrapers, excellent continental and Mexican restaurants, traditional markets, street art, crafts museum, cobblestones like in Xochimilco, old churches, Coyoacan, with beautiful old yellow, blue, orange colonial houses. We had a fantastic day out in Xochimilco on the yellow, red, green, blue barge, driven by punters, a painting I started in 2017, through canals and marshland, eating corn on the cob and serenaded to by the mariachi musicians. We also visited Frida Kahlo and Diego de Rivera's house. Frida Kahlo's fascinating artwork and Diego de Rivera's very impressive work. There was one area of Mexico City I'd never seen such traffic jam and chaos, nor so many people in the center. We had to close our windows driving in a ghetto, visiting the Palatial Art Museum, the old university building, with all the best British art, Turner, Gainsborough. At the time, lots of police as teachers were on strike in their tents for better pay. I was being treated like a queen, taken to first-class restaurants. Their house in Mexico City was just like a castle with lots of maids and a gardener. I'd be sketching for hours in the patio with my breakfast. They also had another beautiful house with our father's paintings on the walls he would have been so proud of. Bernard made a film about their private exhibitions. I found Mexico so exciting, colourful and friendly. Lucy showed me her sculptures. They were excellent. Jean-Paul was a darling, such a good grandson, so intelligent and sensitive. Bernard and Lucia are such good grandparents. Never slept so well as in that bedroom with life-size soft toys. A last-minute sketch of ballet statuettes, dancers, caught my eye. A year later I painted it in England and sold it recently. On my flight back home, Mexico, Atlanta, Barcelona, Palma, I never suffered any jet lag, but enjoyed reading from beginning to end Entre Costuras, a Spanish book Lucy had given me. On my return, I'd painted a rather abstract painting. Circles of my life, of 3 spheres, interconnected, inspired by my book. Basically, the 3 worlds in my life. Making one, always felt belonging to 3 worlds. The first world, North Africa. The second, my father's, Mallorca. The third, my mother's, England. I'd painted the birds and the dervish dancers going in circles in 2013. I first started painting my world with circular brush strokes using reds, oranges, yellows, blues to depict North Africa, focusing on Tangier, then spirals, gradually increasing in size, taking in Africa connected to my father's world, Mallorca, both in the south, with closed circles connected to my mother's world, England in the north, greys, greens, blues, with open circles or a new world of hope. The closed circles represent the past, my father, mother and sister deceased in March. As I'd finished the painting, I could hardly believe it. I'd actually drawn, totally subconsciously, a fish in the centre where the 3 worlds meet and are interlinked. An incredible coincidence, considering I'm a Pisces, one of the mysteries behind the circles. Creating can be so exciting and mysterious, spending too many years reminiscing over the past. High time I got the book published. The musicians and dancers painting, very African-Cuban, inspired by my mother in Cuba, and a live soul reggae concert at Santa Catalina Market, breaking up the painting in light and dark, blue, yellow, red and green sections, creating a new concept, a key. Again, dead center, totally subconsciously. Often one painting will lead to the other. Parallel thinking. I painted over an O board some Mexican themes on the vertical, again dividing the board in 2. The light parasol contrasting with the light mountains of Tepoztlan, those gigantic mountains I saw rolling into each other. The doorway, archway, joining arches of the mountains. The town castle house, made of the same rock as the mountain, following lines of the parasol and arch. A bright dog, contrasting with the night country view, a dark, mysterious tropical garden. I had fun using 3 or 4 sketches while in Mexico. Then a night view from the 8th floor, again dividing canvas, light and dark, with a figure on top of a tower hotel block. I actually did see someone, maybe a worker having a break, something I've thought of on a huge scale, giant person on tower block, maybe for the future. My love for music. Just like a new life, I need some new songs to play. Living on my own, I do what I damn well like. Joan's favourite line. Not as mad as my mother. Over the years, fully dedicated to my painting and working on several, one unblocks the other, like taking a step back, switching to writing or playing the keyboard. Painting is for me both mental and physical, almost dancing. Music, art and writing are all connected. I have spells of painting, weeks at a time, then writing, getting urges. At times wish I had several hands. I'm always in that creative frame of mind, day and night. Love it passionately. After 6 years or more playing A Time for Us, I adore Georgia, Summertime, the piano, Les Parapluies de Cherbourg, which was played at the summer night concert in the patio of the Belvedere Castle in Palma, with open skies. One night I'd gone with Fiona. We also saw a film with Billy Connolly, What We Did Last Summer, à la fresque, summer night in Part de Mar under the cathedral, telling his nephew to go a bit mad on the violin. I wanted to go madder on my abstract painting of circles, but found it difficult. A breath of fresh air. Michelle and Emma visit Mallorca, August 2015. Far too short. The days and nights went flying by. Such a thrilling time before we knew they were going back. We enjoyed every minute together. Driving to Palma Nova, La Isla de la Dragonera, never saw so many salamanders. Porto Petro, all in fourth gear. My ribs were so painful, avoiding all the busy motorways, enjoying the deserted roads, seeing a lot more of the countryside. Can Penaso Buñola for a swim and a delicious meal of Cordero Mallorquin for only €10. Can Prunera, Solia, proud to see my father's paintings, then meeting our friends from London to join in the Fiestas de los Demonis, which are red and black devil fiestas with masks, horns, torches, white smoke in the night. Really spectacular, at times quite frightening. Chapter 28. The Muse and the Sea. Juli Ramis rediscovered, UNESCO 2015. The Muse and the Sea exhibition, Palma, August 2015. English-speaking travellers and artists and writers in Mallorca, 1900-1965. Tucked away in the old town at the Almudena Museum of Palma was a real eye-opener and total revelation. If I had to promote Mallorca, I'd choose the Muse and the Sea to sell the island, as well as the sun, sea and beach image, regaining that prestige it had through the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, attracting more of an elite. Magalouf's facelift is a step forward. In Solier, a couple from London asked me who were the famous in Deia. If only they'd seen the Muse and the Sea. Fiona and I must have spent over an hour, so fascinating. It was set in the 30s, 40s when my parents met, and my mother called herself a traveller, mixing with that crowd of elite. My uncle, Archie Gitties, 1932 to 1991, was part of the group surrounding Robert Graves, 1929-1985. I was given a book on Archie Gitties by the curator, with my mother, Maria Magdalena, oil on canvas. Circa 1940, an incredible painting full of life and colour. Her blue dress, auburn hair, like an English rose or goddess, full of curves and the crucifix. We could hardly believe how many famous international writers and artists had been to Mallorca. John Ulbricht, 1964, Anthony Burgess, 1967, said about Robert Graves, "I did not see him and I didn't want to see him." I did see him once, walking down the hill in his dark clothes and straw hat. He looked very lonely. Agatha Christie too knew Robert Graves and wrote Problem in Poyensa Bay. Paul Roche, poet, lived in Solier, 1983. We might have met. Bertrand Russell was another friend. His first wife was Dora Black. Would she be the Mrs. Black we met in Tangier, a Russian spy and adventurer? Gertrude Stein and Evelyn Waugh wrote A Mediterranean Journal, 1930. Alan Silito also knew him. Wrote Saturday Night and Sunday Morning in Fornalutx. Also lived in Tangier. Friends of Paul Bowles, famous for The Sheltering Sky. Elizabeth Gold Davis, with the first sex, ultra-feminist, lived in Mallorca, said women will always be superior to men as they give birth. Those words should be engraved in gold. Amazing how Robert Graves attracted so many intellectuals to Mallorca, becoming a hub of culture. My aunt, Cicely Gitties, a pianist, knew Robert Graves, one of the reasons I'm here today. Rob and Sandra of Las Islas in Deia used to sell my watercolours for years between 1986 up to recently. Came across Robert Graves' tomb in Deia Cemetery, doing sketches of Deia. Thomas Harris, British Secret Service, famous for his Goya's engravings and lithos, was also in Mallorca. Anthony Blunt's friend, both spies, loving art and politics. Anthony Blunt was art collector, loved Poussin, comes in the Holy Grail and Holy Blood. Poussin had painted the shepherds pointing to the tombstone in Rennes-le-Château. Some amusing books kept under glass. Jogging Round Mallorca, 1929. Gordon West, journal writer. Mallorca Paradise at $1 a day. Percy Waxman, American writer, 1933. Mallorca the Magnificent, 1927. Majorque Guidebook, 1 shilling. English Tourist Guide to Palma. A dark grey book, more like a prayer book, really grim, not exactly exciting. Come to Palma, catering hotels, inns, restaurants, railway steamers, practical use to travellers, 1930. To attract foreigners to the island of paradise. We had a good laugh, but then it's mass tourism as opposed to the intellectual retreat, poles apart. But people make places. Nit del Art is one of the summer highlights in Palma. With doors open to all galleries and museums. 10 years ago, people would stream in, drinks and food ad lib. Mixing with artists, gradually crowds got smaller. This year, rather quiet, where anything and everything goes. But what saved the NEAT was seeing my father's Juli Ramis's work, flautistas and abstract work at the Museo Baluar, and rediscovering a whole collection of his work done in the 50s, 60s in Tangier at Galeria Jaime III. Some beautiful pastels on very thin paper and canvas of the Atlantic Sea, sand dunes, beaches, so poetic and peaceful. Some amazing Arab horses and riders promoting Juli Ramis as the pioneer of contemporary art. I came across a Gomila street art happening with Valenciano artists at work, commissioned to transform one of the most neglected areas of Palma, almost a ghetto, when Plaza Gomila was Le Tout Paris in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, where all the famous international writers, actors, artists, musicians would flock in bars and cafes, my mother's old ground, living nearby, reminding me so much of her world in Belleville, Paris. There too, very run down, but so famous was Jeanne Moreau, Edith Piaf, Georges Brassens, Charles Aznavour. The graffiti murals brought life and new blood to a deprived area. Decided to do some sketching in Portopi Dique del Este, an idyllic spot so close to the centre. Nudists enjoying the last rays of summer sun, an inviting cove with crystal clear water. In town I came across a book, just by chance, of crop circles by Lucy Pringle. Never knew anyone had written about circles. In Wiltshire, where I lived, and one of them was called the Julia Set. My father's influence, Juli Ramis rediscovered, UNESCO World Heritage, March 2015. Although this book is a life with Juli Ramis in Tangier, I also wanted to go beyond, including ourselves, the strong influence and his impressions life and painting have had. In my case, being an artist in my own right since 1979, many of my paintings, watercolours, oils, have been greatly influenced by my father's earlier work. Obviously, I shall never match his genius, far from it. I put him alone on the highest pedestal, and subconsciously can't help but try and follow his steps. One of life's mysteries. There have definitely been times when I've strongly felt his presence while painting, and even taken aback, mostly watercolours, when it really flows and feel like God does exist. Creating is a very emotional process most of the times, fighting to achieve one's goals. Full dedication, the result might or might not be rewarding. My father was really satisfied with his paintings. One of the reasons he'd be experimenting and searching the truth. So many people have seen the likeness of my father. Lately, my mother too, in looks and ways, when he was young. And Prédit, my grandfather too, I never knew. It's a real gift of God to have inherited such talent. Our life is like holding sand in one's hand. When one thinks one has everything, the next thing one knows it all disappears. That's why it's so difficult to dig in the past and revive it. Summing up, life, happiness, fame are so short. Both my parents wanted everything. A large family they couldn't really afford, as we were very poor, and fame in art. My mother had to pay a high price to bring us up, plus help a struggling artist at the time gain fame, while he'd be painting thoroughly in Tangier, Madrid, Paris, often being absent months at a time, knowing fame only towards the end of his life. But still, to this day, March 2015, he is being rediscovered by UNESCO Paris, a big honour, exhibiting Juli Ramis's work of the 30s, representing World Heritage, the Tramuntana Mountains of Mallorca. After all, he was well ahead of his time and never had the recognition he deserved. But times are changing, and one day he will get his full recognition as the pioneer of abstract art. So many have tried imitating him badly, and years later. Emma's Golden Mountain, Gold 2016, Healing Time 2017. Apart from writing my book and painting, my biggest achievement this year, 2016 and 17, has been getting over my cancer. A year has gone by now since I arrived in Southport, UK, and so much has happened. Everything seemed to be in the air coming back. I was detected cancer last March 2016, but fortunately got over it in November. Although the fear of cancer was on my mind for a couple of years before, I had to push it aside to put all my energy and give priority to my sister and my mother in Mallorca. I then had the best treatment of radio and chemotherapy at Clatterbridge with Dr. Whitmarsh, and Michelle gave me all her support. This book helped me through the worst, hardly being able to sit down, but painting, standing a garden fence while going to Clatterbridge, a mural with birds and butterflies as an escape, gradually was able to sit down to my writing and work on several paintings. The birds, the dancers, Adam and Eve, and recently Divers and Swimmers, an underwater dream world breaking away from the circles. Adam and Eve, painted in 2013, retrieved it from the waterfront, transformed it completely. The minute I moved into this flat, the owners bought the dancers, Adam and Eve, got such magnetism. On the easel I've got dancing girls, waves and swallows, a cafe restaurant working on. I live with the basics, my laptop, paint, brushes, keyboard, radio, no internet, no television, another world. After those stressful years, 2014, 15, 16, now I need a time for healing. On the 23rd of February 2016, Emma, my granddaughter, gave me a birthday card, a golden mountain. She'd cut out of golden paper on a green card. Wondering about the mountain, children are so shrewd. Nana, you're almost at the top of that mountain. She was so right. Once my cancer was cured, I'd be at the top. She'd made me a key ring, never to lose it, a mountain and sun to guard me and protect me, an angel. The picture of that golden mountain has been on my mind ever since my birthday, giving me hope, courage and faith in myself, helping me go through the bitter times, radio chemotherapy, overcoming the infection, and getting out of it all through spring, summer, autumn, up to winter. For a while, I was so scared of my cancer, would it be for life? Kept seeing this huge dark patch on the brick wall, like a bird flying across from my kitchen window. The negative in my life, my divorce, those who've passed away, and maybe my cancer, but there's hope. The other bricks are intact. Every brick is like a piece of puzzle. The peak of the red brick wall was my goal, a healthier and happier life within easy reach. Now, December 2016, I'm a new person with great hope and illusion, smiling to the world. After being in a whirlpool for years, the turning point was in February 2016, breaking away from circles and knots of the past. For a long time, I felt like a fish caught trapped in twisted and knotted nets, wriggling out only now At last for freedom, learning to swim or fly again. There were too many distortions in the past, due to stress, at times losing sense of belonging from all the upheavals. Now finding light of day, believing in myself, not going against currents. I knew that at 7, swimming in the Atlantic Sea, such strong currents, always landed safely on the beach, even miles away, as long as I followed the currents. Going against was a battle. In March, such a coincidence, I met a partially blind man raising money for charity in Southport who talked about birds, our origins, the pyramids, Arab culture, even Tangier. And that same day I met a greengrocer whose husband came from Tangier, going back to my roots. Then interpreted the Golden Mountain as a pyramid, painting, writing and music, or balance, love and happiness, or the Trinity, unity, happiness and love. Can see a pyramid in my paintings, Michelle in Ibiza sitting in a triangle. Her birthday, 3rd of December, lucky number. The Grapepickers, Royal Academy, forming a triangle. I've found wonderful secrets and mysteries in my paintings, explaining the meaning of life as though finding new doors leading to happiness. My dream, I've got a photo of Biniaraix house. My father's lattice door is open. I'd love to fly into the house like a bird, our home with our souls. I do look like a cockatoo first thing in the morning, my hair a real punk of the late 70s in Hyde Park, or a fish owl. Owen, my friend, could see me as a wise old owl. December 2016, feel like an underground zombie, going bonkers, having coffee at crack of dawn, being robbed of my sleep every single night, lying in bed in torture, just like being in a coffin with creaking old floorboards all over my face and head, stamping feet, like crunching my brain, unable to work at times. This was going to be my last move in Southport, breaking circles, before being swallowed up by the whirlpools I get myself into. Need to free myself and flow with the tides. Boxes half packed. So happy I've been able to save my best works, Michel's trainers or chaos, painted with palette knife and sticks. Both the trainers and Ray Charles were painted in anger, but my best. Michel in Roquilletas and the Amphitheatre San Martin, two of my favourite. Moroccan babouches and lanterns, the yellow taxi in Malibu, Magaluf, a joke. Funnily enough, I sold a similar one of a yellow taxi to a lady working in a taxi firm on East Bank Road, Southport. Incredible. She saw the painting under bubble wrap and yet bought it, so excited, and she came from Paguera, of all places, in Mallorca, a circle within a circle. Life's full of surprises and twists. Now in 2017, as well as writing, I've been working on one particular painting for a couple of months, transforming it from originally women dancing at night to a totally free-flowing painting, breaking all rules based on movement of women bodies dancing. Leaves like Moroccan eucalyptus leaves blowing in the wind, birds flying on crest of crashing waves. Nature connected to the human body, quite surreal. I'd painted waves against women dancing in Mallorca, which sold. This one goes further, not only breaking the human body, but linking it up with the sea, wind, birds, all flowing together. I finally moved, April 2017, to a second-floor flat of an old period house. No neighbours on top, full of character. In Wellington Street, Waterloo, near the marina. My goal now is to have the book published. At first, I wasn't too sure whether I'd do my father's paintings justice on my walls. Suddenly realised, looking at my father's yellow bull, musicians, and a portrait of myself, although the wallpaper is rather retro or rococo, very elaborate, like embroidery in relief of early 1900s. Two worlds totally apart. His, such a contemporary work, and yet connected. His mother was a seamstress, would have done similar embroidery, bringing my father and his mother together without knowing. Funnily enough, my father was very interested in texture and relief work. I'm only now getting the feel of my new life and surroundings. I've always liked to place myself in a new environment, discovering something new every day on my walks. Waterloo has got a lot more than meets the eye beyond the walls. I ventured with spring, at first fascinated by the rather exclusive Marina Gardens, quiet strolls, most people dog walkers, then ventured beyond the red brick walls, finding a lake, and so excited, reaching the sand dunes, dying to know the beyond. From my flat, see forth the docks, Birkenhead Dome, beautiful sands reminding me of Tangier. A circle within a circle, wild, so invigorating, climbing, such a surprise seeing the sea, the Irish Sea. Stretches of sands beach with Anthony Gormley men longing to see, so impressive. Never realised my flat was opposite. It all came together, seeing a bigger picture, the sea, dunes, lake, lawns, old walls, gardens, and pretty pink, blue and white Victorian houses.